quite a bit to work with. They can go wide and play around with that, and they'll be the main focus today, but they need support as well. Yesterday, we saw Tim Southee bowl an exceptional spell. Now, his lengths were absolutely perfect. They weren't driving lengths, and there was a cutter and a sort of a quarter seam where he bowled, and those one sort of just nipped away, one held in the surface. And now, if you're a batter batting here and the length is about that short of a good length, and if that stands up, you're actually going at it. I don't think that the fast bowlers have to bowl full or bowl too short. If they can hold their own on just that length, it will make sure that the batters don't score much, but you're also in with a chance of taking a wicket. Yes, the spinners have the major role to play, but the support for the fast bowlers has to be perfect in terms of the lengths that they bowl. Saudi did it perfectly yesterday.
Pitch Report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. All right, so there's been a lot of talk from Australia to England to now, the kind of pitches that have been prepared, and are they good enough? What are they conducive? Are they for Pakistan's benefit? So, a couple of days ago, Shahid Afridi, who is the chief selector, interim chief selector, he mentioned to the media and had a chat with the ground staff as well, saying that we're going to prepare a different kind of pitch. I don't know what different means, but what are you thinking? What are we expecting in the second test?
I'm asking the same question. When you say different kind of pitches, what different? I mean, are they going to leave grass? Are they going to leave moisture in there? Are they going to bring their paces to do the work for Pakistan? I'm not sure at the moment. And looking at it, we're playing both test matches on the same ground, and the pitch is right next to the actual pitch. They're pretty bare. They don't really have much of a grass, so I'm not really. I won't be surprised if the next pitch or the next test match pitch will be very similar.
Basit, when you talk about preparing a pitch to your benefit, then got to tell us what your strength is as a team.
Yeah, and that's Pakistan. Now, playing on these pitches, Pakistan doesn't know their strength. They think their fast bowling is the strength, and then they back their spinners throughout these test matches. This is the fourth test match where they're saying we're going to back our spinners, but it hasn't worked. The pitches haven't turned square, and we haven't been able to prepare any sort of spinning track, and that is a road you go down. Pakistan doesn't have a pitch which spins square. The only thing that I can think of is that you leave grass on it, you leave a bit of moisture on it the first day or so, or for a couple of days, you might get something, and then the pitch goes better.
Okay. If that's the case, then would you get Naseem Shah? He's playing Pakistan Cup. We'll talk to Waqar about that. Take a break, and then when we come back, we'll also talk about day 5. Welcome back to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Time for us to join the expert advice, Uruj Mumtaz and Chris Harris out there, telling us how to tackle spin on that surface. Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Right, when the ball's spinning, you have to play in a certain way. Either you go back deep into your crease, or you use your feet, or you start sweeping or reverse sweeping. But what we saw yesterday was a lot of using your feet down the track. And I've got Chris Harris here with me to show me how he was going to dance down the track. Chris, I think you've pulled up something on Kane and Abdullah first. Let's have a look at that first, and we'll come back to how we can do it. What do you make of this?
Well, you can see both of them for a start make a great first step and get in a great position. But you can see on this freeze frame where Kane Williamson is in a wonderful position and he's got a lovely high front elbow looking to hit the ball straight. And you can see with Shafiq, he's come down, got in a good position as well, but then his leading elbow, rather than being nice and high and looking to hit straight, I think because he got a little bit close to the ball, you can see his head goes over a wee bit, his elbow goes to the left, which means he has to drag it and get in a bad position, can't get the elevation, and as we know, unfortunately got caught at mid-on. Good from New Zealand's point of view, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you're saying is obviously cover the line of the ball or come down in line of the ball and get to the pitch, but you still got to execute the shot, and we saw with Kane, perfect high elbow and hitting through the line of the ball.
Absolutely. On a wicket, particularly that's turning on the fifth day, it's so important when you come down, you've got to try and get close to the pitch of the ball. For two reasons. One, if you're right there, you can play an aggressive shot, and if you're not, you can cover up with your bat and your pad, so they obviously can't get you through your defences.
Now, we saw with Imam as well, we saw him lose his wicket to using his feet in the first innings. He did play one extravagant cover drive out of the rough when he quite didn't make it, but then he made a good adjustment after that.
Yeah, this is a great picture where he's come down the wicket and he hasn't got to the line of the ball, and you can see the ball pitching in the rough, and he ends up playing a wonderful shot and hitting it for four, but it was full of risk, and he actually, in the end, he looks to the heavens because he thought that was a high-risk shot. I've got to try and correct that. He's come down, he's got nowhere near the ball, and he's played his hands away, and if variation of bounce out of the rough could have beaten him over the bat, under the bat, you just can't trust the bounce.
So what he's done, obviously, you're saying after that, when he does come down the wicket, then he's sort of made the adjustment in covering the line of the ball. And when he's not quite there, he still has that defensive, really good option as well.
Absolutely. He made the adjustment shortly after where he came down the wicket, got to the pitch of the ball and played a lovely cover drive, which a little bit is filled with risk against Ajaz Patel who's coming back. So if you are going to play that shot, you've got to get right to the pitch of the ball. But he also uses it as a defensive frame of mind as well. We saw him do it to Ish Sodhi, where he's worried about these men in close catching and that rough area. So he's now coming down, not necessarily to attack, but he's coming down to defend, get close to the ball so he can cover with his bat and his pad.
Perfect. So if you want to use your feet and get down to the pitch of the ball, make sure you've got your dancing shoes on and don't get stuck in between.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Well, time for us now to get the expert predictions on day 5. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. Okay, so the predictor says 0.5% Pakistan can win this, 27% New Zealand, and 72.5% a draw. The question from a layman is, can Pakistan survive the 3 spinners through the day and bat on?
Well, they can. It's not that it's impossible. We've seen it before against Australia. Pakistan survived the entire day, but Babar scored heavily in that game. So Babar is going to be the key, and of course you want your night watchman to hang out there for long enough. So Babar, when he comes in, it's been a little bit easier, or the time's been taken out, or overs been, eaten. So that's I think is going to be the key. But yeah, once again, first hour of the day, very important.
How about you? You totally go with Bakar?
I'll go with the stats is 72.5% draw. I think it'll be 80% draw, because if you get through that first session, which is a long first session because it's Friday, if you get through that, I think then it becomes really easy in terms of also getting past that New Zealand score and then score a bit more, and then it'll be difficult for New Zealand to chase. I think there's far more chances of a draw than a New Zealand win.
Okay, great. That's the expert prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. We've hardly got 30 seconds left on the show, so what are your plans for the New Year's? How are you planning to start your new year? Anything that you've decided I'm going to do in 2023?
I'm just gonna go home first, and my children are over, so I'm looking forward to go out tonight and come back day after and start again the test match, and hopefully Pakistan will play better next time.
You'll be gearing up
I'm
for the
going to
second
party
test.
with you, Sikandar.
Okay. Well, this party is about to begin. On the other side of the break, day 5. Can Pakistan hold fort, or will the spinners go ahead?
It is the first test of 2. It is day number 4. Big day in store for both sides. Pakistan need early wickets. Can they produce them?
Nicely driven. And he picks up a boundary. With a 4, also bring up Ish Sodhi's 50.
Shan Masood underneath it and takes the catch comfortably. He has picked up another 5-wicket bag in a test match. Yet another test match double century for This genius of a batter from New Zealand, Kane Williamson. And Tim Southey has said that is enough. Kane, you can have your 200, you can have your not out.
That's a good looking shot.
Chance and taken. Phillips is the man as well.
Appeal, he's gone back. Alim Dar, yes. And looked very adjacent from round the wicket. Shan Masood has gone back onto his stumps. An end of a fine session. New Zealand applying a lot of pressure. It's been a good day for them.
4 days of intrigue, and we are now into day 5 of this first test match, Pakistan against New Zealand, National Bank Cricket Arena. It is KFC presents the Dapper News series, Pakistan and New Zealand. Day 5 of the first of 2 test matches. Babar Azam and Tim Southey's men going head to head, and very interestingly poised as we lead into this 5th and final day. Pakistan 438, New Zealand responded with 612. 2 centuries in that Pakistan innings, a double and a century in New Zealand's innings, and Pakistan in reply trail by 97 runs. Imam ul Haq, 45 not out. He will resume this morning with the night watchman Numan Ali. How does it look out in the middle? Is it crumbled? Will there be more turn? Will there be some seam? Surely not. Buzzard Khan will tell us all.
New Zealand want to close this test match out. It is the 5th day. Now with left-handers, Pakistan have a couple to follow as well. They've got South Shakil also to follow, the night watchman batting, Imam batting. So the left-handers will have to deal with all that rough, and there is quite a bit of rough. Now dealing with the rough is an art. Yesterday we saw Sodhi dismiss Shan. Now Shan doesn't go fully forward on one and get struck in the pad, and then goes slightly onto his stumps, and that sort of dismisses him. And that is a problem. If you're not totally convinced in your footwork, you can't really deal with that rough. Now Imam does it differently. Imam comes down the track, and even though he's not to the pitch, he blocks it, and then he, similar sort of length on the back foot to Shan's delivery, goes right back and turns it leg side. But his footwork, Imam's footwork, has been spot on, and he's much more confident because he's been making runs and playing spin well. I think the footwork of the left-handers will be tested because of that development of that rough. How the left-handers play, the spinners, the leg spin, the left arm spin especially, will go a long way for Pakistan in saving this test match.
A little bit for the spinners indeed. Let's get inside the New Zealand camp, because we've got 2 friends just having a chat.
Yeah, I'm with my mate down here, Jazzy Patel, as I've come to call him, and so is the entire commentary box. Thank you for your time. Are Mum and Dad also calling you Jazzy now?
Not quite yet, not quite yet, but it may grow on them.
Fantastic. You came in to bat yesterday first when Kane was around, just approaching 200. How much pressure was on you, and what did Kane have to say for all of that?
To be fair, Kane's a very calm character, so I don't think, you know, regardless of the result, I don't think it would have mattered too much to him, because he doesn't really play for the accolades. But at the same time, I mean, for me personally, it was really important to try and get him across that 200 mark. And safe to say I was very, very nervous. That over that I had to face, I was pretty nervous about. He did apologise to me for having to face that over, but I don't think it's his responsibility. I think at the same time, I mean, you know, nowadays in modern cricket, everyone has to bat. So it was exciting at the same time, and pretty cool to be there when you get his double.
You normally don't bowl with the new ball. We've seen you bowl with the new ball a couple of times. What was the thought behind you taking the new ball here?
Yeah, I think the surface, obviously, there is a little bit of bite with the newer ball, and while the ball's hard, I think once the ball gets a little bit softer, it probably doesn't bite as sharply or as quickly. So I think that is the biggest reason for taking the new ball. But at the same time, it's kind of, you know, coming to day 5 on a surface like this, it's always exciting as a spinner. So it'll be interesting to see how the surface plays today as well.
Now coming to day 5, yes, we'll find out how the surface plays in terms of picking up these 8 wickets for Pakistan first, without probably giving up too many runs. What are you looking at in terms of lines and lengths today?
Yeah, I think it's really making the most of the surface. We've seen that obviously the footmarks have broken up quite nicely and there is a lot of purchase out of them. But at the same time, it's still Test cricket and it's still about staying patient in good areas for long periods of time. I thought Imam batted really well last night and he hit some quite amazing shots, frankly, out of the rough there. So if he can continue to keep doing that, I think his spinners will be happy to keep bowling it there. Maybe, you know, just secure the field a little bit more so that instead of a boundary, he gets a single. But I think last night it was, you know, exciting time for us. You know, a bit of attack, knowing that we had the momentum going into it. So I think today we'll probably be a bit more calmer about it and probably look to operate in good areas for longer periods.
Still see a New Zealand win on the line?
Definitely, you have to.
Oh, brilliant. Lovely talking to you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very good spin bowler alongside Ajaz Patel out there in the middle. A lovely day yesterday and a very good day for New Zealand's former skipper Kane Williamson with a Test match double century, his 5th in total. He surpassed Brendan McCullum with 4 and now has the most doubles by any New Zealand Test player. Chris Harris alongside, outstanding innings.
It was outstanding, and he even started playing shots that he doesn't normally play, like the reverse sweep. We know how good he is using his feet and going down the ground. And that was one of the shots of the day for me. Just waited, played it over mid-off and brought up a magnificent double 100.
Yeah, look at those double hundreds there. Bangladesh, of course, another 200 not out. Pakistan, Sri Lanka and the West Indies in Hamilton. So the first one away from New Zealand for Kane Williamson. Right, man who I think will have a key role to play this morning. Bowled beautifully, I thought. Probably the best we've seen him bowl for some time, Aruj Mumtaz Khan. We've got Ish Sodhi. His batting package was good, and then I think that transformed into his bowling.
I think, Chris, you made that point when you were on comms that his batting probably led into his bowling confidence. But I just thought its innings with Kane out there at the point helped New Zealand propel. Always good to get some runs under your belt.
Yeah, have a massive role to play this morning with the ball after bowling beautifully last night. So names all over the honours board behind us here in Karachi in the last couple of days, and Abra has put his name on that honours board again. Here's Kane Williamson signing his name last night. Tom Latham is there, Salman Agha just above there. Harry Brook is yet to be etched in gold, so there's a bit of work to do for whoever comes in to do the gold. What do you call it? Etching, gold writing? What would you call that?
Names in gold, etched in gold.
Yeah, plenty of work to do for New Zealand. They made 2 breakthroughs last night, 77 for 2. Pakistan still trail by 97 runs. And they start today very fresh, having bowled just 31 overs last evening. And Ish Sodhi would love to emulate what Abra did for Pakistan in New Zealand's first innings with 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, he was very patient, wasn't he? Took 67.5 overs, but stuck to a simple game plan. Got bowled in really good areas. And Bracewell just trying to work across the line. Just that extra bounce that he gets. And there it was, Bubba. And this was the 5th one. Neil Wagner. Again, someone falling to the reverse sweep. Just that extra bounce.
Moral of that story for Pakistan, if they were watching, just don't play the reverse sweep, I would say.
Yeah, let's use the entire vertical face of the bat, which I think he's done really well. Imam, the way he made his adjustments, the way we saw him maybe just struggling a little bit up front against the ball, turning into him from outside the rough. But after his adjustment, he loves using his feet and he looked confident. For Pakistan, they'll want for Noman to hang around for as long as possible. Don't think Pakistan will be in any rush whatsoever to get Babar in at the moment.
No, and New Zealand you'd imagine we'll start with Bracewell and Sodhi, just looking for the off spinner to take the ball away from the left-handers. Of course, Imam and the night watchman, Numan Ali, both left-handers. So Sodhi was probably New Zealand's best last night. You start up with him and, of course, the off spin. First ball of day 5.
Lovely start from Bracewell. Right on the money, first 2 balls. It's exactly what they would have talked about. Falling in good areas, making Pakistan batsmen play early.
Oh, Beastie! Lovely boy. Lovely start this, Beastie. One more mistake in there, Beastie. Love that, Beastie. Start, Beastie! Quality, Beastie.
Another one onto the offside now. The catching cover. The cover point has just gone a little bit deeper. Underway for day 5.
I spoke to Jazzy this morning, and he was obviously talking about how good Imam looked late last night, before the close of play. When he came out, he made the adjustment and he continued to use his feet. Appreciation for the way he's come out to bat as well. In that, he also said, obviously, when he continues to use his feet, just gives the New Zealand bowlers that little bit of more hope and excitement as well, with the odd one maybe gripping a little bit more, bouncing more or less.
First over of day 5 done, 78 for 2. Night watchman doing his job, getting through to stumps last evening, protecting the batters to come. Heavily reliant on Babar Azam. Of course, Sarfaraz was very good in the first innings, as was Salman. New Zealand's skipper, Tim Southey. 6 very tidy overs last evening.
A lot of people might have thought that New Zealand might have started up with spin at both ends, but I thought he bowled a brilliant spell yesterday, or 2 good spells. I think this is good from New Zealand. Give him a couple of overs. Also, I think while the night watchman is out there, Numan Ali, I think it's a good option.
Oh, left alone, left alone. Very first ball. I don't think it's coming back enough. I don't think it's coming back enough, and Southey agrees at the moment.
Great areas though, wasn't it? Yeah, it was about a 5th stump line at best, maybe coming back to hit a 4th stump. A quite tight leave first up from Man. That will put thoughts in his head. I think the height would have been fine. Some excitement first up for Southey.
A wake-up call for Ali Ndar as well, if he wasn't already.
Go back a few days, Southey came out when Babar was batting at 161. And you just talk about how this early morning session just has something in it for the bowlers. and you have to be switched on from the get-go. He got Saudi got Barber with an absolute peach. Bowled 3 consistent deliveries, and it was again the bounce that did him. Here's that first delivery up front, the appeal. Way outside off stump.
Oh, edged. That was what he was looking for, Tim Southee, and it'll be a half century for Imam Ul Haq. 6th half century in Test match cricket. He was solid last night, and he's picked up 50 this morning.
New Zealand won't mind this though. 2 short covers in for this catch. Genuine outside edge, and you can just see a little bit of a wave movement from Southee. Generally comes into the left-hander. So a little bit of movement early for Southee.
Looking to shape back into Southee's first over of the morning. It is 82 for 2.
Stay.
A slip in a gully, man on the leg side under the helmet. And man, it's silly mid-off to Nichols on the offside. Latham on the onside at short leg. Tim Southee in at gully. Skipper Daryl Mitchell just tying Tom Blundell's shoelaces.
Steve.
Oh, is there bat? Is there bat? I don't know that there was bat in that. And neither does Alex Wharf, because it looked like it was straight enough. If he hasn't hit it, I think it's a very, very good decision. And Numan Ali has decided he hasn't hit it, and he will be on his way.
Wonderful bowling from Bracewell. I think it was the right decision not to review it, because if there was no bat involved, this looked very wicket to wicket and very straight. Stayed down as well, just straightened enough. Looked as though it pitched middle and leg, hitting middle halfway up. Good can see clearly no edge. Ideal start for New Zealand. Numan Ali on his way back for 4. Pakistan 82 for 3.
That's just what New Zealand wanted. Inside the first 15 minutes of day number 5, they have the Pakistan skipper Babar Azam at the crease. A wonderful record. And just 46 matches. Picked up his 9th century in the first innings. New Zealand have dislodged the night watchman. And Bracewell with his 2nd wicket.
Yeah, you look at this, and even in real time, it looked very straight. Dead straight into middle stump, halfway up. Interesting contest now. Babar at the crease. He will remain the mainstay for Pakistan. He'll be a bit wary about Saudi from the next over.
Just skidding on a touch and past Daryl Mitchell at first slip. Babar is underway, 83 for 3. Yeah, trailing by 91 runs, and you might be sitting there thinking, well, it's not really about the runs, it's just about batting for the day and saving the test match. But if Pakistan do continue to score, if they get ahead of New Zealand, then they're taking New Zealand out of the game as well by putting runs on the board and making it more difficult for New Zealand to chase any sort of a total as well. So there is an element of batting for time and trying to bat out the day, but runs are still as important. Southey with a slip in place and a gully, catching mid-wicket and cover. Revised session times for today as well. This first session is an extended one for 2.5 hours. Lunch will be 1 hour, so just enough time for a nap. Second session 1:30 to 3:15, so 1 hour and 45. And then a 20-minute tea break as per normal, and then another hour and 45 session for the last one for a 5:20 p.m. finish.
Lovely from Southey. Can just feel a bit of a plan. Yeah, first 2 balls from Babar Azam just shaping away. It's the reason he's got almost a second slip in play. You can just see there, he's quite wide. Hoping that Rundle will cover the keeping position and first. gully as well. Short cover, short mid-wicket. Sure Bubba's aware. Some stage in the next few balls he's going to get the one that comes back.
Yeah, and probably just a slightly shorter length would be ideal for Tim Southee. A little bit of movement behind the sight screen. He went first innings on that second morning, sorry. Went full, and then just slightly back of a length. In that position there, a little edge behind, and Blundell did the rest. Just keep an eye on Tim Southee's position at the crease as well, just altering slightly, going wider, staying in tight. And slightly wider again.
You just feel the nerves a little bit, just the game tensing up between this contest, Southee and Babar, because New Zealand recognizing how important Babar's wicket will be here, and I think vice versa, Babar and the Pakistan camp knowing the value of Babar's wicket at this time.
Oh, that's the one that comes back in. Babar Azam manages to get enough bat on it. Callers no from Imam.
Tim Southee won't mind this though. It's a terrific line. You can see it ends up on a round or just outside off stump. And he won't mind early on in his innings. Babar Azam hitting across the stumps.
Bit of a battle on against the left-hander as well. In the previous, we just saw again Tim Southee playing with the line outside the off stump. He got an edge to bring up his 50 as well, and the two men catching behind and in front off the bat.
Left well alone, 84 for 3. Second innings numbers not quite as good for Babar Azam.
Timmy, you come straight. Sorry, Timmy, straight. Oh! Lovely beastie. Lovely beastie. Beastie boy! Put in the beast. My good boy. Brilliant beastie.
Clamping down on that one. Oh, really nicely this morning, Michael Bracewell.
Now, I love the way he's mixed his pace up. He's been bowling around mid-80s, and this one's almost 93.
Come on, beast.
Hence the reason it just stayed down and shot through a little bit in Bubba.
Beastie. So good, boy. So good, Beastie.
He's got such a solid technique, does Barber. It doesn't give you anything, but just every now and then, in turning towards the leg side, he just closes the face of his bat.
Jazzy!
And you see a lot of spinners around the world earlier on in his innings trying to target that front pad of his. And with Bracewell changing the pace up a little bit, and did it against Noman as well, fired one in quicker.
Lovely, Beastie. That's very nice, Beast. Great area. Building nicely, lads. Building nicely. Beastie!
Nicely bowled, nicely played. 84 for 3.
Just 20 feet. Just 20 feet.
Nice from Southey. That's the line he's looking for. He'll just work away there. Let's take a look at 2022 and test matches from Babar Azam. 17 innings, almost, or closing in on 1,200 runs, averages 73.3 with 407 50s as a publication overnight trying to get some viewers, and they'll remain nameless. But trying to get some clickbait going by not having Babar Azam in their test team of the year at number 4. Which is just absolutely ludicrous when you look at those numbers. I think they replaced him with Joe Root, who averages 44 with less runs, just to try and upset some Pakistan people, I guess, or try and create a bit of clickbait and create a few stories around it. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's the consistency as well, isn't it? 11 times he went past 50 in just 17 innings. Phenomenal year.
Yeah, I completely get your point, Dooley. Pakistan's clearly upset. You look at social media; it's been set ablaze by that. And it's a number. If you pin it down with the position that he bats at 4. The numbers suggest for themselves, don't they? So interesting to find out what criteria was followed.
You feel like with those numbers, he deserves to get a phone call and ask where he'd like to bat in the Test Team of the Year. That's how good they are.
Osaka LED boards whenever the boundary is hit, while the Osaka display is on the LED boards. Batters awarded with Pakistan rupee 10,000. Nice change up from Southey. A little bit of angle back in. Look at these for a while. Actually, the ICC Test batting rankings, the men's Test batting rankings, minus Labuschagne, who's had an unbelievable time of it lately. Barbara Azam, Steve Smith also with that change of technique. Travis Head's had a terrific series against South Africa and elevated to number 4. Joe Root, Rishabh Pant. I hope send Rishabh Pant our best as well. I understand he's been involved in an accident overnight, so sending our best wishes to Rishabh Pant, and hopefully everything is okay with him. 37 overs have been bowled in this second innings, 84 for 3. A little bit loose, and it gets away from Neil Wagner as well. Should be a couple.
It's the first time Bracewell's missed his line on lengths today. It's been exceptional. He's bowling great areas.
And again, just too short and punished very well. This boundary for Bubba.
That's what Bubba will do very well. He's got such a solid defence, but any chance for him to score, he's going to take it. Just a little bit too short. Hitting with the spin, no risk. Wonderful batting. Just feeling the situation when you are scoring, it just helps relieve some of that pressure.
Come on, BC. I can push it out there, Beast. One wee mistake in there, BC. Thanks for us there, Beast.
And again, short and punished. Couple of boundaries in the over.
He's just fallen off his length here in this over. He's been good so far this morning with his half trackers, and Babar picking up boundaries and all opportunities offers. Very quick to rock back. Fairly straightforward from there. Drops a man back now, deep backward square.
It's another drag down. He gets away with it to an extent. It should only be a couple.
I was just about to say, he's just lost his line, just a little bit too straight, which allows Bubba just to work with the spin. He's also lost his length a little bit as well. If he's going to be at that length, he's got to be a lot more outside off stump. Just too straight to Bubba. He'll pick up runs all day long on the leg side.
It's better finish, but a good over of batting from Bubba. 96 for 3.
First half an hour, produced a wicket, 19 runs.
It's been good from Saudi, from round the wicket. A bit of reverse swing that he's getting. Imam has resisted that drive. He went for one earlier on when there was no slip and edged it away. But after that, it's more or less resisted. They'll trail by 78. As long as that lead is present, New Zealand will be quite upbeat with their chances. Relatively calm, the dressing room. Captain out there just finding his feet. Price coming back into the stumps, and that's the risk that he took with reverse swing. He went for that ball, trying to hit the pads, and it's whipped away.
Imam is playing quite nicely. He was just waiting for Saudi to just come to his zone, ball a little fuller, ball to his pads. He's so good when he's playing in that region. Not an easy picking there when you are a good player of onside. Another reason I can think of Tim Saudi still bowling is to just create a little bit more rough outside the off stump of Babar when he'll be batting. Only one slip, which is more or less a third slip or 2.5 slip in the gully there. Gully is a little bit back. Another field change. Just trying to shut down that shot. Just Imam played. Change of tactics, I guess. He's going to go a little straighter, bringing most of his fielders on the onside. He's going to try to attack the stumps a bit more.
Yeah, tighter line. Haven't seen Sodi yet in the attack. Won't be far off now. Last night bowled really well. Last session bowled really well. Round the wicket. Very consistent, and the googly working as well. So maybe just time for him to be introduced.
Pakistan trail by 74. The quicker the 74 runs Pakistan get rid of, I think the heads will start going down. New Zealand. Yeah, that's good bowling. Good, nice controlled line in length. 100 for 3.
Time over.
A leg spin Sodi bowled well from the pavilion end yesterday. Now he's going to the university end. Probably the best spell they bowled all test match round the wicket. But he starts off at the opposite end, the university end, and he's bowling to Babar. So right-hander on strike. Now interesting what feel and what lines he does bowl to Babar.
Normal for Dev?
He's just making sure that the field's correct. The plans looks as if there is protection of the offside. He's got rough to work with. That maybe just outside off stump. The googly can come into play. There's also rough around that leg stump just outside, but it seems slightly too close to the batter, but there is quite a bit of development there. Rough will come more into play when Imam is on strike, the left-hander. Goes quickly, fast ball, and gets a wicket, fast ball. Babar Azam misses the pull shot and it's slammed into his pads. That was pretty adjacent.
Well, Babar, I feel that he will look to go upstairs. He's asking the umpire to, let's have a check with the third umpire, but it looked pretty plumb to me.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling, flat line. Roll through to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. I'll let you know. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Pretty easy decision for the third one sitting upstairs, and also a very easy decision it was for the on-field umpire. Now that's a massive wicket. That will really put Pakistan back on the back foot. Babar gone for 14. It's 100 for 4 now.
There we go, boys.
Next stump. Yes, please. Thank you. Right time over. 5 balls remaining.
Come on, Ace. Come on, boy.
Well, so the first ball of the day gets a huge wicket. Sarfraz walks out. He's got a bit of a promotion. Batted beautifully in the first innings. His 50th test match, but pressure will be on. Pakistan may be sending Sarfraz because he plays spin well, and also the fact that he's the most experienced batter left. Well, Sodi couldn't have asked for more. First delivery, a googly, almost perfectly pitched. And that pull shot from Babar Azam missed. Sodi goes again. Nicely done, defended, but what a huge wicket for New Zealand.
Yeah, once again, it's that googly. That's been the problem for Babar. World Cup final, you remember Adil Rashid got him. It's been victim to Asaranga. The googly is the worry. On the back foot, trying to pull that, goes under the bat. Day 5, Joy, big wicket.
Pretty annoyed with himself, I guess. It was a big surprise this morning when Sodhi wasn't given the ball, because last night he was pick of the bowler easily. First delivery maybe just kept a touch low. Was because Babar did get a couple of boundaries in the previous over. Bracewell pulling. He thought that's the shot where I'm gonna play and try to score runs.
Plays it with a vertical bat, doesn't play the pull shot, clips it leg side. Come back for Ijaz Patel with a bit of ballet.
Yeah, this time Googly was just a little bit on the leg side-ish. Oh, is he touching? Oh, he's pulled his foot back. He's done well to throwing the ball back in, but maybe you want to check again if the toe is just touching that KFC skirting. I think he's okay.
Yeah, the final moves are so good. Once he withdraws the foot and then little jig.
Come on, Ace. Come on, Ace. Come on, boy.
This jig is good though. Just withdraws the foot and then throws the ball back in. And with all that movement, he saved a run. Now the test for Imam, rough outside off. He was good yesterday in being able to get down the track and also get back, but it's always going to be rough to contend with for a left-hander. So he will aim there, try and land it in the rough. Just one to misbehave and create doubt. Well, a successful start to Sodhi's spell. 103 for 4. These lads in every day. Under 13 have a game during the lunch break on the outfield.
Yeah, they're the kids who came in for the under 13 trials in this region, and they've been selected to come and have a mini game during the lunch break every day. It'll be happening in both the test matches. It's the last day of Test cricket in the calendar year 2022. We had around 43 tests played around and quite a few records from around the world. One is Babar Azam being the highest scorer. He had 1,170 before this innings when he was dismissed. England topping in most wins. Latham, highest scorer, 252. Quite a few names out there. Nathan Lyon, Rabada, most wickets 47. Babar Azam now updating 1184 runs in the calendar year 2022.
Wants a run? No. Sarfraz straight away as he hit it, clipped it, went yeah, but Imam very quick to send him back. But good positive calling from Imam. Imam very quick to say no.
Even in the first inning, when Sarfraz walked in, he was nervous. He was just wanted to just rotate the strike. Just wanted to get off strike, which is the right way to do, but just got to be sensible and smart and take the run where it's available. A little bit of outswing there from Tim Southee.
What do you make of this promotion? Sarfraz coming ahead of Saud Shakil.
Yeah, obviously the thinking will be that he's the most experienced batter left, and also the fact that he plays spin so well. And they don't want a situation where they lose back-to-back wickets. Not to say that Saud Shakil doesn't play spin well, but just want Sarfraz to bat, and he normally scores quite quickly, so they want that lead to come down quickly. That's a beautiful shot.
Another reason I can think of is the left hand, right hand. They probably don't want the two left-handers out there. This was beautiful. I think he was watching the shine very closely, saw the ball swinging away from him, and he made sure that he was right on top of it, and he played very late and behind point.
And also he scores runs quickly against spin. He's got a very healthy strike rate against spin. And he started off nicely, a little tickle down leg side, back-to-back boundaries.
Tim Southee is getting a little expensive now. We saw a boundary in the previous over. I think he just bowled this over thinking that there's a new batsman at the crease, and just give it another go. One more over and 2 boundaries for Sarfraz. Both deliveries were just there to sort of score runs against. Bringing the slip out, Tim Southee, and putting it in short mid-wicket. There are 2 short mid-wickets now. Looking for that little chip.
$111 for 4. Think tank. Still fairly relaxed.
Come on, Ace.
Stays low, he goes back foot. Wash the ball till the end. That's why he was able to jam down on it.
Well, Imam is playing really well. He's watching the ball very closely, although that one also kept a little low. I think the best way to go is to make sure that you go on the front foot and take that pad out of the line of the ball. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. He's in such a good rhythm. Last evening, he bowled a beautiful overs, and again picking up Babar's wicket and now troubling Imam ul Haq.
Just carries on straight through. And from that rough, you'll get that variation, you'll get that natural variation. So just one delivery to misbehave and you're in. But he consistently wants to hit that rough and just be consistent in his length.
Yeah, you're right. You go on the back foot, ball rushes onto you and is already keeping low. But the way he tackled Bracewell yesterday was good because he knew he's going to use the rough, use of his arm, his feet, just taking on that challenge put up by the spinners and just playing it through covers. And he's the one who's looking to score. And sometimes that's good in a situation like this. You just take that battle head on. And he's looked considerably more comfortable than the others.
Well, playing through the cover will be a bigger risk today because there's plenty of rough outside the off stump. And if you're not sure how much it's going to spin or if it's going to be a googly or not, then you better just defend like that. Still playing with danger. I think that one hit the glove and he kept it down. Yeah, would have gone anywhere. Tough situation for Imam and for Pakistan.
Oh, nicely played by Imam off the back foot, using the depth of the crease. 1-1 for 4.
Come on, Jazzy. One leg.
Spin from both ends now. Nice. And just going to the captain. Captain obviously still thinking about his dismissal now. It's up to this man on screen. Sarfraz already 11. Now with spin from both ends, it's what Pakistan would have planned for with this promotion given to Sarfraz. Sarfraz very good against spin and his strike rate against spin is exceptional. And this is what he'll do straight away. Pulls out the sweep shot.
Come on, Jazzy.
I don't think you can bowl Sarfraz without a fielder on the boundary, especially on the onside. You do need that because he sweeps it so well. Especially when you're not bowling from the rough, you're bowling from the middle of the pitch. Sarfraz will keep sweeping you. But Tim Saudi keeping that area vacant, asking him to do it again.
And he will. And he'll nail it again. 2 boundaries of the first couple of deliveries.
Yeah, that's good. He's providing that vacant area and he's taking him on. And he's good at that. Sarfraz, he's practiced that at his go-to shot. And he's got good control over it as well. That's a scoring shot.
Now protection for that sweep shot.
Down, Tom.
But this is what Sarfraz will do. He'll make sure that the runs flow. He bats a considerable length of time. That lead will come down quickly. Sweep shot again. This time he's gone slightly finer. He's hit that well too. He'll come back 4-2. So already 10 runs off the over.
I like this strategy from Pakistan. Just put bowlers under pressure because lead vanishing means Pakistan will feel comfortable. They'll feel that they have to come and ball again, and depends what sort of runs New Zealand will be looking at to keep scoring runs. That's the key.
That's why there's such a lot of discussion. He's just with 3 shots, 3 sweep shots, he's changed the strategy of New Zealand. Now he's gone from over the wicket, has Ijaz Patel, and the protection all leg side. So the line of attack changed completely. Now Sarfaraz has ample ability to even get this through the offside, because there you go, gave himself room and it's through the offside, right on cue. He'll always be looking at places to score, and he gets a boundary through the covers this time around.
Yeah, very seldom he'll offer a dead bat. He'll look to score. He's a busy player. He likes to keep the fielders busy. This time around, just making room for himself and playing it through that vacant zone, the offside. Puts a bit of power in that as well.
Very good thinking from Sarfaraz. Is making Tim Southee think more, think harder. Because once you start leaking score both sides, mostly captains do get in trouble. That one gone through the legs. A few more runs. That is not the place you want to really slide, especially on that mat, the advertisement mat. 126 for 4.
He played the sweep, he played the cut off the stumps, then tries the reverse sweep. Maybe a bit of bat on it. Run away, but yeah. Thankfully he's wearing shin guard, so not a problem. But he's done damage to his whites. That's all right. Still got a shin pad underneath. Now Sodhi to Sarfaraz. This will be a bit of a challenge because Sarfaraz likes that sweep shot. Sodhi will maybe get a little bit more bounce. Leg spinner, wrist spinner does get a bit more bounce. So will Sarfaraz take him on with the sweep shot, or will he rely just playing him through the offside? Wants a single, will get a single. So he's off strike straight away now. It's Imam. But what Sarfaraz has done is he's got 27 of 16 and he's not allowed Ijaz Patel to settle in, but he's also now put pressure on the bowling. They can't just rock up and bowl because he's going to get into positions to score runs. Oh, inside edge. Almost. Wanted to go through the offside, comes down the track, deceived. But luckily, he gets an inside edge.
Well, this is the most riskiest shot you can play out of the rough. He's got sunglasses on. He might not have picked because of the sunglasses. It's very glary, it's very hot out there. Oh, he's so lucky. He is so lucky that he got a little bit of edge. If that ball would have crashed into those stumps, and Sodhi knows that.
This is good. This rotating strike. The impetus in the innings has suddenly changed. It's been more about run scoring. Sarfraz has come in. Imam also wants to get off strike, needs Sarfraz on strike and give him the strike to make sure that he just carries on. It's been a terrific start for Sarfraz's innings.
Is Sodhi a little bit more concerned about the onside, so he's bringing a man from the cover to mid-wicket.
Again hanging back, but Sarfraz, well, is a very busy player, but he's absolutely brilliant against spin. The strike rate 82.34, and you can spot by that why Pakistan want him out there right now. Googly picked.
Sarfraz actually, not directly or indirectly, was playing Daryl Mitchell's role. How he tackled that second new ball, started scoring. The scoring rate went up, took some pressure off Kane Williamson. So Pakistan just want to get rid of those 44 runs first.
Oh, a bit of excitement. Was there anything on that? End of the over, 130 for 4.
First hour gone, only 13 overs been bowled, and the runs have come quickly. 53, although New Zealand have picked up 2 wickets. It's all about scoring quickly. The lead still 44. Pakistan lost 4 wickets. Big wickets of Babar, Noman gone. And these two are putting a partnership at a good rate. 30 of 29 deliveries. And Dooley, first of all, good morning, and then that's the right way to go, I guess.
Hey, morning, Waka. Morning to Chris Harris again. Oh, it's been very good. I think exactly how... It's not just time. I said it first up this morning. It's not just about batting time. It is about scoring runs as well, making sure that they try and put a little bit of pressure back on New Zealand. They're a long way from doing that yet, but it's just the intent. It's to the point where Tim Southee and New Zealand can't be quite as attacking as they would like to be as well, with the spinners around the bat.
Which generally means you take away one of those catches in close, which just relieves a little pressure for Pakistan. You've just got to be very careful there, just looking to go a little bit too square. It's a perfect length from Ajaz. Just not allowing Oman to get on the front foot.
Playing with the angle bat, I think that's a danger zone. You don't want to play with the half bat. You want to just present the full face of the bat, especially when the ball's spinning sharply.
Just the one out to deep point. He was very good last night, Imam ul Haq, against the spinners. He used his feet well, got a long way forward, got deep in the crease, smothered the spin. This was Ish Sodhi last night. And when he comes down the wicket, he's not just looking to only score, he's actually got a bailout option as well, which is what Uruj and Chris Harris talked about in that masterclass this morning. You've got to have a couple of options if you're going to use your feet to the spinners. And I think that's what I really like about Imam's game to the spinners.
Oh! Yes, Jazz. Nice, Jazzy.
131 for 4.
Left hand. Come on, Ish Sodhi. Give me there, Ish. Come on, boy. Come on, boys.
This partnership has raced to 31 from just 35, and Safaraz is going along at a strike rate of 135. It's a T20 type strike rate at the moment, but he's just been really proactive against the spin, with particularly that sweep shot that he loves. Is there an edge on that? Is there an inside edge on that? I don't think so. I think it's just turned and hit the low down on the pad boot area.
Well, the biggest threat to Pakistan is Ish Sodhi. Even last night when he was bowling, he was troubling the left-hander from outside the off stump. It's very tough to handle from that rough right now because he's tall, he gets that extra bounce, and he's got a beautiful googly. Have a look at that. It turned quickly, hit him outside the line. The catch was taken. The only thing is, did he edge it? No, I don't think so. I think the ball's gone and it's gone on to hit the pad.
Yeah, I think he hit his pad way down by the boot area there with the bat. That was all.
Yeah!
What about that one? What about that one? Is there an inside edge there? I don't know. I don't think so again. That's just come straight off the pad, hasn't it? Decided to go. You think he's edged that, Wakar?
It looked like it was come off the glove. Went pad, and it looked like then he punched it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. Original decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Nice and slow. I can see clear gap between bat and ball. Can I have ultra edge to confirm, please? Yes, clear gap between ball and bat. Can you go for ball tracking with original decision not out? Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, I recommend you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Good decision, Alex Wharf. Yeah, I wasn't convinced either. New Zealand were guessing, to be honest. Guessing only. Both sides down to 2 reviews now. One thing is, though, it's very good from Ish Sodhi at the moment. Just asking some questions.
Yeah, you can just feel the pressure mounting, can't you?
Outstanding, fella. Outstanding, Ish. So good there, Ish, boy. And again, boy.
That's outside the line as well.
Well, if he wants to get LBW, he's got to go over the wicket. From that angle, from outside the off stump, Imam is making sure that he puts his front leg outside the line of the stump. So anything hits the pad means can't be given LBW. But if he comes over the wicket and if he can get even half of the spin what he's getting, there's more chance that he'll get LBW and the short leg fielder can come into play. Not again. Nope. Over bowled. 131 for 4.
Liana. इसके बाद ड्रिंक्स है.
He's been clearing those lungs quite regularly, has Ishsodi. That one just a long way outside the line of off stump. But he's hitting a good line, a good length. Just asking questions.
Brilliant, Jezzy. Brilliant, Jezzy. So good, Jez. So good, Jezzy.
New Zealand won't mind that at all. Giving himself some room outside the line of leg stump. Be hoping for one to turn, maybe keep a bit low.
If you're not used to playing the reverse sweep, that becomes a very dangerous stroke. Not wearing helmet is also not a wise thing. Got to keep your helmet on if you want to play reverse, especially from that rough. The surprise, not happy, is not comfortable, that's for sure.
I like this from New Zealand though. If you're just joining us, Safra's come out and played very positively. 27 from just 23 deliveries, now 24. So New Zealand have changed the attack and coming over the wicket and bowling into the rough, and all of a sudden starting to look a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play it and doesn't want to play the sweep shot either. He just has to be a little bit wary of how he's playing it. I mean, go back and get everything right in front of the stumps and leave the bat out of the way if it's pitching outside leg. I think that's fine, but he's just leaving himself a little bit exposed to one that might shoot. That's well played. Very well played indeed. It should be 4. No, a couple. Michael Bracewell does well. $133 for 4. It's been a good first half of the first session of day 5, and it's time for drinks. Drinks on day 5 of the morning session here at the National Bank Cricket Arena. KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series, the first of 2 Test matches here at this ground. And Pakistan have made their way to 133 for 4 in their second innings. They trail New Zealand by 41 runs. Imam ul Haq, 58 not out, holding fort at the moment. This partnership with Sarfaraz is 33. Sarfaraz has scored 29 of them, but Imam has been impressive.
Yeah, he was in much better control yesterday when he was batting. He had a few issues this morning from that rough, but yesterday was just outstanding. He was driving well, he was getting on top of the delivery, he was making sure he hits it in the gaps. So far, Imam is out there and he's looking really good. Pakistan will be aiming or hoping that he'll be there at the end of the day also. Bowling figure, Tim Southee bowled 11 overs. He bowled a spell this morning also. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. 2 for Bracewell, and Southee looked the most threatening to Pakistan.
Wickets today, and Michael Bracewell picked up the first, Harry.
Bowled superbly, bowled in good areas and then got good reward. Removed Numan Ali. It was reviewed and it was very plumb indeed. And then the big one, Babar Azam, first ball from Mitch Southee this morning. Decided to go back and try and pull, stayed down a little bit and was caught plumb in front. Massive breakthrough for New Zealand.
.41 runs now. New Zealand are in front of Pakistan. This partnership, one of the keys, and then obviously to follow with Salman, who was the century maker in the first innings. Sold Shakil as well to follow. Southee. It's the difference between the leg spinner and the googly. I've highlighted this quite a lot with Abrar variations. Just see the back of the hand. It's one of the things you look for as a batter. Nothing else really changes there. Even the left hand, the fingers on the left hand in that sort of position. The hand for the leg spinner maybe just goes to the right of the body, and for the googly goes to the left of the body, but it's too late by that stage. If you're looking at that, your poles are everywhere.
Tom.
Just have a look at the left hand where it goes for the googly after the delivery. See the back of the hand on the right of the screen.
Well, his googly is a lot more effective purely because he falls away a little bit and he bowls very high arm. That's why his googly turns a bit more. But when he comes around the wicket, bowling to the left-hander, he creates that angle. And then he's getting a lot more than what he normally gets from the middle of the pitch.
And I think you've both said it at different stages this morning, Chris and Wakar. I'd love to see him bowl an over or 2 over the wicket for the left-handers. Just for the left-hander, just to change things up a touch. See whether he can get that googly running across, bring the slip into play. Whether there's any turn from the centre of the pitch at all.
I actually had a bit of a chat with him this morning and brought up that exact point, and he just felt that when him and Kane Williamson were batting out there yesterday, if he's coming over the wicket, he's going to be landing in the middle of the surface, and they thought that that was the easiest time to bat. Anything coming off the middle of the surface wasn't really offering any spin, and he just feels coming around the wicket with the variation in bounce and turn is his best chance. Just mentioned it might be worth just a couple of overs just to see. It's currently with Imam getting forward. Just doesn't look as though he can get him out LBW if he's on the front foot. There's one opportunity as if he goes back, which he's done a couple of times. But that over the wicket line just brings LBW into play for the left-hander.
I think that's the problem when he comes over the wicket. He struggles to control the length. See that one turned not from rough. That was hit the more slippery surface.
Bring the lure into the game there, boy. Beautiful sides. So good here, Ish.
Sarfraz will always look and search for a loose delivery. He will look to score runs quickly.
Clever. Very nicely played, but excellent piece of fielding as well. Glenn Phillips on the field again. End of the Sodhi over, 135 for 4.
Come on, Jesse. Come on, Jesse. Suck.
Naseem Shah just at the back of the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi.
Right there, Jesse. Don't mind that,
Just
Jess.
warming up.
Look at Jess.
Well, he's running in well, isn't he? He's going through the motions.
Saw Shahid Afridi out in the middle this morning, just talking to the ground staff. He promised the media yesterday that the second Test match pitch would be better. Better in what way was my question.
But that's where the question becomes tricky, or the answer becomes tricky. That when you say better, better means what? Is it going to be good to bat on, or is it going to be more spin or grass? I don't think there's going to be any grass on the pitch, because if you look at the square, most likely they'll be playing either left or right of the pitch, which they are playing right now. And if you go from if you're watching from this end where we're sitting, which is, so this one next to it, not the third from that, there's a little bit more grass on the pitch. Maybe they might leave a little bit of grass on it and make it hard, a bit more carry. Yeah, just right there where Imam is standing to his left.
Supposedly that's the surface to be used. I would suggest they don't get the mower out. That'll be the end of the over. 135 for 4. Whether they do get the mower out or not, we'll just wait and see. But yeah, my question was, it's all very well to say it'll be better, but better than what, and better in what way? Is it going to be better for batting, better for bowling, better for cricket in general? How will it be better? Would have been my question.
I'll give you the answer in a couple of days.
Come on, Ishi.
If it's me, I would leave it to the ground staff and ask them to prepare the best pitch for this ground, whatever this square offers. If it offers a good spinning pitch, make that one. Or if it's more bounce, go for it. But if when you start sort of telling the ground staff to do certain way or do certain things, and then, the nature of the surface doesn't change, and then if you make it dry, it dies away, which we're seeing right now. Even against England, it was very, very dry and very slow, because you take the grass off and you leave it under this steaming sun, and it gets very dry and it gets slow. Then it turns from the rough, which we're seeing right now, but it's very slow, still manageable.
Yes, Ish. Lovely, Ish. That's beautiful, Ish. So good, Ish. Love your work, boy. So good, Sides. Stay right there, Sides.
Not really going to do a lot apart from just maybe calm down some of those foot marks, but really doesn't do much because it is so hard in and around the area. The New Zealand players, Jazz Patel, talked about the fact that the foot marks were starting to produce a little bit of rough. There's something there, and that's what Ishodi's aiming for at the moment.
I think that's the area which he is really looking to target Ishodi. Nice and full, and he wants Imam to go through cover rather than playing onside or playing that mid-wicket region. Yeah, that's what he's looking for, and it's a dangerous stroke.
Won't mind that either. A little bit too close to be cutting. PCB shop, shop.pcb.com.pk. One day is coming up, of course, after this. Wear your passion. Grab your colours, get your shirts, caps, anything you like. Merchandise at the PCB shop. And get into your colours for the one-day internationals to follow. Drag down, and it will race away for 4. Another one for Sarfaraz.
I think he's quite enjoying it at this end. Sarfaraz getting some balls to hit from Sodhi. Also at the other end, he's getting balls just bowled outside leg stump. So here he gets the opportunity to go back to some normal batting. And he's done that so well today. Been disciplined, but been aggressive. Played to his strengths. Best way to put New Zealand back under a little bit of pressure is to score quickly. Sarfaraz has done that beautifully.
Well, Ishodi going around the wicket to Sarfaraz now. I think more than tactics, I think it's a comfort zone for Sodhi, because he's been bowling in that rough and he's had success and he's enjoying it from that angle. I think that's the reason he's going. Over the wicket, a few deliveries he's bowled, apart from a delivery which is bowled to Babar. Either he's been short or maybe a little bit wide outside the off stump. So this is his comfort zone. And I think it might work for him.
Over. 140 for 4.
Jesse, come boy.
.140 for 4, 50 overs have been bowled by New Zealand. Pakistan just 34 runs in arrears now.
Come on, Jesse.
Partnership very good, 40 from 65. Very good morning, Fazid Khan and Uruj Mumtaz.
Morning, Dooley. It's been good so far from Pakistan. 40 this partnership now. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. He uses his feet and he gets 6 for them.
Yeah, since Sarfaraz has walked in, it's been a change of tempo to the innings. Imam much more comfortable coming down the track to the left arm spin. And he's always aiming straight down the ground. He's very good at that. And it just seems that there's a shift in the way that Pakistan have batted since Sarfaraz has started attacking the spinners. It's been a good move to promote him in the order.
Also with that saw a couple of chances, half chances. Sometimes saw Imam got stuck a little bit to Sodhi. And like you say, Baz, ever since Sarfaraz has come in, Imam is also looking more confident. And confident looking for runs. And I like this from Pakistan now. 46 of 67, the partnership. Trail clicking away really quickly. Just 28 left off that.
Oh, Jazzy.
Or especially after you've lost Babar.
Yeah, it's a theme here. Sikandar and Aruj get stuck on one thing. They get stuck on strike rates always. Aruj will do that. Sikandar will do that. And I'll go a little further with the theme. Last day of Test match cricket this year. Final day where Pakistan want to save a Test match. Sarfaraz batting well. The entry for the crowd is free. And Karachi is still very consistent.
Thank you.
Oi.
146 for 4. With the 2 wickets to fall so far, but the runs have come as well for Pakistan. Day 5, first session here. Picked up the 2 wickets and one obviously of the night watchman, but then the big wicket of Babar once again falling to the googly. Ever since Sarfaraz has come in, he's played the leg spin really well. Excellent player of spin. And he's got deep backward square for the reverse, for the sweep. Pardon for Sarfaraz. And he wants another man close into the bat. Nichols to go under the helmet. On the offside, I reckon. In front of the bat. So 2 men catching. And the slip. Good field here for the leg spinner.
Oh, sorry, come boy.
Deep backward point as well. And nobody passed except for mid-off on the offside.
It's a game of patience now. As Sarfaraz, is he happy to continue to do that? And is Ish Sodhi happy to continue to bowl it there?
A lovely waiting game at the moment. From the angle around, Sarfaraz at the moment happy not to offer a shot. It's also because of the field that he's set, because he's put those men in on the leg side, square and behind.
What have you done? What are you doing?
What have you done? What are you doing?
Is it Tiger? You guys are a good people, man.
Just a few words being exchanged, and he's well in his right to.
Don't just wander out of your crease.
Yeah, and he's claiming that it's a dead ball. It's not a dead ball if that ball's still in play.
Absolutely, I think it's been settled now, but the keeper well in his right to run him out.
Come on, boys.
Probably could have a look as to was he actually out of his crease and how far out.
Good boy. Come boy.
Just wandering down the pitch there. Imam's saying, get back. I mean, he's right too. You just can't. I mean, it's a little bit of a, well, a moment, a brief moment from Sarfaraz.
Nicely timed into the offside, looking for two. I think the umpire, Alindar, has obviously probably gone around and told him that, listen, the ball is still in play and you could have been run out. That's when he's like, all right, okay, let's move on.
Come on, Ace. Come boy.
Just there, have a look at the keeper. Suddenly realizes, and Sarfaraz just in time.
Better throw from Daryl Mitchell as well.
Oh, that's a relay of information there that you could have been run out. Would have been in. Still.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just that line. Have a look at the field here. He's blocked the sweep option out. He's got fine leg, finer inside the ring. He's got deep backward point, finer. He's got square leg as well in a catching sort of position halfway. And then he's got mid wicket and a short leg. So the sweep or the paddle around the legs from that angle, Sarfaraz not getting involved in this line at the moment.
Catch it.
Still happy to keep it out. 148 for 4.
No. Delbert batting, he's not going for the. Yes, doesn't matter. Main thing is he's deliberate padding and he's not taking run. Get ball. Deliberate padding. भाई अब रन लेने नहीं जा रहे, मैं रन लेने नहीं जा रहा था भाई, deliberate padding इसी में ना पहले था, ये तो मैं बाहर आउट गया था।
Come on, Jesse boy.
मैदान पीछे हैं।
Nice take.
Yeah, Sensodyne sensitivity free moment because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Well, just through the stump mic, Salim Dar saying that because he's padded up and he's not attempting a run, so it was a dead ball.
Come on, Jess.
I'm not sure. I didn't know that. I think he knows it, so he just said that to Sarfaraz. The key thing is probably that he wasn't attempting a run.
Jesse boy.
Had the umpire called dead ball? I guess that's the question. If the umpire hasn't called dead ball at that stage, then he just cannot wander out of his crease.
We obviously up here didn't pick up on the dead ball call, but just confirmation there. And that's probably why Sarfaraz was getting a little bit agitated at that attempt. So correction from up here. Driven using his feet just for the one.
Now with Sarfaraz, with this over the wicket tactic, what Sarfaraz wants is something on the stumps to cut away. Doesn't want something on the stump that he wants to drive. So you could almost take a fielder from that leg side, maybe that mid wicket, or most probably that short fine, and put it at cover, and every now and then bowl a fuller delivery on the stumps, because he goes down leg, and he's hoping for something on the stumps to cut away off the back foot. That is his go-to shot. So something for New Zealand to maybe ponder. 149 for 4.
The bottom line important for Pakistan. They trail now by 25. And it's good to see a partnership of 49 between Imam ul Haq and Sarfaraz, both looking good. Imam's looking a lot more comfortable at the crease. Hit a glorious 6 using his feet. And Sarfaraz come out looking for runs. I don't think there's any bat in there. He loves to appeal, doesn't he? So he's gone up for pretty much everything.
You reckon we should have a bet on how many appeals through the day Sodi will go through?
I don't want to lose another dinner to you guys.
Has he taken you out for the dinner? Then Bazit, the one that Dooley lost the bet to?
Yeah, Dooley is very, very committed. He goes straight away. Didn't waste any time. And it was a nice dinner. Really nice. Japanese, not my cup of tea, but I was sat next to Dooley, which was good. Company was good. Sat next to Dooley and Sikandar. Rouge was obviously far away, so not a problem.
Has turned back in sharply.
After 4 plates of food, I'd hate to see what is your cup of tea if Japanese is not.
Yeah, I said not my cup of tea. Not my plate of food. So
Yeah, ordered 3 main courses just for himself, and nothing gets past Bazit. Big foodie here. Wrong one. Wrong one. Too far wide outside off stump. Better from Imam getting to the pitch of the ball. That also brings up the 50 partnership. It's been a good one and it's come off 88 deliveries now.
It's quietened everything down from New Zealand's point of view as well. They've been really good. Sarfaraz was aggressive at the start. Controlled aggression though. We'll say just played his favourite sweep shot and played it well. And it's just allowed Imam to continue what he is doing. 68 from 150. New Zealand have just, like the air has just been taken out of them a touch.
Especially when you get the big wicket of Babar. But Sarfaraz and Imam to control proceedings in the manner that they've done. Shifting the momentum towards Pakistan now. Teams are always thinking one after the other, especially when you get the big wicket off the captain. Oh, 150 for 4. 150 for 4. First session here on day 5. Imam brought up his half century and Sarfaraz has come in and he's played his shot and he's got Pakistan's trail now down to 24. It's been a good move to send in the experienced Sarfaraz, and he's showing his experience here. He's been calm at the crease. It's been a controlled innings, and every now and then he's gone up to Imam when he's been a bit of a struggle, just to have a word with him when he's been on the non-striker Sarfaraz. The waiting game continues. The waiting game of this outside leg stump line, and Sarfaraz not offering a shot, happy to keep it out at the moment. Oh, how close was that? How close was that? He's gone for the reverse, and I reckon it was very close to that leg stump.
This is tight. Misses it. And then doesn't have any cover. Yeah, it's probably a little further away than we both initially thought. But still an element of risk.
And you understand the line he's picking because he wants to take the LBW out of the occasion, not wanting to reverse sweep off the stumps. It's too far outside for him to reach that angle.
Come on, Jesse. Come on, and again, Jez.
Gives himself room, and Ijaz Patel happy to follow. In New Zealand innings, we saw a couple of reverse sweeps. Again, similar, too far outside their leg stump. It was Latham and Mitchell, both falling to the reverse sweep option. He's timed that nicely. Couple of runs. Looks for 3. Gets them comfortably in the end. End of the over, 154 for 4.
Come on, Jesse boy. Get some of it, Jesse. Toe.
154 for 4. Yeah, we see Wagner there on screen warming up. Just feel the spin is now playing into the hands of Pakistan. They're looking comfortable, both of them in the middle. Good ploy here. Keep Sodhi on. He looks probably the most effective at the moment, especially with a rough outside, the left-hander, and Imam continues to use his feet, provides that opportunity and bring in Wagner from the other end.
Punish, boy! Go, Tom!
Paddles and paddles it nicely. Boundary rider will cut it off.
Good call. Good call. Punish. Good fella.
Yeah, clever. And Tom Latham was going with the shot. Just that outstretched right hand was far enough away though.
It's time for a nice hot cup of tea. And a Tapal tea moment. The crowd and the fans have thoroughly enjoyed it.
Come on, boy. Boy!
Sarfraz 42 of 52, and whenever Sarfraz has played, there's been never an issue about his batting. Short, it is straight to the fielder, gone through the fielder, so he'll come back for two. Imam will feel that he missed out. But even when Sarfraz was playing consistently for Pakistan, there was never an issue with his batting at all, and he's become the highest scorer in terms of being a wicketkeeper, the highest amount of runs in Test match cricket for Pakistan during this game. He's gone ahead of Kamran Akmal. His 50th Test. Kamran Akmal played 53. But yeah, his batting was never an issue, and that's proof of that. Most runs by keeper batters, and he's just pipped Kamran Akmal. Average 37.64, which is very, very decent. Rizwan 38 and Sarfraz 37. So Pakistan have options, great options.
Go, Tom!
159 for 4.
Most run by keeper batters, and he's got the most runs. And something that you pick up on, Mohammad Rizwan, second last on that screen, has a similar average. Obviously lesser than half number of games, and there's debate around. Both can bat, absolutely no question of that fact. Rizwan having a bit of a dry patch. Is it a question of, in a 5-day game, do you go with the keeper who has the best keeping ability? Both can bat. Open question to Baz and Dooley both. If you were the captain of such a side, one of your keepers is having a bit of a bad patch, do you go with the best keeper in terms of keeping ability? Because no question, between the two of them, both can bat.
Always best keeper for me, particularly when you're playing a lot of spin. And that we've seen that come to fruition. It's all very well to be smart after the fact, but we have seen catches go down, stumpings missed.
And just on that, Blundell this year apparently hasn't missed a catch or stumping throughout the year. So if you're talking about best keepers through the year, I think Blundell is by far the one to have. It is an amazing stat. They claim, well, the statsman claim that he hasn't missed an opportunity, which is quite mesmerizing. He hasn't even had stumpings. It's not just the catches as he's taken, but he's not missed a stumping or a catch.
I absolutely agree. You go with, especially like you said, when there's spin on offer and in a 5-day game, where you saw Kane Williamson convert big 200. There was a tough chance when he was in 15. There was a fairly straightforward chance when he was 21. And it hurt Pakistan real bad. So in terms of keeping, Sarfaraz has probably let himself down by his standards. And what doesn't let you down is Sensodyne, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Good from Wagner, this. Just nice start. Ball is keeping quite low. You just got to hone in and around that off stump. Look for that little bit of movement. The odd one to keep really low.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to drag his end just where he invites Sarfaraz for that uppish drive. And Sarfaraz does like to reach for the ball and play through the offside, and in that sometimes does play away from his body.
Front foot check here, and I think it might be a no ball from Wagner. Striving for that extra pace. Yeah, just over.
That's a lovely line. That's the shape he's looking for. He's just come in with the angle and left Sarfaraz.
Yeah, exactly what he's looking for. And a little bit of bounce as well. I mean, I know it's only gone through just about below waist height, but that's quite a lot of bounce on this surface compared to others.
New Zealand will take that. And look at Sarfaraz as well, just as he hangs his bat out there. Acknowledging that delivery, but he'll have to be mindful here. Calling for two. Imam declines. Sarfaraz picking up on that movement and obviously coming down the track, moving across to the off stump as well.
It's length really, the balls that are reverse swing from that short of a length, even off the surface, if there's anything there, that has been the dangerous delivery. Whenever they've gone full or gone short, it's not been as potent. It's that particular length, just short of a length, keep banging it in there, and hopefully one nips back or just stays on course. Oh, got a bit of reverse swing. So if you get a lot of reverse swing, then you can go fuller. That is good signs for Wagner. 161 for 4. Sodhi goes again. His football has been good. He hasn't looked for the pull shot. He stayed with the ball when it's been slightly short. Tried to play it with a vertical bat, and it has worked. He's grown up on such pitches. He's grown up on pitches which are slow and low, and that's why he's so good. He talked about being so proficient with the sweep shot, and he says it's just because from day one he started playing it and he's developed it by just playing it every day. Imamo! Inside half of the bat. Lucky escape that time. Didn't go to that short mid wicket. Sodhi, yeah, just holds his head. He's almost through.
Yeah, so much better when he's looking to hit straight. Imam, yes, going with the spin. He just falls over and tries to muscle it. Oh, very close to short mid wicket there.
Now and then Imam do get a little frustrated, and he does come out of his crease and tries to put a bowler under pressure. I don't think this is the right time to do it. He's played so well in this innings so far. Pakistan will be requiring him to stay out there and bat as long as you can, and if you look to take kind of risk is taken from that rough region, very risky.
Yeah, but you talk to Imam and he says it's my shot, it's risk and reward. I'll come down the track every other delivery and try that shot. So kudos to him, because he still does carry on playing that shot. Yes, he might get out, but he still goes at the bowling. Yeah, there'll be times where the ball spins, or times that he doesn't get to the pitch, and times like the first innings where he hit it and got out. But what that does is that he'll get a delivery that's short enough to work leg side.
Well, Baz, I'm all for that shot, and I'm for it, that you got to stay positive. But sometimes the situation of the game demands that you need to just play some less shots. And I think playing from the rough, this sort of shot is a lot of risk involved. Pakistan losing wicket or two before lunch will put them back into same situation where they were earlier. Big appeal. And I feel that Sodhi thinks that it has spun and hit the back pad and might be just hitting the stumps. My feeling is hit the bat. Well, they're looking to go upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Front foot check. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm outrage, please. Just keep rolling. Flat line. Bat hit the trough. Satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Copy. Alex waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. I recommend you to stay with your original decision. Alex, you're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Missed by a long, long way. That is massive spin. 166 for 4.
Yeah, nobody expected the ball to spin that much. Oh, hit him inside of the back pad. I think that's what the Hawk's showing, and it is spun massively.
That's huge turn. That is absolutely huge turn. There are so many in the squad, no place in that dressing room. Keep her up. Run up to the stumps as Wagner bowls. Wagner wants Sarfraz now to stay in the crease. Last over. The previous over, Sarfraz came down the track to Wagner, so now he won't have the luxury, but he will try and get a single. Oh, he's dived back.
TV umpire to director. We have umpire review for run out at the wicket keeping end. Your best side on angle, please. Batsman is short of crease. He dives inside the crease, then bails removed. Satisfied? My decision for big screen is
Great dive. The right way to dive. It was a full stretch dive.
Wants a single this time and will make it. Another dive. Hands on heads. Bit of excitement, but he went straight away. Williamson thinks that maybe a direct hit and he was in business.
What's wrong with our wicket keepers? Normally it's Rizwan who's when he plays, he just throws himself all around. And Sarfraz, who's already struggling a little bit with his leg. We saw it in the previous inning, and just looking to take that cheeky single. It would have been very, very close. Once again, he had to really stretch hard, and landing on that hip. And a little bit of complaining that his hip is stiff again or tight. It would have been very, very close if that ball would have hit the stumps. 2 deliveries, 2 risks. He's hobbling again. Well, when he hobbles, he plays much better.
Now, just keep an eye out for reverse swing. And the field set with that 2 catches on the leg side, short mid-wicket. 2 of them in place. And he'll just hone in, he'll try and swing the ball back into those pads, that front pad.
Well, the most surprising part for me this morning was Jas Patel's bowling. He didn't bowl the way New Zealand were expecting. He didn't get enough spin. He tried out of the rough also. It's very easy to play.
Nicely punched. The balance is good.
Mm.
And with reverse swing, you need to have good balance. It's not about planting your front foot, and it's about just being in a position to just wash the ball onto the bat. And Imam did that beautifully.
Yeah, we might see Jas Patel bowling soon. I thought Bracewell would have been pretty handy. He picked up the first wicket of Noman, and then he bowled a couple of loose deliveries, was taken off the attack, and then Ijaz was...
Whipped leg side. Timing's good. Placements good as well. He'll come back for 2. Pakistan trail by 4.
Well, 6 balls been bowled, and I think Aleem Dar is still waiting. He may be thinking that there's another ball still to be bowled, but no. 6 balls been bowled, 170 for 4. He should stop diving. Every time Sarfraz looked to dive, he get that hip stretched. He's been having issues with the hip, and I had to call Cliff, the physio, who does a magic with him, and fix it in no time. On the ground again, Sarfraz, who's played beautifully and got runs at a good pace. 48 of 65 deliveries with 6 boundaries. So this partnership has really made Pakistan camp a lot more comfortable than what they were when they lost Babar and Noman. At the time, it seemed that things are going to slip away from Pakistan. But this partnership has really comforted them now. Only 4 runs behind. Still to be bowled 62 overs. So still pretty open game. 2 wickets fell this morning. It was Noman, the first one. Bracewell coming round the wicket and straightening the ball right in front of the stumps. Umpire have no issue at all to give that out. And then Babar once again trying to pull. He had a couple of boundaries when he was pulling Bracewell earlier. It was the first delivery he saw the ball, and right on the money. Still to come Shakil, Salman. Still plenty of batting. Around about 13 minutes to lunch. Pakistan would not like to lose any more wicket before lunch.
A couple of close calls. Went back, dived away, and made his crease. This one, he knew he was in trouble, so the big dive came out. That's why he's on the floor yet again, getting attention to that hit. But Sodhi 2 for 44. He's been the pick with Bracewell, 2 for 37. Wagner just a couple of overs now. New Zealand will be thinking about where they go next, because this partnership, if they break this partnership quickly, they're in with a chance. But what this partnership is doing is getting runs quickly. They've scored 70 of 120. So that means 70 of 20 overs. So they're going at 3.5, which is a fair clip. And Sarfraz 48 of 65. He's made sure that with his positive intent, New Zealand has had to change their tactics, and it's worked so far. for Pakistan. Sarfraz is back up and he's ready for more. What happened in the first innings that he put the sweep shot away once he got injured. Will it happen again? Will he now just rely on playing it through the offside or playing it without those sweeps and reverse sweeps? Well, Sodhi continues from round the wicket. I haven't seen Sodhi go over the wicket. That'll open up a few more options. We saw last over around the wicket, hit the pad, the review, and the ball missed by quite a distance. From round the wicket, the angle created and the turn makes the ball go down leg side. But he's persisting from there. Maybe a couple of overs from over the wicket to Imam especially. Bring in that LBW also. Also create a bit of an angle, maybe just toss one outside off stump. Play around with that, but yeah, persisting just from this particular angle is Sodhi. Imam's off this time. And a direct hit, but it seems that he's made it comfortably.
Yeah, good calling. As Imam played that ball, because he was in the momentum coming forward, he's using his crease. It was easier to just complete the run quickly. Straight away, as he played that shot with the same momentum, he said, yes, let's go. And did it with ease, very comfortably home.
Oh, that's no. Let me stay.
Still surprised thinking about that run.
There's always something about right at the end of the session, something happens. Not only Pakistan, but most of the teams we've seen that they just either start getting panic or they start looking to score quickly. Once again, the calling, both of them waiting in the middle of the pitch. Yeah, it's a risky one when you run and stop. Lucky that the fielder couldn't stop the ball, otherwise would have been in some sort of trouble.
Oh, quicker one, almost through, jammed down on it at the very last moment. The flipper produced by Sodhi and almost sneaked through. 173 for 4.
Experience coming into play from Sarfraz. It was a flipper, it was quick, 93 kilometers an hour. And as he saw the ball skids through, he made sure that he brings the bat down quickly and didn't play with the angle bat. Fine bowling by Sodhi this morning.
And 73 the partnership. Sarfraz promoted up the order in front of South Shakil, and he's made sure that Pakistan have scored at a fair clip. Imam just some kind of light that's flashing in his eyes.
That flashlight is of the studio, which is situated at more or less a cover area. I'm really amazed if Imam is looking that way while facing the ball, because that studio is more or less at cover, extra cover maybe.
Batting is a very difficult art. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You have to be aware of whatever is happening. So he's spot on with concentration. He's even looking at extra cover. Every angle is covered. Oh, down the leg side. He's got that right. Well, he's got that wrong, and really wrong by his signal, but there was no chance. And Pakistan now in the lead.
Well, Imam has fixed his concentration by getting that light switched off. But Wagner has just gone the other way. Last delivery, lights were off. Don't think this pace is going to harm Imam. It's a lunchtime, but also you can enjoy the Tapal tea moment.
Yeah, just on that reverse swing, he is getting a bit of shape. Maybe the length is wrong. Maybe he just go back of a length and try and bowl there. So far it's been full, and Imam has been very comfortable even on the onside and the offside. It's just slightly too full. And you've talked about this at length, that if you have a lot of pace, if you're in the high 140s or 150, you can venture full with an old ball which doesn't have a lot of pace in it. And once you're getting reverse swing, if you're mid 130s or even mid 120s, you need to be more length rather than full.
That's not good from Wagner. When you bowl fuller, you do see a little bit extra swing, and that encourages you to bowl little fuller. But when you don't have pace behind it, nowadays you saw Imam just want all the lights being switched off. He's focusing so hard. So that sort of pace is not going to really harm him that much, unless the length is a little short. Even this one is too full, I would say.
Pakistan lead by 4.
Change bowling, right arm over.
Yeah, almost time for lunch, probably the last over as that clock ticks away. Couple of minutes to lunch. And Bracewell into the attack for this final over before lunch. And elongated session due to Friday and Friday prayers. So Pakistan, if they don't lose the wicket, will be pretty satisfied with the way things have gone, the way this partnership especially has gone. Yeah, too short, turn leg side. He's timed that pretty well. And come back for the third.
Feeling around the camp or the ground or even the com box was that once they pick up Babar's wicket, it will be tough for Pakistan. But these two have played so nicely, building up this partnership under pressure. When bowlers were on top, they lost 2 quick wickets. The stay for Babar at the crease was pretty short. Yeah, that's a good length. That's where you need to be as an off spinner. Earlier I thought Bracewell was a little too quick and a little too straight. Or maybe 5th stump or 6 stumps outside the off stump.
Yeah, this is good. Drag Sarfraz outside that off stump and be foolish rather than short. You've seen Sarfraz struggle with that hip, so maybe Sarfraz will not take to sweeping. So it is a good line. Just drag him outside off. Get the ball to spin back from there. Full this time. But you wouldn't mind that. You don't mind him playing through the offside, driving through the offside. This one just turning back, but the line is good. Sarfraz has to play at it because the ball's spinning back in.
And also, I think he needs to bring that gully fielder a little bit squarer. Maybe because from that line, that length, even if it turns, I doubt that the ball will sort of go so fine. So he's got to come a little bit straighter. Stay on that line, that crease line. It has to really turn big to get to Tom Latham there.
Well, Sarfraz stays on 49. He'll go to lunch on that score. Pakistan have done very well after they had lost Babar and Numan. These two have put on 81 in good time. And it's been largely due to Sarfraz's impetus into the innings. He came out positive and he stayed that way, and it's now looking slightly more comfortable as Imam and Sarfraz go to lunch. Pakistan lead by 7.
Yeah, the runs came at a good rate, 3.35, and thanks to Sarfraz, the way he batted, a very good strike rate. He's on 49 with 67.12, and a wonderful partnership between these two. They complement each other really, really well. The only thing they've got to be a little cautious and be careful is the running between the wicket. He saw the ball very, very nicely. A little bit disappointed by Ajaz Patel, but this man has really troubled both these batsmen. Babar very, very happy. Rizwan in the balcony, just welcoming the guys because things were very difficult out there. They took Pakistan out of some sort of trouble. They're not totally out of trouble. Lead of 7 at the moment. They've got to carry on batting. Still decent numbers of batsmen to come. Shakil, Salman Agha, they're both in good form. So Pakistan will be breathing a lot better.
And New Zealand tried a couple of wickets up front, and then it's been this partnership. They're still going to lunch in fairly good position, but it's been all about the way Sarfraz has played in this first session, day 5. Imam ul Haq has just carried on, 81 not out. Sarfraz 49 not out, 2 wickets to fall. Numan and Babar. Babar was the big wicket, and after that things have been calmed down by Imam and Sarfraz. Just testament to that is partnership 81 of 138 deliveries. That means that they're going at a decent run rate as well, so that has wiped away New Zealand's lead. Couple of wickets for Bracewell and a couple of wickets for Sodhi. None for Saudi, Ijaz or Wagner. The day started off with the night watchman Oman and Imam. Imam edged one through the slips early on, went to the boundary. And then Oman Ali dismissed with a good piece of bowling. Quicker through the air, beat him on the inside, struck the pad and was hitting the stumps. Babar then enjoyed a couple of pull shots to the fence. But when Sodhi was brought on, he missed that pull shot, or was maybe skidding on, staying slightly low, the length too full. But that was a huge moment in the game. Sarfraz promoted up the order, started off with boundaries of the fast bowlers and then spinners, and then he played around in the crease as well. He's attacking against spin. Streaky little shot by Imam, and then he got the measure of actually dancing down the track. And Sarfraz came in, Imam batted better. Imam always is going to come at you with coming down the track. Sarfraz, well, it's always busy. That almost a chance of a run out, but the partnership led Pakistan to lunch, and Pakistan now are in the lead by 7 runs, and that is due to the fact that it is an 81-run unbeaten partnership. And as we go into lunch, Pakistan breathing slightly better in terms of where the game is at. We'll be back just after 45 minutes or so.
Early breakthroughs for New Zealand, getting Noman, the night watchman, and then the big one, Babar Azam for Saudi. Then the partnership, Imam getting to his 50s, still batting strong, 81 not out. Quick look at the match summary. In this session, Pakistan have batted 104 runs. They now lead by 7. Important is the partnership of 81 between Imam, who's not out 81, Sarfaraz not out 49. Hello and welcome. This is the afternoon Innovex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We'll talk a lot about the first session that we've seen on day 5. I've got Uruj Mumtaz, Simon Dole alongside me. When we started off the day, I was giving a percentage, win percentage, which was calculated, Pakistan 0.5%, and then New Zealand was 22, and a draw was 52.5. Do you see those numbers changing on any side?
More towards a draw, I reckon now. Just the way the partnerships build up. Yes, they got Babar's wicket, but the way Sarfaraz and Imam have come out and they've looked to bat and looked fairly comfortable. I think they'll just bat. It also depends on how quickly they score in the session to come and whether they are going to be brave enough to then dangle the carrot for the last, say, 20 overs, leave 140 to chase. I don't know, but more so looking at the way the Pakistan playing, probably a draw.
When you look at the first session, if you're Tim Southee, is there any cause of concern for you, or you're pretty happy? Bat on.
Yeah, I think they went searching. They went searching for wickets, which is the right thing to do. While Pakistan were behind, they needed to be aggressive and search for wickets. I think what Sarfaraz did, along with Imam, in being a little more aggressive, was really good from a Pakistan point of view. So, look, I would have preferred to see Ish Sodhi bowl a little more over the wicket to the right-hander and to the left-handers, but that didn't happen. I think New Zealand picked up the key wicket, which we thought was going to be Babar. Pakistan promoting Sarfaraz ahead of Sod Shakil, I thought was a very good move, a brave move, but that's paid off well. So I don't think New Zealand could have done a lot differently. And, it's turning into a very interesting time. I don't know that Pakistan would be brave enough to give away any sort of an opportunity for New Zealand in the first Test match. If they get out of this with a draw, I think it's a great result.
When you look at this Test match from a viewer's point of view, or fan mode, I'd say the two captains getting together and saying, this has been cooking for 4 days and a session. Let's have one session each competition out there.
Only if you would, right? And if you wish you could, for the entertainment of Test cricket, as we call it. But yeah, I don't think any of that is going to happen. I think, like I said, and Dooley agrees as well, whether it will be a matter of whether Pakistan will be brave. It's a funny thing, it can change in a matter of moments, but I really don't see all of that happening out, and Pakistan will probably just look to bat it out.
Pakistan have managed to replicate what happened in the first innings. They got Babar very early in the first innings as well, at the start of the day, and then the partnership. Similar things have happened. They've not just been able to close things down or probably just shut them in a particular session.
Yeah, 2 short sessions remaining. We had a big long session, of course, that first one. So 2 sessions of an hour and 45. It's going to come down to overs left. But if they bat really well for this session, the game is pretty much safe, you would imagine, because they'll be far enough in front that New Zealand won't tend to go for it too much. And New Zealand need to go bang, bang. They need wickets very quickly in this second session, probably 2 in the first 20, 25 minutes to give themselves any glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it just becomes probably too tough. I think, as I say, I think Pakistan have dealt with things really well. I thought Babar would have been the key. And when he walked back into that dressing room relatively early, I think there might have been some jitters, some panic. And that's why you send us an experienced Sarfaraz out there and you say, listen, just go out there and just change the tone of this New Zealand side a little bit, and he did exactly that.
So I guess it won't be wrong before we get to our top performer that a direct order would be just bat New Zealand out of the game, as long as you don't lose that draw is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be my call.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the first session on day 5. It's Imam ul Haq, not out 81. He's our top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, he had a few early hiccups. This was from yesterday when he tried to go one after outside off stump, made the adjustment to come down with the line. And what he does exceptionally well, and he's done that throughout his career, is he uses his feet so very nicely. I think that's the key. He kept his composure, and even with the ball dragging around a bit every now and then, he did well.
This is Imam scoring here, and no surprises that the spin has been tackled by playing a lot of sweeps, reverse sweeps. That's why you see a lot of scores on either side of the wicket behind the square. Top performer, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Okay, let's look at the fall of wickets. There were just two. One was a night watchman, but the key is Babar Azam and his struggle against the googly. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, they needed to get rid of the night watchman very, very early, and that was exactly what happened. Michael Bracer with a really good delivery turn. I mean, that was hitting the middle of middle, so no problems with that at all, and very good from Numan. I mean, I think he wanted to review, he thought about the review, but it was a good decision not to take it because it would have just been a waste. And then this, a beauty from Ish Sodhi. Haven't quite seen enough of that this morning, but it was a terrific delivery. Baba's continued struggles with that wrong and didn't pick it or just played the wrong shot to it, I think was the key.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. You look at Baba's dismissals, there's a similar pattern. The early part of his career we saw in the PSL, he was dismissed to Shadab's Rongan, and then in the Asia Cup, Asaranga got him. In the World Cup final, Adil Rashid got him. So there is something that just either he doesn't pick it, okay, he's so right about that, there's probably short selection or it was a shorter delivery in length, but he couldn't pick it, went under the bat. But what do you notice about Babar and his worries against that ball that comes in?
I think once it happens quite often and it sort of keeps repeating from other teams, everyone picks up on it. And I think every now and then he's also waiting for that wrong one to come in. Now, I don't know, you can probably ask him whether he picked it or not, but then he just needs to be mindful of when it does come in. Even against the World Cup final, he was trying to force the issue to Adil Rashid where it popped back into his hand. I think that's where he needs to be careful of. Obviously, try and focus on the hand, pick it, and if he does pick it on the slowish wicket, it still provides him time. Every time you've seen him trying to muscle it through or it hurries on to him, probably straight over the bat. Easier said than done, but it's something which obviously now teams are now picking up on in terms of a mode of dismissal for one of the best in the going.
When you look at Sarfaraz's innings, 49 not out, Simon, you just see a bit of shade and reflection of what Darren Mitchell did. He came and he handled the second new ball. Sarfaraz hit Patel 3 boundaries, so he took the battle to the opposition.
Yeah, New Zealand are on a high. As soon as they dismiss the night watchman quickly and as soon as they get Bubba relatively early in innings, they're on a high. They are, they're up, their voices are up, everyone's talking, and then Sarfaraz comes out. He just plays some really nice shots, uses his sweep very well. It's one of his most powerful shots. I think he manoeuvred around the crease really well. And it was a controlled aggression, I think is the way I would put it. It's very controlled. He played the right shots to the right deliveries. He just took off from where he started in the first innings and put what happened behind the stumps behind him, which he needed to, because he didn't have a great game. Didn't have a great innings behind the stumps with those stumpings and the catches, the review that he didn't go for. He needed to get rid of that out of his mind, and he did exactly that with the bat. He's done the same thing. The important thing for both these players is post-lunch. If Pakistan were to lose 1 or 2 wickets after lunch, then they're right back under pressure again. So both these players, vastly experienced Sarfaraz and Imam, who's set now and should go on to make a big 100, they need to start again. They need to make sure that they start again in the right fashion after lunch and then just make it safe. Take all the jitters away from the dressing room. The last thing they want, we saw through the England series, didn't we? There was moments where a wicket fell and all of a sudden it was a collapse.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing Pakistan need. A draw is a great result for them after what they've been through against England and after New Zealand getting a big lead. A draw is a great result.
I think it's a smart move, whoever took that decision, sending Sarfaraz up the order to tackle and play that sweep shot, which he plays very well, and holding left-hander Saud Shakil back.
There's reason why it's called experience, and let's not forget all his domestic cricket he's played here. This is his home ground. He knows his surface better than anyone else. And what was interesting to pick up on was, like Dooley said, he put the behind the stumps drama behind him. But when he came out to bat, he looked very confident. He looked very settled. Imam at the other end was getting a few to nip back here and there, got an inside edge that missed the stumps. But Sarfaraz just carried on his merry way, liked the form in the first innings, brought that through. I think experience pays off, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does indeed. Speaking of experience, I'm going to ask you, and Tim Southee's forgotten Neil Wagner. 1 for 66 in the first innings, but what do you think is the strategy behind that? They didn't bowl him yesterday. Again, today he's just been put in the backbench.
Yeah, a little bit of reverse swing, I think, would be the key. That's why they've gone to him a little bit more. He's just getting the shape. I liked when he was around the wicket. The ball was staying a little bit low for Wagner. I like that to the right-hander in particular, to Sarfraz. So if he can continue to just bowl a tidier line, when he came over to the lefties, I thought he just lost his shape a little bit and fired a few down leg side to Imam. So around the wicket, even if he stays around to the left-hander, I don't actually mind that. Set a quite a strong left leg side field and target those pads, target the stumps from around the wicket with a little bit of that reverse swing. I don't have a problem with that. I've got to probably use him a little bit more just in short, sharp spells. Yeah. That'll be the key. And the skipper himself. He's going to have to maybe start again after lunch and just see if he can find a little bit of that reverse swing. The odd ball, maybe like Mohamed Wasim bowled, that just was back of a length and skidding on a touch. It's New Zealand's job to try and get these wickets now. They've got a couple of days rest after this. They've been in, they've had a rest for 2.5 days. So they should be really still fit and healthy and ready to go.
A quick question before we head to the break. New Zealand's point of view, Pakistan, of course, knows that winning is a very, very, thin chance. But when New Zealand knows they can win this, do you think there's a little bit of added pressure on Tim Southee that we need to, grab that opportunity? Or you feel it's just waiting game?
It's a bit of both. I don't think it's pressure, and I don't think he'll feel any pressure. It's just a matter of there's an opportunity, and a genuine opportunity to win the game this morning. And they would have felt that opportunity was a lot better once Bubba was dismissed. And then there's always going to be a partnership today. I think they probably talked about it this morning. There'll be a period of the game where we feel like Pakistan are getting back into it or getting on top. Don't lose heart, because one brings two brings three. Then all of a sudden we're into the bowlers, and the spin becomes much more difficult to play when you're bowling against the lower order batters and the lower order players. So I don't think they can lose heart, and they won't lose heart. It's just a matter of, it's just made it a little bit more difficult now with the rate at which Pakistan scored those runs.
104 runs in this session, and Pakistan lost Babar Azam. You'd say shared session, or you'd still give it to New Zealand?
I think
Babar's wicket.
I think Pakistan session. I'd say Pakistan sessions for sure, because yes, you picked up Babar, but it's what happened after, and the manner with which it's happened. I think is Pakistan session. Fair to say.
Okay. Time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll discuss the sessions that are supposed to come now. That will be session 2 on day 5, and lots of other things that we'd like to share with you. So don't go away. Okay, time for us now on the show in Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio to share some moments. Before the start of the series, I had the opportunity of catching up with Imam ul Haq and talk about his good run in test matches recently and, of course, his life as a cricketer from the time he started. So, have a listen. मेरे साथ आप जिसको बैठा देख रहे हैं इनको कोई इंट्रोडक्शन की मतलब क्या दूं मैं कहाँ से स्टार्ट करूं इनकी परफॉर्मेंस एज अ प्लेयर या इनका नाम जो है एक लेगेसी है इनकी फैमिली की सारी चीज़ें ऑफ कोर्स जो भी हैं वो इमाम उल हक की ही हैं और इमाम को मैं सबसे पहले तो थैंक यू बोलूँगा ज्वाइन करने का। इमाम मैं यहीं से स्टार्ट करता हूँ आपने जाके इंजी भाई को कभी बोला यार कितने फंसा दिया लोग कंपेयर करते रहते हैं और इसको हैंडल बड़ा अच्छा किया आपने ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। मैंने इस चीज़ को नोटिस किया एज एन इंडिविजुअल मैं कहूँगा आपको मैंने डोमेस्टिक में भी देखा एज अ प्लेयर या एज ए प्लेयर भी छोड़ दें एज एन इंडिविजुअल इसको कैसे एब्जॉर्ब करते हैं जो कभी कभार लोग ज़्यादा ही कर देते हैं।
सिकू भाई थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग। पहली बात आई लव योर वॉइस आई लव योर वॉइस बहुत डिफरेंट है और मुझे बहुत पसंद है।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
और कमिंग बैक टू दिल काफ़ी सच बताऊं तो काफ़ी दफ़ा किया है कि चाचू को बोलूं कि यार मेरी क्या गलती थी। लेकिन देखें कुछ चीज़ें सिकू भाई आपकी लाइफ में ऐसी आती हैं जो अनवांटेड होती हैं और वो आनी होती हैं अल्लाह की तरफ से। और सच बताऊं मेरे से सवाल बहुत किए कि आपने हैंडल अच्छा किया। टू बी ऑनेस्ट मैंने हैंडल नहीं किया। मतलब खुद ब खुद एक चीज़ फ्लो में चल रही थी तो मतलब उस पर मुझे डाउट ज़रूर बहुत ज़्यादा आते थे। बट सच बताऊं मुझे मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन था नहीं। मतलब मुझे बस यही बिलीव था कि यार मुझे ये पता था कि मैं बहुत लंबे प्रोसेस से आया हूँ। मतलब 2 वर्ल्ड कप्स मैंने अंडर 19 के खेले थे। आई हैव स्कोर्ड 1000 runs in under 19 cricket. I was the vice captain, played under 16, played 45 first class games. Then I got a chance. और जिस सीज़न में आया उस सीज़न भी मेरी 50 की एवरेज थी इन कायदे आज़म ट्रॉफी। तो ये मुझे ज़रूर पता था इस चीज़ का। बट ऑब्वियसली इट वाज वेरी न्यू कि जब मैं आया तो वो सारी चीज़ें तो मैं हैंडल नहीं कर पाया। मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा मुझसे हैंडल नहीं हुआ था। पहले
रिएक्ट किया था बैल्कनी।
हाँ जी नहीं वो तो बहुत काफ़ी हुआ था। लेकिन वो ये था कि शुरू में और उसके बाद रिएक्ट मतलब मुझे समझ ही नहीं आया कि व्हाट टू डू। बट ये है कि अल्लाह का करम है मेरे ख्याल से। आई वांट टू मेंशन बाबर नेम हेयर। बहुत उसका रोल है हमारी फ्रेंडशिप का। उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा रोल है हम दोनों का। और ही ऑलवेज सपोर्टेड मी और उसने हमेशा ही क्योंकि उसके साथ मैं बहुत क्रिकेट खेला हूँ और ये वाइस वर्सा था कि जब उसको डाउट्स आते थे तो हम दोनों की आपस में हमेशा ये बात होती थी कि यार अगर अल्लाह ने हमें चांस दिया है तो वी बिलोंग टू दिस अरीना और हमने कुछ स्पेशल करना है। तो बस बाकी अल्लाह की कोशिश थी। अल्लाह ने मतलब इज़्ज़त देनी थी फैमिली की और पेरेंट्स की बहुत सपोर्ट थी। बस हमारी फैमिली में ये ज़रूर था कि आपने काफ़ी मैचेस चाचू के भी देखे होंगे। हमारी एक फैमिली में ये है कि हम मतलब वी आर लाइक फाइटर्स। हम छोड़ते नहीं हैं इतनी आसान से चीज़ों को। हमारे फैमिली में भी एक है कि कोशिश करते हैं कि ज़ोर लगाते हैं जितनी कोशिश कर सकते हैं। तो बस कोशिश थी कुछ फ्रेंडशिप और कुछ लोगों के आसपास जो सराउंडिंग थी। मेरे ख्याल से आजकल मतलब अभी मैं आने से पहले मैं वो टूर्नामेंट देख रहा था टीवी पे। वहाँ पे आजकल बहुत हमारे जो लेजेंड के उनके बेटे जो है काफ़ी क्रिकेट में आ रहे हैं। तो मुझे डर भी लगता है और मैं उनके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा दुआगो भी हूँ कि वो जब आएँ तो अल्लाह ताला उनके लिए आसानी पैदा करे।
अच्छा बड़ा टफ होता है क्योंकि लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि जो इंजी भाई ने किया वो आप भी करें। हालांकि आप 2 डिफरेंट इंडिविजुअल्स हैं। 2 डिफरेंट इंडिविजुअल्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ्स एंड वीकनेसेस एज अ प्लेयर सब कुछ होता है। लेकिन वक्त के साथ साथ आपने अब आज अपना नाम खुद का बना लिया है आई थिंक एंड वो अब आपको वो प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं होती होगी। लेकिन आप अपने आप को किस कैटेगरी में देते हैं? कुछ प्लेयर ऐसे होते हैं जो कहते हैं कि जी मैंने अपनी प्रेजेंस फील करवानी है वेदर इट्स टेकिंग योर अपोजिशन हेड ऑन या आप कहते हैं कि मैं अपना सर झुका के अपने काम करूँ जो है रन्स बनाना एंड आई डोंट वांट एनी एक्स्ट्रा स्पॉटलाइट ऑन मी।
देखें चाचू जैसे तक तो नहीं पहुंच सकता मेरे ख्याल से। ही वॉज वेरी गॉड गिफ्टेड और लाइक वन ऑफ द
आज भी बड़ा मार रहा है।
हाँ जी वो मतलब बहुत मैच विनर थे काफ़ी। उनमें अल्लाह ने बहुत एबिलिटी दी थी। बट सिकू भाई मतलब शुरू से मेरी कोशिश थी टू बी अ समथिंग स्पेशल कि कुछ पाकिस्तान के लिए स्पेशल करना है। पता नहीं था कि टैलेंट कितना है कितना नहीं है। बट एक अंदर से जो होता है ना जब टेप बॉल खेलते हैं घर में खेलते हैं क्लब में तो एक वो अंदर से एक आवाज़ अपनी तरफ से आती थी कि यार कुछ ना कुछ स्पेशल करना है अपने ना कंट्री के लिए। तो बस उसी रेस में बस चलता रहा और कि बस यार कुछ अल्लाह ऐसा करवा दे कि जिससे मैं और पाकिस्तान का फ़ायदा हो जाए किसी ना तरह। तो वो मोटिवेशन बहुत मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और मैं अब जब मतलब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 7 साल होने वाले हैं 6 साढ़े 6 साल हो गए पाकिस्तान से खेलते हुए 80 मैचेस हो गए। तो अब ये होता है कि अब मुझे ऐसा लगता है स्टेज पे हूँ कि मुझे अब डोमिनेट करना है। अब मेरी अब बॉडी लैंग्वेज और मेरी थिंकिंग जो है आपको पता है वेरी करती है थिंकिंग आपके कैरियर के साथ साथ। तो जैसे ही मतलब जब मैं मतलब टीम में मुझे एक वो रिस्पेक्ट मिली कि जब एज अ सीनियर प्लेयर का आपको मिलता है तो बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज साथ आती हैं। तो अब मेरी कोशिश होती है कि यार जब मैं जाऊँ तो ऑब्वियसली प्रेजेंस शो कराऊँ कि अब जितना भी खेलूँ ना, नॉट ऑलवेज, यू कैन नॉट ऑलवेज अमंग्स द रन्स, बट जितना खेलूँ 35 करूँ, 75 करूँ, इवन 15 करूँ, तो हाँ एक प्रेजेंस फील होगा, आई वांट टू टेक ऑन नाउ। अब मेरी ये ज़रूर मेंटालिटी है और मेरी कोशिश होती है कि जो है द वर्ड आई स्टार्ट फ्रॉम माई इनिंग्स, कितना भी खेलूँ तो पूरी कोशिश हो कि जो है बॉलर्स को टेक ऑन
करूँ। 2022 आपका बड़ा अच्छा साल रहा है टेस्ट क्रिकेट में, 55 की एवरेज रही है। अपने आप में आप कह सकते हैं कि बेस्ट आपका ईयर रहा है इन योर करियर इन टर्म्स ऑफ रेड बॉल क्रिकेट?
देखें, रेड बॉल क्रिकेट का ऑब्वियसली मेरे लिए मुझे बिल्कुल लगता है 2020 बहुत लकी रहा। और देखें, टू बी ऑनेस्ट आई विल बी वेरी, मैं बहुत मैं आपसे बहुत ऑनेस्ट हूँ, सही परफॉर्मेंसेस तब पता चलेंगे जब वी विल गो अब्रॉड। मेरे गोल्स शुरू से जो है एज अ फैमिली से हमें जब मिलता है तो हमें सुनने को मिलता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा चाचों की तरफ से हमें वो था कि गोल्स जल्दी सेट नहीं करने और जितनी जल्दी सेटिस्फाई नहीं होना। तो मेरी कोशिश है कि ये जो रन्स मैंने होम कंडीशंस में कर रहा हूँ इसको अवे में भी करने हैं, और ये एक मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। और उसके लिए एक हमें सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ समझ आती है, दैट इज़ हार्ड वर्क, और वो मेरी कोशिश होती है। बट येस, अगर आप होम कंडीशंस में रन्स देखें तो मैं कहूँगा कि हाँ जी, आई एम वेरी सेटिस्फाइड कि बहुत अच्छा सीज़न का। बट ये है कि दुख ज़रूर है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड, हमारे पास बहुत अच्छा मौका था एज एन इंडिया। अगर मैं आपको मतलब बताऊँ कि हमने वो देखें टॉप की साइड्स हैं, अच्छा भी खेले हैं, बट मेरे ख्याल से हमारे पास ज़रूर चांसेस थे बहुत ज़्यादा उनको हराने के। तो ये परफॉर्मेंसेज अगर मैच विनिंग हो और टीम सीरीज़ जीते तो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत स्पेशल होता है।
मैं एक्चुअली यही पूछने वाला था, आपके हिसाब से एज पाकिस्तान ओपनर कहाँ गलतियाँ हुई कि इंग्लैंड में हमें लगा हम पिंडी बचा जाएंगे, मुल्तान भी ऐसी सिचुएशन आ गई थी, और होता है ना साथ साथ वो आपको चांस भी दे रहे हैं
बिल्कुल
ओपन। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि कौन सी कोई स्ट्रैटेजीज थी या गेम पेस इतनी ज़्यादा थी कि हम कैच अप नहीं कर पा रहे थे?
सिकंदर भाई, मतलब जब मैं पिंटी टेस्ट को साइड पे कर दूंगा, क्योंकि वो तो जब पहली इनिंग्स में आपको 500 हो जाए ना तो आप कैचअप गेम खेलते हो। पहले हमें 1.5-2 दिन बैटिंग करनी थी, बट उसमें भी हमारे पास पूरा चांस था जो कि हम अवेल नहीं कर पाए।
579 तो कर गए
जी
थे।
बिल्कुल, एग्जैक्टली। तो मैं इस सीरीज़ में अगर आप देखें, हमारा शाहीन अनफिट था, और हमारे साथ हसन अली भी नहीं था इस सीरीज़ में। तो हमारे दो मेन बॉलर्स जो पिछले साल से हमारे आउट करके दे रहे थे तो वो नहीं थे। तो हमारे इस सीरीज़ में बहुत सारे डेब्यूटेंट्स थे जो ख़ास तौर पे बॉलिंग में थे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा, जब हमारी इस सीरीज़ से पहले मीटिंग भी हुई थी तो हमने कहा था बैट्समैन को स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा, एंड यू एक्सपेक्ट दैट कि हमारी बैटिंग अच्छी है और हमारी इन कंडीशंस में बहुत सूटेबल। तो मैंने पहले भी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी ये बोला कि मैं बैटिंग को ब्लेम करूँगा कि जहाँ पे 60s हुए हैं, जहाँ पे 100s हुए हैं, वहाँ पे। और बहुत ज़्यादा एक सिचुएशन आई है बहुत दफ़ा कि जहाँ से डिसाइड होना था कि वेदर वो लेके जाएंगे मैच या हम लेके जाएंगे, और उसमें मोस्टली हमने ही गलती की और हमने उनको मैच दे दिया इन टर्म्स ऑफ बैटिंग। तो हमने बैटिंग में बहुत मिस्टेक्स की हैं, बॉलिंग में तो ऑब्वियसली मैं वो कह रहा हूँ की ही है, इसमें कोई शक
आपका
की बात
रिएक्शन मैं देखा था कराची टेस्ट में, जो आप आउट हुए थे गालिबन, जो स्लिप में कैच हुआ था।
जी 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 जी,
यू वर वेरी अपसेट विद योरसेल्फ।
वो एक मुझे बहुत अपसेट था, क्योंकि दिन के 2 ओवर थे और मैं आया भी हैमस्ट्रिंग की वजह से नीचे था, और मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि कल अगर मैं आऊँगा तो मुझे ऐसा लगेगा रन्स नहीं रुकेंगे। तो 2 ओवर पहले आउट हो गया। तो इन टर्म्स ऑफ बैटिंग मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमने उस जो क्रंच सिचुएशंस होती हैं जहाँ से मैच को हमारी तरफ आना चाहिए, हमने वहाँ पे बहुत विकेट्स थ्रो किए हैं, और उस वजह से वो जो 60s थे, आप देखें साउथ खेला बहुत अच्छा है, बट अगर थोड़ा सा मैं वो क्रिटिसिज्म थोड़ा बहुत करूँ, पॉजिटिव क्रिटिसिज्म, कि उसका 60-70 हमें अगर 130-140 होता तो मैच की सिचुएशन, अगर आप मुल्तान करते थे तो सिर्फ हमने 5 विकेट्स किए और 65 रन चाहिए थे। तो उसका बहुत दुख था। और वो ये सारी चीज़ें हैं जो मुझे लगा इंग्लैंड के टेस्ट मैचेस में हमने बहुत स्लिप की हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से बहुत अच्छा चांस था हमारे पास।
आपने इंजरी का मेंशन किया था, हाउ यू फीलिंग नाउ?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, काफ़ी इस पे बहुत ज़्यादा लाइक डिबेट भी हुई थी कि थर्ड टेस्ट मैच खेलना है कि नहीं खेलना, बट ऑब्वियसली डॉक्टर्स ने और हम सब ने मिलकर कहा कि अगर वो वाला खेलेंगे, क्योंकि जो मैंने बैटिंग की थी उसमें भी डॉक्टर्स ने मना किया था, बट वो मैच डिसाइडर था, सीरीज़ डिसाइडर था, तो इसलिए आना पड़ा। मैच तो नहीं जीते, लेकिन वो उसके बाद स्वेलिंग थोड़ी ज़्यादा हो गई थी तो पेन था, तो इसलिए, लेकिन वो रेस्ट ज़रूरी था, तो लेकिन अब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हम फिट।
पिंडी क्रिकेट ग्राउंड से कोई खास मोहब्बत है आपकी? आई थिंक 300s हैं, दो टेस्ट मैचेस में, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। you like that ground or it's just sheer luck that आपकी performances उस ground की बड़ी अच्छी रहती हैं?
देखिए भाई, मेरे ख्याल से शेयर लक कहूँगा सिंपल, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कोई भी ग्राउंड कहीं भी हो, अगर आपके जहाँ पे रन्स होने होते हैं वो होने होते हैं। और मतलब मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम जैसे साउथ अफ्रीका जब हम गए थे तो उधर विकेट्स मुश्किल थे, तो उन्होंने सबसे कहा था, मुझे याद है कि केप टाउन का विकेट सबसे अच्छा होता है इन टर्म्स ऑफ बैटिंग, और मैंने उधर एक मैच फर्स्ट इनिंग्स में 0 किया था, दूसरी में 10, और उसके बाद जब हम जोहान्सबर्ग गए तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये सबसे मुश्किल होता है, तो उधर मैंने टेस्ट मैच में पहली इनिंग्स में 47 किया था, दूसरी में 40। तो मेरे ख्याल से एक शेयर लक होती है। पिंडी बहुत लकी रह रहे हैं अभी तक, और अल्लाह करे जब भी अब खेलें तो मैं लक के साथ चलता रहूं।
मैं एक बार फिर जल्दी से चलता हूँ बेसबॉल की तरफ से, काफ़ी जिक्र हुआ था। एज अ प्लेयर आपको कैसा लगा कि ये हो क्या रहा है, 600 रन एक दिन में मार दिए, और मतलब डू यू फील ये सस्टेनेबल है? आपको लगता है कि फ्यूचर में ये चीज़ शायद अडॉप्ट हो जाए, दूसरी टीमें भी कर लें?
बिल्कुल, मुझे ऐसा लगता है अडॉप्ट हो जाएगी अगर, लेकिन डिपेंड करता है कि आप कहाँ खेल रहे हो। मगर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर जैसे ये अपनी कंडीशंस में भी अगर ऐसा खेलेंगे तो 10 में से मेरा नहीं ख्याल है इतनी लंबी ज़्यादा रेशो होगी इनकी सक्सेस की, लेकिन सो फार दे आर डूइंग गुड, और वी हैव टू एक्सेप्ट कि अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। लेकिन ये ज़रूर है कि आप अगर ऐसा नहीं है कि T20 प्लेयर्स आ गए उनके टेस्ट टीम में, अगर आप देखें बेन डेकेट के 70-80 फर्स्ट क्लास मैचेस हैं, और ओली पोप के भी 70 से ऊपर मैचेस हैं, जो ब्रुक्स खेल रहा है उसके भी 50 से। तो ऐसा नहीं है, मैंने कहीं इंटरव्यूज़ में सुना है कि T20 के लड़के जो है वो टेस्ट में खेले। हाँ जी, सिवाय लिविंग सबके वो प्रॉपर फर्स्ट क्लास काउंटी के मैचेस खेलते हैं अपने अपने सीज़न से। मैं था तो मैं भी जब अभी काउंटी खेला तो उधर बहुत जो है इंपॉर्टेंस दी जाती है फर्स्ट क्लास की, तो मेरे ख्याल से हमसे ज़्यादा फर्स्ट क्लास के मैचेस उनकी टीम में थे, तो उनको एक्सपीरियंस है। ऐसा नहीं है कि वो T20 में धड़ल्ले उठा के ले आए हैं, बट दे आर प्लेइंग वेरी डिफरेंट क्रिकेट। और इस सीरीज़ में तो उन्होंने जो है बिल्कुल डोमिनेट किया। लेट्स सी, अभी उन्होंने न्यूजीलैंड जाना है कि वहाँ पे क्या सिनेरियो होता है, क्या खेलते हैं। तो अगर ऐसे ही चलते रहे, अगर जिनकी सक्सेस रेशो पे बहुत डिपेंड करेगा बाकी टीम्स का, तो वो पे डोमिनेट जरूर करेंगे।
चलिए क्विकली आखिर में पूछता हूँ, मैं जितने भी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ ये इंडिविजुअल उस पे हैं एज अ प्लेयर। हार जीत तो खेल का हिस्सा है, और ये जो भी ग्राइंडर था पूरा 3 टेस्ट मैचेस का, आपको लगता है कि उसने आपको एक डिफरेंट तो नहीं कहूँगा, एक बेटर प्लेयर बनाया, क्योंकि चैलेंज बहुत टफ था सामने से हर तरह से, इवन व्हेन यू स्टैंडिंग इन द फील्ड एज अ फील्डर या बैटिंग जब कर रहे हैं?
मैंने बहुत इन्जॉय किया इस क्रिकेट को, क्योंकि बिल्कुल न्यू चैलेंज था, और आप मतलब टेस्ट क्रिकेट में बहुत कम होता है कि आप ऑन टोज रहो हमेशा। तो ये वाली क्रिकेट, तो मेरी साउथ से भी बात हो रही थी, तो जितने भी हमारे, मैंने कहा यार ये बहुत अच्छा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस है कि डिफरेंट फेजेस में आपको डिफरेंट खेलना है। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा, ये हमारे अर्ली स्टेजेस ऑफ द कैरियर में आपको हमें ये एक्सपीरियंस करने को मिल गया, इसका हमें फ़ायदा होगा। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एज अ क्रिकेटर मेंटली ज़रूर मैं थोड़ा सा 1-2 लेवल ऊपर गया हूँ।
चलिए, आपने हमसे बात की, एंड ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू मीट यू एंड वॉच यू प्ले।
Thank you, Suki bhai. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Imam ul Haq keeping Pakistan alive in this match, 81 not out, and there's a lot more to him. You can watch this again if you want on all the PCB social media sites. Now time for us to take you to something sweet, a dessert made of sugar and milk. We call it rabdi. I'm sure you've heard of it. Let's find out how it's made and what it's like. City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
रबड़ी जो है जस्ट मिल्क एंड शुगर, इन 2 चीज़ों के अलावा इसमें और कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट मिल्क एंड शुगर। मिल्क को जब पड़ता है, एक ही आँच एक होता है, एक आँच पर रखा जाता है, उसमें उसके लेयर्स बनती हैं। लेयर्स को उठा के एक तरफ रखा जाता है, उसको हम कहते हैं लच्छा। तो लोग पसंद करते हैं लच्छे वाली रबड़ी चाहिए, तो लच्छा एक के ऊपर एक लेयर आती रहती है, एंड में से बीच में चीनी शुगर लाइक मिला के इसमें रबड़ी बन जाती है।
कराची में सबसे पहले काम जो है ना हमने शुरू किया यहाँ पर रबड़ी का। इसके बाद में और लोगों की रबड़ी आ गई। इसके बाद फिर हमने एक शुगर फ्री रबड़ी तैयार की, इसके बाद पिस्ता रबड़ी तैयार की, फिर आखिर में लास्ट टाइम हमने आइसक्रीम इस्तेमाल की, रबड़ी आइसक्रीम। इसको लोग बहुत पसंद करते हैं।
वैसे हमारी मंसूर की जो फूड स्ट्रीट है, यहाँ सारे मसाले वाले खाने आपको मिलेंगे, तो उसके बाद लोग लाजमी हमारे पास विजिट करते हैं। प्रॉब्लम मेरे ख्याल से 90% लोग बगैर मीठा खाए जाते नहीं होंगे फूड स्ट्रीट से। खाने के बाद वो लाजमी हमारे पास आते हैं, उसमें हमने रबड़ी, हमारे पास रबड़ी आइसक्रीम होती है, पिस्ता रबड़ी और हमारे बहुत सारे आइटम्स हैं, तो उनको ज़रूर कंसिडर करते हैं, स्पेशली रबड़ी।
फॉरनर भी आते हैं तो हम उनको ज़्यादातर रबड़ी आइसक्रीम या रबड़ी अपनी खिलाते हैं। एक दफ़ा खाते हैं तो फिर वो दोबारा फिर आते हैं हमारे यहाँ खाने के लिए, ख्वाहिश रखते हैं। और जितने भी लोग यहाँ खाना वगैरह खाने आते हैं, सबकी ख्वाहिश होती है यहाँ पर मीठा रबड़ी खाएं हम।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अब तो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा और जितने मिडल ईस्ट, यूरोप, मिडल ईस्ट, सब जगह हमारी रबड़ी जा रही है। उनके लिए हमारे पास स्पेशल टिन पैक्स होते हैं, वो टिन पैक में उसको ईजिली याद किया जाता है।
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. A dessert made of milk and sugar called rabdi. I'm sure there's a lot more to it, but the taste of it, I mean, I can't really explain the texture and the taste, but I've got Basil Khan who's just joined us along with Chris Harris. Welcome. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen. It's quite hot out here, but I will give you questions that will cool things down. Starting with rabdi. Where do you place it in your choice of desserts?
It is quite high up. That sugar-free one is delightful, and especially when you have, it's right on Burns Road, isn't it? So once you have those fry kebabs, then you just,
it's a must.
Yeah, just walk over and get them. It's sort of the acidity that you have after those kebabs just goes down beautifully.
But sugar-free sweets is like, you know, comparing a seaside or beach to a
You don't have sweets, so you can't really talk about it.
Okay. Chris, I've got to put a question to you. We had that long chat interview with the Imam ul Haq and the way he's performing. So just to give you a little idea what he was saying, he's faced a lot of questions in terms of his uncle being in Imam ul Haq, and then the comparison, unwanted comparison comes in. Your dad has played cricket and you yourself has been in that position. I'm sure there are quite a few in New Zealand. The pressure might not be as much as in subcontinent, but what is it like to come out there and then be compared?
Good question. Yeah, it certainly does add some pressure. I mean, obviously, people know that your father or in your family runs representing your country, and so I guess people expect you to follow in, you know, their footsteps. So it does add a little bit more pressure, and in some ways, some people might say it opens opportunities because, you know, they know in your family has been represented the country before, and hopefully you can follow in those same footsteps. So it certainly does add pressure. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Yeah. We're just thinking, I put that question to the guests previously on the show, the win percentage thing, and at the start of the day it was 72% or 72.5% of a draw, 0.5% to Pakistan, and then 22 to New Zealand. Does that change, start with you, Basit, does that change for you at any point after this first session?
Yeah, I said 80% draw, and I'm still sticking to that. I think the way that Sarfraz especially played, Imam, yes, has batted through. We focus on Sarfraz because he changed the way Pakistan was approaching this, and it was good that he got that sort of promotion in the order, and he's so good against spin, and he's made them sort of change tactics. They did not allow them to bowl the way New Zealand wanted to. New Zealand had to shift to over the wicket and try and block out that sweep shot, and that has made such a huge difference, and that partnership has calmed things down. There was a bit of pressure when Babur got out, and you thought that there was tension building, but it sort of calmed everything down. I think the dressing room now would be pretty relaxed in the way that Pakistan have now got the lead, and it looks like the option of the draw is now the favorite option in terms of the percentages.
When you talk about the Pakistan dressing room and what's cooking over there, you're much more relaxed dressing room. I'll put that to you, Chris. When you talk about New Zealand dressing room, that's a team that feels that victory can be or is within grab, and they don't want to settle with a draw, whereas Pakistan is pretty much happy. So what is that mood you feel in the New Zealand camp at the moment, and what are they thinking in session 2?
Oh, I think they'll be still very positive. They're still in a great position. I mean, that was a wonderful partnership between Aman and Sarfraz, and I think Bass is right. That Sarfraz, when he came in, he changed the match. New Zealand was very much on top. When Bubba got out, obviously those percentages we were talking about very much went more towards New Zealand favour than a draw, but this partnership has been magnificent. He came in and changed the whole feeling of the match, I think. So New Zealand, I think, will come out really hard in the first hour, knowing that first hour is crucial first thing is they have to break this partnership, and if they don't, I mean, if Pakistan can come out of this with a fighting draw, that's very much putting them in the right place. After a tough series against England, I think a hard-fought draw will put Pakistan in a great position leading into the second test.
When you talk about sides, looking at the opposition, Sarfaraz's case, his sweep shot is his go-to shot, his strength. You think New Zealand is making him play that shot more because they know anyway he's going to approach that and try to wait and wait for him to make a mistake on it?
Yeah, now probably it's coming to that stage where New Zealand, say if an hour goes by and Pakistan don't lose a wicket, then New Zealand will be at that stage where they want wickets. They'll then revert back to being attacking in terms of going back to normal, sort of going back over the wicket and just bowling within those stumps. Because Sarfaraz, if he takes the sweep shot on and connects that, that's fine. But the way that he approached, he sort of made sure that New Zealand changed their tactics. So that was the first win. Sarfaraz, after the injury in the first innings, did not sweep. So we'll be interested now if he does go to that sweep shot. I think there is maybe Sodhi coming over the wicket and bowl to Imam. Maybe that's an option. And also with left arm spin, it's an option to bowl to Sarfaraz and bowl from round the wicket and let him take the sweep shot on, giving them protection. Yeah, let him take that sweep shot on. Just don't go over the wicket and let him pad balls away like he did in that previous session.
I asked this question to Simon regarding what are the options on how Tim Southee has handled his bowlers in this scenario. He hasn't really felt the need to toss the ball to Neil Wagner at a very, at a rate where you would like to use all the resources available. But that's the right call, you feel? Spinners, of course, would be used more, but when you want to give them a rest?
Yeah, I think to be fair to Tim Southee, I feel like he's done everything he needed to. They've changed it up, and the reason they've had to change it up is because this partnership has been so good, and they've had to do some different things to try and get the breakthrough. I thought Neil Wagner came on for a short spell, so I think what will happen is New Zealand will sort of start with the spinners again, maybe Tim Southee, but I think you've just got to keep changing it. And I was so impressed with Sarfaraz, the way he came out and played orthodoxly, and then New Zealand had to change their plan. And we know he's an attacking player, and the fact that he went into a defensive mindset when they started bowling into the rough, and I think that showed great courage and the ability to adapt. So I think New Zealand will keep switching it up, but I think they know that the key to winning this game is their spinners, so they'll bowl predominantly the most of the overs.
Okay. Time for us to take the expert prediction from our experts. Let's have that right now. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Now, session 2 is just an hour and 45 minutes. It's Friday. At any point in time, since we're talking about predictions, you feel Pakistan, depending on how they go in the first half an hour, would feel, let's increase the pace and try to get a result?
Is this a prediction that you wanted? Is your own personal question you want to write it? You want?
I'm thinking it.
When you go at 6 and over or something like that?
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, I think
we've been on the receiving end of that. Why not?
Yeah, they'll bat their own way. They'll make sure that everything's under control their own way. If this partnership can continue, that's the best thing that they can get. I don't think they'll go out of the way and try to be positive, because rest assured that win ratio or the win percentage for Pakistan, I don't think it'll be too much. You'd be very, very generous if you said Pakistan can win from here and say give them a 5% chance.
I don't think what you're talking about has even entered their minds. As I said, I think if they can come out of this, because they know there's still a lot of cricket to be played, with a hard-fought draw, this will put this group into a great position. I mean, they're not even thinking about we need to up the run rate to try and have a wee go at New Zealand or see if they'll chase down some big total off a small amount of overs, because generally, from my experience, only one team can win that. And at any stage, if New Zealand are chasing, they can just shut up shop. But I still think a little bit of work for Pakistan to do to save this match, but that's certainly the way this game's heading.
Okay, that's the expert prediction for this session. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Let's reverse this question, Chris. What if they get them out and the lead is around 125 with some time available? Would they grab the dangling fruit?
Absolutely. With this, the way that I think their openers played in the first innings, if we've got any chance of winning, and I guess that's being realistic, it's going at maybe 8, 9, perhaps 10 and over for a short period of time, there's no question in my mind New Zealand will have a big go at it. If they lost 3 or 4 wickets quickly, they may reassess, but if there's any chance of winning this game, New Zealand will have a crack.
This partnership between Sarfaraz and Imamul Haq, the way it's going, anything that you feel that could be an add-on, what you've noticed about Imam, how he's facing on tackling the spinners?
I think he bats in his own way. Yes, he'll take a chance coming down the track, but that's his go-to shot. And if he gets out like that, it's fine because it brings him so many runs, and that is game plan against spin. If you have a game plan, you stick to it, and you get out that way, I don't think that it should be such a worry. I think Imam should carry on the same way. It'll be interesting if Sarfraz carries on sweeping. That's the one aspect you like to keep an eye on because he's dived around and he's again sort of injured his hip again. So in the first innings, he didn't go to that sweep shot. Will he now carry on sweeping? That remains to be seen.
And you tell your bowlers to just have that patience level and keep bowling in the areas that's required, nothing out of the box.
It's called Test cricket for a reason, and you've just got to be patient. You've just got to keep bowling in good areas. There's been a few near misses and run out, so I'm sure that's talked about. Make sure you're alert in the field because an opportunity will come. We've had a couple, but I think it'll be about being patient, trying to execute the plan as much as you can, and let's try and make them play as many balls as we can. And I like Baz's theory. I'd rather see Sarfaraz sweeping because you feel as though wicket to wicket, you're a chance of getting him out, even though he's so good at that shot.
Gentlemen, I'll let you grab your lunch. And we'll be coming up with action. It's second session, day 5.
Second to last session of this first test match between Pakistan and New Zealand about to get underway. KFC presents the DAFA News Pakistan-New Zealand Test Series. Day 5 at the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. New Zealand started well this morning, dismissing the overnight watchman Numan Ali and then the skipper Babar Azam when his score was just 14, but a partnership of 81 between Sarfaraz and Imam has seen Pakistan take a slender lead now by 7 runs. As we have 59 overs remaining in the test match. New Zealand's bowlers have toiled pretty well. Bracewell with a couple. He picked up Numan Ali this morning, and then Ish Sodi picked up Baba. LBW with a wrong-un. They are the 2 wicket takers, Urush Mumtaz and Chris Harris alongside. And these are the 4 wickets to fall. First one to go, Abdullah Shafiq.
Sean just going back to one that skidded on, and eventually Alandar put the finger up, was reviewed, remained out. And then this morning, first thing, Michael Bracewell right on the money. Numan Ali caught in front, and it was the right decision not to review because it was plumb. And then the big one, Babar Azam going back to Ish Sodi's first ball of the morning. It was the wrong, and it stayed down. Did review it, and unfortunately for Pakistan and Babar Azam, it was plumb in front.
That is the situation leading into session number 2. Of course, we had an extended first session, 2.5 hours long. And these next 2 are scheduled to be 1 hour 45. With 59 overs remaining, you'd imagine, unless it's petering out to a draw and we decide to pull the pin early, might do a little bit of overtime later on. Two men who played so well for the most part in the first session this morning. Sarfaraz, who was promoted ahead of Saud Shakil in the order, and Imam ul Haq. I think that must be the lucky shirt for Sarfaraz because he's kept it on.
Yeah, Chris and me were just discussing maybe a change of shirt, a change of scenery, maybe superstition. Whatever it is, it's working. His experience has come to the stage, has come to the party, and he will start off on 49. Imam, on the other hand, looking really good, approaching another 100 to his name.
That's what Tim Southey has done in the second innings of Pakistan. 11 overs, 4 maidens. The most important column, which is 0, is the wickets. It's bowled well, though. 3 spells now. And they've all asked some good questions. I guess the talk at lunchtime would have been 59 overs remaining. I think New Zealand will probably think, take 20 out for a run chase. They've probably got to bowl out Pakistan in 39 overs from here to give themselves a chance of winning this test match.
Southey around the wicket, first up after lunch. A real concerted effort after lunch with Tim Southey. What will New Zealand look to do from the other end? Do they go back to Ish Sodi? Maybe a Jazz Patel. It's a matter of just trying to tie up Sarfaraz a little bit. Just stop him from getting away to a good start after lunch, maybe. Maybe with the Jazz Patel over the wicket.
Because for both sides, it depends on how well they start the session off. New Zealand pick one up here, and so often see it happen. One brings 2, and they throw the game wide open.
Yeah, it's a great point. In the New Zealand dressing room thinking about how many overs they may need to a small run chase, and I'm sure in Pakistan's dressing room, which we've said a lot throughout this test match, how important this first hour is going to be after lunch. I'm sure they'll be doing it in mini sessions, get through the first half an hour. As that lead increases, we'll start relieving some of the pressure. And I think you'll start seeing probably more variation from New Zealand.
The other thing which is so tough to do is we talk about the surface and you'd expect something to happen. It still looks a really good batting track. Every now and then the ball probably sharply spins out of that rough or bounces, but it's day 5, so it'll take some special effort, really something special, to break this game open. And that's why Pakistan in particular has been such a hard place off late to take 20 wickets in order to yield results. England were obviously fantastic with that. They were aggressive, entertaining, but it's been hard to come by, even for Australia when they were here. So batting, not really a big problem. And for Pakistan, I'll just feel they'll probably want to bat as long and as deep on a surface which will probably allow them as well. It's not, hasn't changed at all.
Maiden over for Tim Southey after lunch, 181 for 4.
Time over the wicket.
Couple of wickets for Ish Sodhi, been pretty tidy in this second innings in his 18 overs, had a good workload. Sarfaraz has got rid of the helmet.
Boy.
He wanted one, he wanted one. Couldn't get there. Good work from Devon Conway.
Sure, that was talked about in the New Zealand dressing room as well. The running between the wickets. It's been a couple of half opportunities. We're talking about how important it is that everyone's focused.
Pinch one, and pinch more, and another test match half century for Sarfaraz. He goes back to back in this test, and that is number 20 for him.
Yeah, special milestone because of this being his first test match on Pakistan soil. Back-to-back 50s, and he's done it at a time when the pressure was on. 7 boundaries, and he's struck them at a good healthy rate as well.
Come on, Ace, come boy. Next on here, boy.
Oh, there's a little edge there. There's a noise there. Sarfaraz knows it. Not sure many were convinced, but behind the stumps, but Ish Sodhi knew it straight away. And after bringing up a half century, Sarfaraz is going to walk off bitterly disappointed.
Yeah, he's gone off chasing a wide one here. And all it took was a faint tickle. Just trying to have a go as it passes. Bad Blundell with another easy catch. Sodhi with another wicket. New Zealand now have their 5th. And is right at the end, just when the ball's passed him, right off the toe. A well-made 50 nonetheless. Walks back for 53. Pakistan now 185 for 5.
Just so when I get they don't want their broken head. They don't want their head.
Run some over 3 balls remaining.
Century maker from the first innings for Pakistan, Salman Agha, comes out to the middle. He is out ahead of Saud Shakil as well. So Pakistan continuing to opt for the left-right combination rather than sending out Saud Shakil and having 2 left-handers out in the middle. Friendly start.
Just a feather. He'll be devastated. Just got to his 20th, his 50. And just hit the toe end of the bat. Good from Blundell. Moved well to his right. Never easy when it's toe end of the bat. Good catch.
The other thing is that he just likes to throw his bat at it. And if you see, his feet haven't gone anywhere. And he's thrown his bat at it so wide outside that he's almost fallen over with his front leg. Not in control of the shot.
See, Blundell didn't know. I'll come back to that, because I don't think Tom Blundell was convinced. 185 for 5. Ish Sodhi knew straight away, but I don't think behind the stumps everyone was that convinced. Just have a look at Tom Blundell. He's not sure. He's about to throw it back. I think Daryl Mitchell knew. Everyone except for Tom Blundell. Maybe the helmet's just sort of stopping the noise a touch. I don't know, but I don't think he knew.
That helmet's on too tight, isn't it? You can't hear that. Everyone else did.
Well, he keeps that impeccable record of 2022 intact as well. Catches and stumpings. He has not missed one yet in 2022, Tom Blundell. That's a really good catch as well, because it's low down, it's going away, and it's the toe end of the bat. He's done a terrific job. Yeah, no idea. He had no idea.
What is it with this test and men behind the stumps and keepers not hearing the nick? The man who's lost his wicket, Sarfaraz, didn't hear one either.
Yeah, I can't imagine Tom Blundell is that casual that he just thought, oh, just another one. Haven't missed one this year.
Yeah, phenomenal record that you talk about, Dooley. 8 tests this year, not easy with the number of balls that in those test matches mount up to. Not to have a single one missed is quite impeccable, and he's been very clean throughout this test match as well behind the stumps.
Edged and away wide of the man at gully, the lone man at gully. And down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration for Tim Southey that he can't just quite get that gully in the right position. It's wide, it's inviting the drive, and it's in the air and it's carried as well. And because of that, he's moved one of his short covers to a second gully just to cover a little bit more area. There you can see. And where that man's scratching now is exactly where that ball went.
Going very wide. Can't tempt Imam on this occasion.
You're trying to shape the ball away from the left-hander, just the line too far wide. The movement is there, it just needs to be more around his off stump and then take the ball away. Bring those two gully men into catching.
Oh, that's nice from Southey, but equally good from Salman to finish. 190 for 5.
Come on, Ishi. And again, boy. Come on, Ish.
3 for 51, Ish Sodhi. He is backed up. Something Chris Harris mentioned yesterday. Sometimes as a bowler you take real heart from what you've done with the bat. He just came out last night. He looked like he was bowling with some confidence. You have to feel like you belong. And you just get the impression that that batting innings from Ish Sodhi yesterday has done his confidence the world of good. Bowled nicely last night. Picked up another one today now with Bubba this morning, and then the key wicket of Sarfaraz just a short time ago.
Come on, Ishi. Come, boy. What are you doing here, Ish? Again, fella. And again, lads. Come on, Ish. Oh, yes, Ish. Good Ishi. What are you doing, Ishi?
Oh, good time after food to have a lovely cup of Tapal tea. Pakistan's #1 in tea. Our man has just made us one perfect. The turn out of that rough again. Is all. Last test match of the year.
Come on, Ace, come boy! Come on, boy. Come on, Ichi, come boy!
He runs here, and it should be 4 of them as well. Just a little bit full, and Salman is underway.
He got a full toss to begin with, just batted that one away, and this time just dipping on him, times it nicely.
It's very friendly, isn't it? It's almost like, I'm sorry you've been unwell. Here, let me get you off the mark. Those pleasantries won't continue for long, though, I assure you.
That's better. Back on it. Got a test best of only 4 for 60. Sodi. A really good opportunity with 5 to go to better that.
Oh, yes, Ace.
195 for 5. Three wickets he's taken. This was just going back. Shan Masood and Alindar agreed. Brilliant wrong into Baba, just stayed a little low. And then this one wide and the toe into the bat. Excellent work from Tom Blundell.
Also the wickets off, so the 3 big wickets. Shan, Babar and then Sarfaraz. Good timings and big wickets to dent Pakistan here. And you're talking about his best being 4 for 60. He has picked up 3, 5 still available, and for New Zealand's sake, they would absolutely love for him to break this open.
What's his first test in 4 years as well. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Brilliant 65 with the bat. One involved in a wonderful partnership with Kane Williamson. And now he's got 3 in the second. So he's certainly contributing in his first test back in a long time.
7 wickets to go with the 65 and the 2 in the first innings. Does 7 get him a man of the match award ahead of Kane Williamson?
And if New Zealand win, I think it absolutely does. I think that little 65 in that partnership he's involved in just tips it in his favour.
It's a long way off.
Yeah, if he wins a game here, I think that just trumps the double 100.
Yeah, that 65 crucial. That partnership with Williamson was fantastic from New Zealand's point of view, and 5 wickets so far. Nice from Imam. Seems to be picking up the swing from Southey, the ones that are going away, and the odd one that comes back. It's the outside third of the bat, but good enough, and all the way along the ground as well before.
Oh man, into the 90s. I don't think Tim Southey will mind this though. He's got those two men in the gully catching. This one he has controlled a little bit better with the blade. It's gone squarer and all the way along the carpet. Good control.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because as you know, life is too short for sensitive teeth. The girl on the left not impressed. Not sure what she's having.
Oh, picks up the edge, but into the ground again. Into gully, 199 for 5.
Nation again, boy!
Long discussion between Tim Southey and Ish Sodhi as to what the plans will be. Particularly to the new man. Can't afford to gift him runs. They want to make sure he stays under some sort of pressure early on in the innings.
Come on, boy!
Hasn't been as good bowling over the wicket. It's not been quite as consistent.
Oh, yes, yes, lovely boy.
Maybe Tim Southey asking him to just work on bowling, maybe a little bit quicker. Set a fairly conservative offside field as well. Fine. 200 comes up for Pakistan with that brace.
Beach, come on, boy! Oh, down it!
It's nicely bowled.
Good, Sody, good, Sody! Good boy! Look at that ish!
A little bit of loop on that one as well. Just the 2 from the over. Pakistan 201 for 5.
Are we back? 201 for 5. Pakistan losing Sarfaraz Ahmed in the second session or the final day of this first test match. And in comes Bracewell, who's bowled well, 2 for 40 in his 14 overs. Got a wicket yesterday, put pressure on Pakistan, and then removed the night watchman this morning. A lot of chat every time a spinner comes in, first with Ish Sodhi, now Saudi having a long mini meeting with Bracewell as to what they want. Field positioning, how to expose the other end. Salman not out 6. Imam again having a brilliant knock. He's had a good year in Test match cricket. 91, if he gets there, it will be his 4th 100 this year.
Come on, beastie boy!
Most runs for Pakistan, you can see right there, just under Babar Azam's name.
Come on, beast.
Good average. 300s already.
Hey!
He's the one who had more of that positive approach since yesterday, trying to tackle that spin attack from Bracewell. I'm talking about yesterday evening,
Oh, that's good, beastie.
when the ball was new. And not only just he managed to keep the ball away from the pads and stumps, he scored.
Come on, beastie. These two under 50, lads. Yeah. Brilliant, beast. Brilliant.
Time and again, you see that extra bit of bounce and turn.
Yeah, terrific bowling. I thought Michael Bracewell's spell first thing this morning was exceptional, bowled in great areas. And that is the perfect spot to the left-hander.
Oh!
Again, good areas. I thought things turned when Sarfaraz came out and started sweeping. Just lost his length a little bit.
Point, please.
All of a sudden, bowling to the left-hander feels a lot more comfortable. You can see the confidence growing. Another man moves into a catching position, just waiting for the helmet to come on. Slip, Silly it on. I think he'll probably go to silly it off. Just to cover all the edges.
just opening the face. He's got pace on it. That'll be a boundary. Takes him closer to another 100. He moves to 95 now.
Yeah, terrific batting. It's going to be a challenge if Bracewell gets in good areas, but every time he misses, it's important that you're positive. Man certainly is. Loves it with the off spin. Going away from him, you feel as though that's less risk. Hitting with the spin. .95 now.
Oh.
205 for 5. Salman will be on strike. Clearly that left-right combination is what Babar wants. So again, holding Saud Shakil back after the dismissal of Sarfaraz. Sarfaraz's wicket again, you just feel that he got a bit touch too greedy. You just want to get bat on ball. He outstretched himself to get the bottom part of the bat. It's going so well. Oh, he's gone right through him. It is Ish Saudi's day. That is a lovely ball.
What a delivery from Ish Sodhi. Obviously hasn't been picked. It's just gone right between bat and pad. Just enough of a gap. Wonderful bowling. Almost just skidded on. He's just paid outside the line. Salman, he's on his way back for 6. Another opening for New Zealand. It's Pakistan now. 205 for 6.
Out comes Saud Shakil. $100 in the first innings for Salman, and this time around just cleaned up by Ish Sodhi. He's had a good series against England, 450s in that, just was looking to convert those into those big numbers, 3 digits, his best 94 in that series. He's got a job on hand.
You get the feeling as though Pakistan didn't want the two left-handers to bat together, as they've been promoting right-handers, so it's been a left-right-hand combination which has worked pretty well for them. They've now obviously got to a stage where they've got no option. And Shakil had to come in. As we all know, it's tough to start on this wicket.
Yeah, and Pakistan after lunch wouldn't have wanted a couple of wickets back to back, not back to back, but in close proximity. Now Shakil Sodhi will work with that rough outside off. Yeah, the first part of it is getting started, and once you have to deal with rough, and once you have to deal with leg spin coming back in, the natural variations from the rough, it is not going to be that simple. And just misses the rough. It's short. When talking about natural variation, it's just gone straight through. I reckon he just bowled the leg spinner and it's just not turned and gone straight through. It's a beautiful delivery in the end. And he just played outside the line, but Sodhi, well, he's on song. If New Zealand go on to win this, it'll be on his performance.
He was playing for that turn, but just ball holds his line and goes right through the gap between bat and pad. Fourth for Ish Sodhi, 4 for 58 at this stage. Those are his numbers versus England not so long ago. First test he got 37 and then 76. He's done well in the second innings, probably hoping that he might get a similar number against his name, because Imam would need a partner, and this is the last proper batter that Pakistan have left. They've lost their night watchman as well.
Come on, boy! One good piece, lads. Oh!
Successful over for Ish Sodhi, 205 for 6. That's what's to come. Mir Hamza, Wasim Jr. and then Abrar. Just to remind you, the night watchman has already been dismissed, the first wicket in the day. Now this game is just turning its course on the final day. Pakistan losing Babar early, then the recovery comes about with Sarfaraz and Imam, and then just after lunch, as Bazit said, 2 wickets in quick succession. Puts pressure back on them.
Yeah, New Zealand now thinking just one more and we're in. Still lead only 31, so it's not as if Pakistan have got away. That wicket that they needed, Sarfraz provided them with. A nothing shot, and that's got New Zealand back in the game. Yeah, you can hear the chat. Just one more to go. This is good from Saudi. 95 Imamul Haq. Mid-off and mid-on. Just tempting him to go over the top. If he does, fair enough. Come into the offside, he'll get the single. Now Saud Shakil is not a bad player of spin. He has got out to spin during his test career, but he's not a bad player of spin at all. And first class cricket, in the 4th innings, he averages 60. So he's that kind of player who actually performs better when there's a bit of pressure on, and also plays better when the pitch is slowed down and there's more opportunity facing spin.
And it's also his home ground, so he's played most of his cricket here. And if he's to know any particular square better than any place, this is the one.
Oh, how's that? How's that? Good, BC. Good, BC. Outstanding, fella. Outstanding, BC. How about BC? Good job, boy. Good job.
End of the over, 206 for 6. That's the pattern of fall of wickets for Pakistan. They had a mini start with Shafiq and lost him. Shan was quick to go as well. Noman, the night watchman, survived overnight. And then 2 wickets in the morning.
Oh, that's good, Ish. Love that, Ishi.
Don't mind this from Tim Southey and Ish Sodhi, just with man who loves to use his feet for the leg spinner. They've just dropped mid on to long on. There's a man just in front of square as well. That's the area that I'd like to go. He's looking for the boundary.
No. Brilliant boy. Nice.
I think New Zealand will feel the longer they can keep him in the 90s. Just might bring about an opportunity.
You can almost sense it in the over before that. He's just trying to come down and place it somewhere where he can get those remaining 4 runs and then continue with his business of holding on one end. Just doesn't even come in sharply, just keeps low.
Lovely, boy. Quality, Ish. So good here, Ish. Come on, boy. Very good, Sodhi. Very good, Sodhi.
Oh, he's missed it. He's missed everything. It was playing in the back of his mind, trying to get to that 100. He tried that a couple of times coming down, and this time he's been beaten in flight. That is just a nosedive from Pakistan, now losing 3 after lunch.
And terrific from Ish Sodhi for the first time in his Test career. Picks up 5 wickets. And what a time for him to do it. 5 for 58. And a wonderful bit of bowling and set up. The wrong into the rough. And coming down, trying to work it to mid-on. Playing a little bit square. And another brilliant piece of work from Blundell as well. Just the breakthrough New Zealand required, and it was the man they were after. Manal Haq on the way back for 96. And Pakistan now 206 for 7.
Well, after lunch, day 5, Pakistan just seemed to have lost their way. Lost Sarfaraz, then Salman, and then the well-set Imam ul Haq just now before drinks. Just changes everything in this test match now. 206 for 7. And Ace Sodhi gets his 5. Wasim Jr. on strike. A new batter in. Pakistan with 32 ahead. End of the over. 206 for 7. Well, not much that you can expect. Saud Shakil will have to keep most of the strike now, whatever Pakistan has to do, and 32 runs ahead.
Oh, here's another look. Ish Sodhi beautifully set up, bowled into the rough. It was the wrong one, and Tom Blundell does brilliantly. So easy to panic when it's that wide, but keeps his composure. Brilliant stumping.
Yeah, you're right, and you see where the keeper has collected the ball. He went so far down, he had no chance whatsoever to come back.
Yeah, brilliant bowling, brilliant deception, but yeah, again, Blundell, superb. He actually washed the ball into his gloves before attempting the stumping. And what difference that makes when you have a keeper who doesn't miss much, doesn't miss anything. And that is men now in New Zealand now well and truly searching the wind. The googly into the rough. He's trying to turn leg side, looks at the ball as he collects it, and then performs the stumping. Imam so close. Yeah, very close to 100, and also very close to breaking his favorite bat.
Saud Shakil usually bats ahead of Rizwan in the usual squad, in this case Sarfaraz and Salman. Don't know how much he fancies batting with the tail now, and how much of strike he can keep in this situation.
Remember, he's just walked in. He hasn't even got off the mark yet, but you look at the situation, you think, does Saud Shakil have to play some shots? Well, at the moment, Wasim at the other end, he always plays his shots, so Saud Shakil will just sit in. That is, if he can. But that would be the plan going forward for the time being. 206 for 7.
Come on, boy.
Saud has got 2 jobs on hand. One, he's new with the crease, you said yourself, and then now try to keep all the strike. And was this talking to you that he usually bats well ahead of Rizwan or Sarfaraz and Salman, so don't know how happy or fancies batting with the tail. Whenever a boundary is hit while Osaka displays on the LED boards, the batter will be awarded 10,000 rupees of the Osaka boundary contest.
Yeah, the other aspect is that because of him being demoted down the order and also because of the night watchman being sent in, he's actually batting even lower. And with that night watchman being sent, Noman Ali is normally the one low order player who can block it out, who can stay with him. So that option also not there. But I think that Wasim, whenever he'll get the opportunity, he'll try and get at the bowling. He's naturally inclined that way. So at the moment, I think Shakil will just allow him to play that way. If there's another wicket, then Shakil will try and farm the strike as much as possible.
See what Sodi's trying here. He's trying to set up Wasim Jr. with the wrong end. He's got the tendency, if it gets a little bit short, to give himself a little bit of room and try and work the ball through the offside. Sodi's trying to counter that by bowling the wrong end and trying to get him through the gate.
Yeah, just hurries on to him. He'll get runs here. A couple of them. Pakistan moves to 208 for 7.
Beastie boy.
It's not the first time. Sure, they're thinking they always have that good start. They play off a session or two and then they lose more than 2 in one session, back to back. And you just get a feeling that Pakistan's got this within their reach. They can hold things on. They start just falling like dominoes. You just lose your concentration for a moment. 96 was that number where Imam was on for a while and losing partners from the other end, couple of them, and just gave him a feeling of some sort of an urgency to get to that 100, and that enforced him to just come out of that crease and attack the bowler.
He did play superbly, but he all of a sudden became a bit more anxious when he got close to those 3 figures. And I think New Zealand sensed that and saw an opportunity to try and keep it tight, but also because of that pressure mounting to get those 3 figures. I think they worked out a plan. Anish Sodhi bowled a beautiful delivery into the rough, went away from the left-hander, and Tom Blundell, as he has done all year, continued with a beautiful piece of keeping.
Just gets that edge and passes that slip field up. Lad, 3 minimum. So Shakil hurries back.
And not much opportunity to get a single. Is pretty much the field in. the outside edge. That was the opportunity just to get it down to third. They'll come back for 2, so Wasim will have strike. Pakistan leading by 40.
$214 for 7 Pakistan in their second outing, and they are 40 ahead at the moment. Yes, that fake part of the bat just passes, rushes through that slip cordon, and they will come back for 2 more. And probably 3, yes. 3 more added to that total and to that lead.
Yeah, a couple of leg spinners. And then after making sure that he'd seen a lot of leg spin, just slightly wider the googly, beautifully pitched and beautifully delivered. He was patient in the build-up, Sodhi, and it's very good that he kept it that way, and then with the googly was spot on. Not just with the length, but also the line. He dragged him wider off that off stump.
Just almost feel he's in 2 minds.
You feel as that's the only way he can get an LBW against the left-hander, where the left-hander goes back on his stumps, tries to work the ball square. He's getting so much turn out of that rough. Has to hit the left-hander on the back foot to have any chance of hitting the stumps.
That's the KFC flip the bucket challenge. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head as fast as you can, like the gentleman on the left. And the winner will get a KFC finger licking good prize. Has a go at it, but straight to the fielder.
Does Sodhi slow it up? Because he just toss it up. Even with the googly, just toss it up, because Wasim is going to come at him and try and belt him. Not too short off the back foot, just needs to maybe slow it up and go over that eye line, and Wasim will have a go.
That was quick. 218 for 7 Pakistan.
The lead by 44, but it's the wickets column that is the problem. Pakistan are 7 down. And with every wicket that's fallen, proceedings have gotten tougher in the middle for Pakistan batters. So Shakil battling that rough outside leg stump. Apologies, outside his off stump. It was where Imam was done for with an absolute beauty from Ish Sodhi. Googly didn't pick it and accidentally kept behind the stumps.
Apart from only 3 wickets remaining, Pakistan, another problem facing is too much time left in this game. 44.3 overs still to be bowled. Pakistan lead only 44. So New Zealand can still take their time and focus on picking up these wickets maybe in 20 overs. Even if they take it in 20 overs, they'll be still thinking they can win this game, because if you look at these two batsmen, they're not going to really play hard or big shots. Wasim, you might see the odd big shot, but Shakil will look to survive, bat long.
And that's the problem, isn't it? The time left in the day, 44 overs. If they look to survive, and in looking to survive, you often can end up losing your wicket as well. And the runs don't pile up either. It still leaves New Zealand enough time, even if they had 60 odd from here, in say another 20 overs. New Zealand still coming at Pakistan, isn't it? They'll take out for the innings change. That still leaves another 20 overs, 100 the target, if it does play out that way. Well kept out from Shakil, 218 for 7. Everything to watch out for and play for here at the National Bank Cricket Arena into the second session here on day 5. Not easy also, because Ish Sodhi's got into a good rhythm as well. He's got the wrong one going. And it's not Mohammad Wasim's natural game to hold, to sort of bat or look to just stay and survive. He likes playing his shots.
Well, Wasim naturally likes to hit the ball, and so they're going around the wicket, and if you don't know how to sort of kick the ball or defend from that rough, what are you going to do? If it spins sharply, it will be a problem for him. He's opened up his guard a little bit.
He does get a bat on it and does pick up one. Didn't look like in complete command.
No control at all. And he was falling over. Dooley, you must have been happy, eh? Over the moon, the way especially Sodhi bowled.
Pleased for him, actually, because he's been in and out of the side a lot. Hasn't played for 4 years. He's one of the first picked, I think, in white ball cricket. He and Mitch Santner have had such a great combination throughout a long period of time, particularly in 2020 cricket. And given another opportunity, thought he was a bit off the boil in the first innings, but then the way that New Zealand batted and how Pakistan spinners bowled, I don't think it was all that easy, but he's really come to the fore in the second innings, and the runs, I think, have helped an enormous amount. Just give him some confidence.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time, isn't it, when you have not played red ball cricket or a longer version game. I think the first inning, few overs, was really done him good. Yes, he's bowled poorly, but once you just get the rhythm going and you know exactly what length you need to bowl, oh, just keep your hands away. End of the over, 220 for 7.
Yeah, both Pakistani openers. First innings, Abdullah Shafiq was stumped to a beauty. And come the second innings, Imam-ul-Haq was stumped to another beauty. The wrong one from Ish Sodhi, and it's the first time in Pakistan Test cricket that both openers have been out-stumped in the same match. Abdullah in the first, Imam in the second. That's a Dafa News cricketing fact. Tucks it round. And it should reach the boundary, and it does.
That's not good bowling. You know, Ish Sodhi has created so much pressure from the other end. All Bracewell need to do is just bowl nice and straight and maybe bowl a maiden over. Don't worry about a wicket. If it comes, fair enough, because Sodhi looks very dangerous from the other end. How good was that stumping? And how good was bowling? It's just amazing planning. Bowling from the rough, bowling that googly, and deceiving a batsman who's on 96. I don't think he read that googly. He thought he was a leg spinner. He wanted to go on the offside. Maybe a little bit of pressure of being in the 90, but clearly didn't read the googly. And Blundell had to go a long way to collect the ball and then bring it back onto the stumps. And he had ample time to do it. Watch that. So comfortable. Big wicket, a massive wicket.
Rightly so, Vakara, you say it spun sharply out of the rough, and Blundell had to go a long way. He had to go a long way across to his left to bring the ball back by Imam. Oh. Broken bat, broken chair, broken innings, broken mood, I guess, as well.
That's no good. Seriously, come on, Imam, you're better than that. You played well, you had a great knock. Sometime I understand the heat, the emotions and all of that, but you don't do that with your equipment. That bat got you 96, remember that.
Problem is, Wakar, in our day we only got given 2, didn't we? You couldn't treat them like that. These guys have got 22. Took them to bed with me, they were that good. That's a nice shot. Lovely play. Just rocked onto the back foot. That away. Behind point for 4. The lead is now 54-28 for 7.
Yeah, plenty of time there for South Shakil to rock back. He's played extremely well against England and looked in a decent control, although came at a very difficult time. He'll be important for Pakistan. After this Ishod is over, New Zealand can take a new ball, and that'll be handy at this time with Wasim batting one end. South Shakil who bashed down the order, so I think Tim Southee shouldn't delay it, even if you have to give it to a spinner one end. Give it to Sodhi straight away, I would.
Just clip the bat. And it is the wrong one. I feel that's a better line to Wasim. In line with the stumps. Big inside edge.
I'm not sure if South Shakil knows that Sodhi understands Urdu or, let's say, Hindi. He speaks Punjabi also, so he will know exactly what South Shakil just told Wasim. He shouted at him. He said, if he lands the ball in the line of the stumps, that will be googly. Anything outside the leg stump, that will be right arm leg spin. So play accordingly.
They got 2 out there that'll understand it, but Ajaz Patel is a little far away. Sodhi was born in Ludhiana, in Punjab. Moved to New Zealand at the age of 4. I think it was, around about 4 or 5, just before starting school. Ajaz Patel was born in Bombay, Mumbai, whatever you would prefer to call it nowadays. That was the good story from that test match that New Zealand won, where Ajaz got 10 wickets in the innings. The team did not have enough tickets to give to the family, extended family and friends that wanted to come along and watch him for the first time. It was a wonderful time for Ajaz Patel and obviously all the family. 10 wickets in an innings. It was incredible to be there and watch it as well.
It's a long way to come from Ludhiana to Mumbai. Oh, Patel picking up 10 wickets. 228 for 7. Patel was born in Mumbai, and he of course took 10 wickets in Mumbai. New ball is available, and he's alone here. He's got no family here, that's for sure, but he's got 10 men around him who will be really backing him up, supporting him, encouraging him to pick up those remaining 3 wickets.
The new ball is now available. Tim Southee is still continuing with the old ball. Change of bowling. Ajaz Patel comes into the attack. Probably just throw the old ball to Ajaz just to see. Change the angle up. I'm sure it won't be far before Southee does take the new ball.
I wonder if there's just a little bit of gameplay here. He'll bowl the old ball to Sod Shakil. If they get a single, they might just take the new ball straight away. First ball to Mohammad Wasim. I wonder if there's just a little bit of byplay going on here.
Yeah, with the new ball skating on into the right-hander. 3 men around the bat.
Catch it!
After watching that delivery, I don't think you want to take a new ball. Bounce and turn. Ajaz Patel was introduced early this morning, and he was struggling against Sarfraz in particular, because Sarfraz was looking to sweep him, and then he was moving away from the stumps, and he couldn't really understand what to do at the time. But yeah, it's good to be under pressure at times, and then when the captain gives you a ball and asks you to do the job, you feel good, you feel that energy. You want to do well for your country, you want to do well for your captain.
Yeah, he did well with the bat to play out that 1 over when Kane was approaching his 200. Asked him earlier if there was any pressure. He said, yeah, there was pressure, but Kane made it so much easier. In fact, even apologized, leaving that 1 over for Ijaz to bat. What an extraordinary cricketer and a human being, Kane Williamson. Played late, played on the back foot. Looks for 3, will have to run hard here. Oh, just makes it. And we will have a look at this.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the wicket keeping end. Your best side on angle, please. Bat is inside the crease, then Bales review. Satisfied, my decision for big screen is.
Yeah, third umpire satisfied that he was in.
Again, Jazz. Far away, Jazz. Come on, Jazzy boy.
Well, it hasn't been an occasion where the third umpire has taken too long. England series, there were times when the odd DRS would take 10 minutes.
Oh.
But it's been very quick, the third umpire. 2:31 for 7.
Yeah, after a long discussion in the middle, Tim Southee has continued with the old ball and with Ish Sodhi.
Both spinners were involved in that conversation, and former captain Kane Williamson. So Southee, Sodhi, Patel and Williamson. And that would have been around the new ball. Are you comfortable taking it? Are you comfortable bowling with it? Kane, do you think we give Ish one more with the left hand around the wicket? What are your thoughts? We'll give Ajaz the first one. He's very comfortable bowling with the new ball. No problem with that. I just don't know whether Ish Sodhi is as comfortable.
And I guess probably that would have been the discussion. If we do give it to the spinners, if that man on screen is comfortable. Southee himself can be an option for the first 2 or 3 with the new ball. Looks outside the line. He's asking his keeper. Not quite sure if they're going to take this.
I think Blundell was convinced that it was closer than it looked, and but from the slip cordon, yes, it did hit the pad and then maybe a little bit of bat. Clearly hitting outside the line.
It was a lovely piece of fielding from Kane Williamson. This is really good. Almost affected a run out as well. Into day 5 from a 200. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, brilliant. He thought there was one there, so just was keen to take off. I think with the LBWs and the ball tracking will make a liar of me, I'm sure. But anything on the front foot when you're that far ahead, I just think if it's spinning too much. It's not going to be able to hit the stumps. Have a look at this. The long way forward. You watch how much this turns. I think that's going to miss leg stump anyway. I know it's hit outside the line, but unless the batter is going back, I think it's a very difficult decision to make.
I guess the only way you can get it right is if you come over the wicket and then spin it back. Then it might not spin that much. Sometimes too much spin is not good. New ball's taken, I guess. Rouge.
And there it is, confirmation. New ball has been taken. With 2 balls to go in this Ish Sodhi over. This will probably have a little bit more bite on it, a little bit more kick in it as well. To the left-hander, Saud Shakil. Straight away. Is it off the bat? The umpire is unmoved. And New Zealand cannot believe this. He's got an option. He can take the review. And he has.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for Cod. Original decision is not out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Ball is close to the bat. Look like hitting pad first. Can I have ultra edge, please? Keep rolling. Yes, there's a spike, one pad. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll forward. Forward, flat line. Move forward, forward. Roll back one more time. Couple of frames. Now roll forward. Forward, forward. When ball is next to the bat, there is no spike. Satisfied? Can you go back on field, please? Alex, you are on screen. Make a signal. Stay with your original not out decision.
That is a really good on-field decision. In real time to pick that up. And that is really good stuff. A good review taken. An excellent review taken. But Saud Shakil stays out there. One thing's for sure, this new ball's is kicking on here. .231 for 7.
Well, I don't have any issue with that review. I thought it was a very good review. It was incredibly close. Great decision, Alex Wharf. That is terrific decision. So Shakil has had a good look around. He was initially perhaps a touch worried, very close to the outside edge. New Zealand will, however, rue the awful review they took earlier, I think, now, because they have none left.
A good decision in the previous over. Not easy in real time, and he got it absolutely right. The other man who's got it absolutely right is Blundell. He's been exceptional behind the stumps. Exceptional with his footwork, with his glove work. By his standards, those two. Third one as well, very easy. You still have to take them. 4, 5, that was really good. And this is probably the best of them. The ball spinning sharply away and then to bring it back to stumping. Six dismisses for him behind the stumps. And we keep going on about this. Hasn't missed a catch opportunity or a stumping in 2022 behind the stumps. Yeah, Tim Southee with the new ball from the other end. And has just been politely patted away for 4.
Good shot. Covered the bounce. Stayed over top of it. Don't mind that. Picked up 4. All the runs start to worry New Zealand a little bit now. And time and overs running out. There's 38 left. I think they'd be comfortable enough around about 120 overs. They'd go for that.
I think 115 overs also, they won't mind with 10 wickets. They'll feel that they can make a T20 game or 15-over game and play hard. They've got good batsmen in the side. So the next sort of 15 overs is going to be crucial. They just got to hang around Shakil and Wasim. They got to just keep batting. And yes, you got to be worried about the lead also. Just keep ticking it, and if it gets to 100 plus with the 15 overs remaining, then just it'll be evens out a little bit. I don't think Tim Southee will be bowling for too long. Maybe this over or maybe one more over. If he feels that in the next 2 deliveries anything happens, he'll bring his spinners quickly, because spinners look a lot more threatening than the pacers.
Yeah, spot on. Sodhi continue. Jazz Patel is more comfortable with the new ball. Sodhi to continue. I guess 2 overs from Southee and another 2 overs from Sodhi. It'll probably be tea time anyway. And then maybe start up with Sodhi and Patel after tea.
.236 for 7.
Left arm around the wicket.
New Zealand Test wins in Pakistan, 1969 and 1996. Both venues Lahore. Graham Dowling and Lee German, 5 wickets and 44 runs. I believe the man sitting next to me featured in the 1996 game.
I think he's featured both of those games.
Dooley, how many wickets did you pick up? The game in the bottom there. Quite a few.
5 in the first innings. 2 or 3? 3 in the second. Waqar played? He played that game. Mohammad Wasim got 100.
Nicely punched. Slightly short, and Wasim up to the task.
Mohammad Wasim is comfortable there right now. He's feeling good. Early on, he was jumping around, wasn't sure, go back or forward. This time around, that's a proper cricketing shot. A very talented youngster. It's just sometimes he plays those funky shots.
That's better. That's better. Had to be a little bit more fuller.
Yeah, nice and full this time. Earlier it was a little short. This one a little slower and fuller. Landed on the seam.
Oohs and ahs all around. He's just put out the shot. That is turned and bounced.
Pulled his bat out just at the right time.
And the bounce with the new ball, the bite that they're getting out of this new ball. Well left in the end, 240 for 7. .37 overs remain here in this test match, and Pakistan lead by 66. New Zealand still searching for those 3 final wickets. Partnership's a good one now, 334. A new ball now, a couple of overs old. And looks like it'll be off spin from Bracewell.
Just the one over for Tim Southey. Didn't think there was much happening for him. It was Bracewell and Patel with the newish ball in the first innings. It was Bracewell this morning first up. Just missed Noman Ali, so giving him another opportunity.
I think Tim Southey feels that with the newer ball, the finger spin is a bit more effective than the right arm leg spinner. Although what we saw from the first over, we saw it wasn't bad, was it? But it's just a feel-good factor. They just have more confidence in Bracewell than Sodhi, I guess.
It's cut and cut away for 4.
It's good from Sod Shakil. You have to make sure that if you do get a ball to put away, you put it away. Runs are just as important as time here for Pakistan.
Yeah, he was mindful of the fact that the new ball coming in with the arm as well. But there was enough room outside his off stump. And gets it through. Now we look for 3. This is good batting from Saud Shakil.
I think it's bad bowling, simple. Because if you get driven, that's fine with me. I'm okay with that. But if you're just being cut or pulled, that's not really good bowling. Especially a surface which is offering you. And these boundaries gonna really cost them a bit. Yeah, that's good. That's really good bowling. You don't mind these runs.
I don't understand that field change prior to that ball, though. There was a man at almost a third wide, deep gully. You want the right-hander to be pushing the ball into cover. You want him to try and push the ball into cover because the outside edge then gets exposed. So field to the right-hander is perhaps a little wrong.
That's better. Too short in his first couple of deliveries. And Saud Shakil up to the challenge. There's a period in the game where you want to keep the pressure on. If you're New Zealand, you want to keep this pressure on.
Such a organized player. Saud Shakil plays spin really well. His record in the fourth inning is always up to the mark.
Come. 248 for 7.
Jazzy, come on, Jazzy. Come on, boys. Take it with there. Take it with us.
1969. I beg your pardon. 1996.
Same numbers, different way around. 1969. Simon Doole's birthday. 1996, he was part of that winning team that toured Pakistan in Lahore, won by 44. And Dooley, 5 wickets in the first innings, 2 and 3 in the second.
Down, Dave.
That's a good stop. I think he's hurt himself as well. He's down. Devon Conway. I think he just got his fingers jammed into the ground.
Yeah, worry would have been a dislocation there, but very sore no matter what. Again, it's just poor. It's too short with that new ball. I think it's just landing flat on the hand, but watch the hand bends backwards just there as he goes over. That's when it would have smarted a touch. Left hand and bend those fingers. I don't think it's a dislocation, but it's not good.
Yeah, I think it's the impact of his palm as he lands, and his part of the knuckles have just gone over a little bit. Is it going to be sore? Doesn't look like anything's broken.
Broke a finger, I'm sure it was, whacking his bat on the ground after getting out against, I want to say, England in the T20 World Cup in Abu Dhabi in 21. I think he might have been on his left hand. Whether Mazza can find that sort of stuff out for us or not, I don't know.
Yeah, Tapal tea moment. And the fans have enjoyed their cup of tea, so have we.
Come on, Jazzy.
And the Tapal Tea Lounge.
So that was on his right hand. He got out, was so angry he got out, he whacked the ground. And as he whacked the ground, the jarring through the bat broke his finger. And he missed the final.
I don't think Imam broke any fingers today. Smashing
He broke
his
a leg.
bat.
He broke a leg, but not his. One of the legs on the chair.
These wicketkeepers got to really look after their hands. I know he's a thorough professional. He won't let anything go. He'll make sure he stop every run. That's why he's dived. And that's the end of the session. We'll go for tea. 249 for 7. 35 overs remaining in this partnership worth 43. Going quite nicely, these two. And Pakistan lead by 75. Ishodi picking up his first 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. He bowled a magic spell. A very, very good session for New Zealand, picking up 3 wickets. Only given 68 runs. So the session belongs to New Zealand. Pakistan's got to keep hanging in if they want to save this game.
Yeah, you feel there's 10 to 15 overs of batting remaining for Pakistan to feel a little more comfortable. In those 10 to 15 overs, maybe another 40 runs, 35 runs perhaps, if New Zealand go on the attack and searching. But Ishodi with his first 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. He'll be pleased with that, but he'll want more. He'll want to contribute more and try to get his side a win. Saad Shakil and Mohammad Wasim Jr., who have done very well. This partnership is 43 from 85 deliveries. And they have somewhat held things together for Pakistan after the dismissal of Imam ul Haq. Saad Shakil has faced 53 balls and Wasim has faced 39. Just Mir Hamza and Abrar to come. 249 for 7 in Pakistan's second innings. They lead by 75. Bowlers have toiled hard. 5 for Sodhi, 2 for Bracewell, and 15 wicketless overs for Southey, 19 for Ajaz Patel, and just the 3 for Neil Wagner.
Well, batting was easy. First inning, we saw a few hundreds. And Sarfraz getting his 50, and then just playing a loose shot. He was reaching for it and getting the edge. And that was Ishodi's 3rd wicket. A couple of good shots from Imam. He played quite nicely, and this was a beauty. A natural variation from the middle of the pitch and just went nice and straight, hitting the stump. This probably highlight of the evening session. Beautiful googly in the rough, and the keeper doing an excellent job.
Yeah, and then a couple of boundaries have started to flow. 3 boundaries in total for Shakil, 2 for Wasim. Just getting a little bit short. You can understand if the fingers are getting a touch tired. New ball, a little bit harder to grip. But all in all, a good session from New Zealand's point of view. They have 3 wickets to try and pick up, probably in around about 12 to 15 overs maximum in the 3rd and final session of day number 5. And for Pakistan, if they can bat those 12 to 15 overs without losing a wicket or any more than maybe 1, they may have saved this test match. Tea time on the last day. This test will go the distance. Pakistan lead by 75.
Quite a happening second session on the final day. Saudi just rushing and running through Pakistan's middle order, giving more hope to New Zealand to make it 1-0. Can Pakistan hold it off? They've got Mohammad Wasim Jr. and Saud Shakil trying to do so. Match summary. Quickly have a look at that. Pakistan at the moment is 75. That's what New Zealand will be looking at. And of course, Saudi gets his 5 for 5 for 66. It's all to play for in the final session. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I'm Sikandar with you. We got one last session on day 5, and who's it going to be? A draw, Pakistan or New Zealand? Got Chris Harris and Aruj Mumtaz. We'll come to you, Chris, first. Been watching the changes of expressions on your face through this session, joys, and then now you're thinking, are you keeping an eye on that lead and thinking, okay, what's New Zealand thinking at this point in time?
Yeah, that lead's absolutely crucial. I mean, every session you just feel as though Pakistan are going to save it, and then all of a sudden, a couple of quick wickets, New Zealand will feel as though they've got a great opportunity of winning this test match. I think New Zealand will be happy to chase something around 115 overs, but if Pakistan can bat beyond that, so if they bat for another 20 odd overs, get another 40 or 50 runs, I think that's what Pakistan need to do to save this test. And on the contrary, New Zealand need an early wicket straight after the break.
We've seen in recent tests and this one too, that Pakistan is getting this knack of losing wickets in pairs. And, you know, sadly, 2 set batters go out in succession. That causes that downfall.
We saw it, I mean, you say recent past, we saw that exactly happen in the England series as well with Nawaz and Saud at a similar point in the game where there was a few runs left and it could have been a Pakistan win. Here, Pakistan win probably not the most probable option, or probably the least probable option. Not even an option maybe, but I think for Pakistan, they just have to bat. I said this to you in the morning as well. All they need to do is bat, because the more they bat, they'll eventually pick up the runs as well. The only problem now is Saud Shakil is now batting with Mohammad Wasim, and that's probably when New Zealand will still feel they're in with a sniff. They break this open, and then the equation comes in: how many overs, how many runs. If there's anything in reachable range, I'm pretty sure New Zealand's going to go for it.
If you have a look at the wickets that have fallen in this session, you just feel that this, like Sarfaraz's wicket, that's the first one. This would be all Saudi wickets here. So let's start off with Noman. And then that's the big one, Babar. But then have a look at Sarfaraz. That's something he's chasing.
Especially just after getting 50 as well. I thought he'd reset himself. He'll be disappointed. And then that was one that just didn't turn, that went straight on. And then that was a big one. Imam was a bit of a stumbling block for New Zealand. And then that was beautifully thought out by Saudi, and wonderful keeping again from Bundle. It was a lovely piece of cricket from New Zealand's point of view. Felt sorry for Imam because I thought he deserved 100. He played really, really well, and we could see the disappointment as he came off.
Yeah, the brilliant build-up by Saudi, leg spinner, and then he bowls a wrong one to Imam ul Haq. But it's just a sense of urgency that he was trying to get to those 4 runs that wanted to get him to that 4th 100, and he actually just walked out of his crease.
By the reaction that Imam showed once he got out, you could tell there was some sort of energy or some sort of anxiousness that was going on. And I just feel if Pakistan don't make it through the line over here, that will probably be the turning point. Batting at 96, and it was almost looking like he was forcing the issue there. Like you say, maybe trying to get those 4 runs out of the way first. But I think that his reaction said a lot with his wicket, with the match on the line, everything. And for Saudi, there's 5 big wickets. Shan, Sarfaraz, Babar, Imam, and Salman Agha. So 5 big wickets at crucial times. So it's game on here for New Zealand, isn't it?
Noman would be happy you called him a big wicket. Okay, time for us to take expert prediction. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. I'll make it simple for my guess. Who's winning this, or is it a draw? We have had enough technical talks.
Oh, I'm just going to say, I think we're in for a thrilling run chase. You can make up your own mind, but I think we're going to be here till the end, and it's going to be an amazing run chase at the end.
So you're looking at a result, well, it's New Zealand's way. What about you?
I just feel Pakistan will draw this.
Pakistan will draw this?
Pakistan will draw this.
Awesome. I like it. To the point. Expert prediction brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy. In your prediction, Pakistan will have to probably bat as long as they can, or minimum 45 more minutes after this.
Yeah, I get that, but I just feel and it's difficult. So you got Mohammad Wasim at the other end, who does look a bit edgy, and with the ball turning, with the new ball, we saw already biting off the surface, more bounce in it as well. Saud Shikali, on the other hand, will probably have a little bit of a more calmer approach. He's been in similar situations in the England series, so he can take confidence from there. But I think the time left in the game, you look at it, 45 minutes, and you almost feel if Pakistan can bat it out, that equation that Chris mentioned starts playing lopsided towards New Zealand and puts Pakistan in that seat towards a draw. I'd back Pakistan here to play out that time.
And the new ball is helping them in terms of getting more lead. The ball is traveling quicker. That's what Harris was thinking. Maybe a couple of more overs before tea and then take that new ball. But that's all gone. They've taken it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's enjoy the final session and find out what the result is going to be in this first test match.
KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. First test, and we're into the final session. And New Zealand acquiring wickets. A bit of chat around, fairly relaxed, but they'd be thinking they want quick wickets at the start of the session. Jal Shakil 23 and Wasim 20 resistance from Pakistan. It was a good session for New Zealand with 3 wickets, but after that the partnership of 43 has kept Pakistan fighting. 5 wickets for Sodhi. He's been terrific from round the wicket with his googlies. He's been the bowler to watch and the go-to bowler, and he'll have a part to play still in this test match. And Sodhi's wickets, leg break, this was yesterday. Today he started off with the googlies. First ball of his spell, first ball of the day where he got Babar, and then after that long partnership Sarfraz, that was a beauty. Just carried straight on. And then the googly, which got rid of Imam. Bowled consistently throughout. And his best bowling figures, 5 for 66, his first 5-wicket haul. And best he's bowled throughout this test match was in this second innings. He's been so consistent from round the wicket, being able to deliver in the rough, but match still delicately poised. Pakistan lead by 75. There are 35 overs remaining, and I think we'll get through all of them. And with the revised schedule for Friday, we can go up to 550. But for New Zealand, well, they need to start off this session with wickets. Pakistan will be thinking if they can bat another 10 overs, maybe 15, then it becomes increasingly difficult for New Zealand to force a result. But stay glued to your TV screens, because this hour, and maybe more, has to be the decisive hour. Sodhi has picked up 5. Can he pick up another? Can he pick up another 2 in the next half an hour or so? Final session of the first test match. Sodhi. Oh, seems batted well. He's normally very aggressive, but his defense has worked out today.
He's been impressive, was he? And I'm absolutely sure. Brilliant bowling from Sodhi. But I'm convinced that Sodhi needs to add to that wicket tally to give his side a chance of winning. Give New Zealand a thrilling run chase.
Off the back foot, that is a terrific shot. He's hit that so hard. Boundary.
Yeah, he's played so well. Normally he's super aggressive. We saw that in the first innings. What he's done so well in this innings, play shots like that, good cricket shots. By all means hit the ball hard, but he's got in a good position and he's put the bad bowling away, and in between that he's had to endure some good bowling. And he's managed to keep out the good balls. I think his team and his skipper will be very impressed with the way he's played so far in this innings.
And that forward defensive has worked throughout this partnership. Partnership now up to 47. The lead up to 79. Keep an eye out for that as well. Oh, that is at the pad. Oh. New Zealand don't have a review. Thing going down, but team was deceived by that delivery. Flied it up and thrashed through the offside protection this time around, so just a single.
Saw Mohammad Yusuf having a long chat with Wasim this morning because he didn't like the shot Mohammad Wasim played in the first inning, trying to scoop the ball behind the wicketkeeper, and he was all about just look to play straight. You're a good enough batsman. And
worked with him a bit, and he's been pretty disciplined since then. I haven't seen any funky stroke from him yet.
Defends off the back foot. 254 for 7. It goes straight on, it goes quickly. I see he was deceived, it's missing leg.
One concern for New Zealand is that they have no reviews left. So I hope that doesn't play a part in this test match, but we've seen it before. That could come at a crucial time. Only time will tell.
Yeah, Bracewell from the university end, so spin, off spinner being preferred. The outside edge, but that'll race away down to third. And it's no catching that. Boundary.
It wasn't a bad delivery. Mohammad Wasim was looking for a spin, and that ball just went with the arm, didn't spin at all. New ball, skid through. And then this outfield with so much sun on it is quickened up even more than what we have seen in the last few days.
Yeah, the 50 partnership, how important has this partnership been? How important this contribution with the bat from Wasim has been. Still not out of the woods, Pakistan, but definitely getting there.
Good base, Steve. Lovely base, Steve. Have a base.
And comfortable, he's looking comfortable with that forward defensive. Does Bracewell slow it up? Does he entice him? Does he toss it up? We haven't seen that as yet. Is this the time now to just get it over that eye line and get Wasim a chance, or Wasim's eyes light up? I haven't seen them slowing it up to Wasim.
Come on, base.
I like the way you're thinking, Mazid. I think if he throws it up above the eyes, Wasim's eyes might light up as well.
And comfortably defended. Pakistan lead by 84.
Yeah, this partnership's hurting New Zealand. The second biggest partnership so far in this match, or in this inning. And they're still going strong. Soon I feel New Zealand will start getting frustrated. They will make more mistakes. Pakistan's got to really stay patient.
Short and wide and played really well. The back cut, he waited for it, touched longer. Placed it away, gets back for 2.
South Shakil is happy to face Sodhi, and he want Wasim to just carry on against Bracewell. Because I feel that he's thinking that Wasim might just play that big shot which he likes to play against Sodhi, because Sodhi bowls a little slower. Well, this time he's taken single. But he's definitely bowling a lot slower than Bracewell.
Yeah, I think Sodhi's certainly going to be more difficult for Wasim. The ability to go both ways. As you said, he bowls it a little bit above the eyes, gets that dip. With Bracewell, Wasim knows that it's only spinning one way. And as long as he defends down the line, he'll be all right. With Sodhi, it's a more difficult challenge.
Almost. Misjudged the length. It was too full to go back and too full to play the cut shot.
This is the second time. He didn't pick the length, he didn't pick the line. This was a googly. He was expecting the ball to come a bit more spin would have done the job.
Yeah, smashed through the offside. The opportunity to hit through the line, and Wasim just blasted through.
Terrific batting. I think that's what you were talking about, Waka. New Zealand, if they don't maintain patience and they go searching, they're going to get hurt. Especially with Wasim. He's been good in defence, but he's also been very good in attack. Any opportunity to score, he's happy to put it away.
Back foot trying to force it away inside part of the bat. Gets a single. The lead mounts. 92 now. The other option that New Zealand can go to is Wagner. It's quite a hard new ball. Maybe test out the middle part of the pitch. Just a couple of overs or maybe more, just bowling short pitch at the body. There's an appeal. Don't have a review. Ali Imdad just walks away nonchalantly. And it stays at 266 for 7. And Bracewell still with that ball. And he still continue. Wasim's got to 34 now. And he's looked increasingly comfortable. He's put away any opportunity to defense, but he's also been very good with defense. And he's comfortable with Bracewell.
I'd just love to see Bracewell just slow it up a little bit to Wasim, get it a little bit higher, give the ball an opportunity to turn and bounce.
Like that, Fuller, but it's gone the distance. He has plenty of power, does Wasim.
No risk involved in that shot. He likes to play big shots, and now he's been waiting for a long time that he will go after him. There's nothing wrong with that. That's positive. The only issue is when he plays those sweeps and funky shots, that's when he gets into trouble. He's a decent batsman, Mohammad Wasim.
And Pakistan now 98 the lead. Graceful around the wicket. And more runs just off the face, off the bat. And come back for 3. Yeah, highest score for Wasim in first class cricket now, 43. No doubt.
Good running from Shakil as well. Just gets Wasim to the non-striker's end and gives him a chance to relax.
And Saudi will have to take a decision now because he's gone to 101. They can't wait much longer. Does he go to Wagner? Does Wagner have it in him to bowl a couple of overs of just short pitch bowling, or does he go himself? Now the overs that you're not getting a wicket just mounting up. 31 after this, there's still time. But the way that South Shakil and Wasim, especially Wasim, the way that he's playing, they're taking Pakistan to safety.
I think the concern for New Zealand now is not so much the overs, because there's still time, it's just the amount of runs they're possibly going to need to chase. With that lead already over 100, the runs are become concerning for New Zealand.
It's a single offside. It's 2-7-6 for 7.
Go, boy!
Nicely played, gets a single. And it's back to Wasim.
The head's dropping, Harry. It seems like that they're just sort of.
Mine or theirs?
No, your head is always up, man. It's just that I just get this feeling that everyone's on the heel and they're just sort of waiting for something to happen. They're not really pushing or making some things to happen.
Oh, there's an appeal. This time it's out. That's skidded on. It's pad first. That's what Aleem Dar reckons. And he's gone on the back foot. He's misjudged the length. Pakistan have a couple of reviews. 4. Yes, he's gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Front foot is a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please. Yes, confirming pad first. Can you go for ball tracking, please? Original decision out. Pitching outside of. Impact umpire's call. Wicket sitting. Aleem, I recommend you to stay with your original out decision. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Oh, wonderful flipper from Ish Sodhi. Said he'd need to add to his wicket column, and he has. 6 for 80 now. And Wasim Jr., he played a brilliant innings of 43, involved in that partnership of 71 with Shakil, was on his way back. Pakistan 277 for 8.
Oh, shit.
Pakistan 8 down. Mir Hamza walks out to the crease. New Zealand still searching, still in the game. It seemed as if Pakistan were nearing safety, but another wicket, and it's that man Sodhi again. Now Mir Hamza needs to stick around with South Shakil. Still 30 overs after this one. A terrific flipper from Sodhi. He deceived Wasim a couple of times in terms of length. Wasim had gone back. This time the flipper was right on the stumps. He's gone back, but pad first. Mir Hamza will have to contend with Sodhi from round the wicket. Short leg, silly mid off, and a slip, a short mid wicket. Round the wicket, Sodhi. Oh! Beats the outside edge.
Sure, I heard something then. And so it's a nervous time when you first come in.
Yeah, he was searching for a spin. That's the advantage having a new ball in your hand as a leg spinner. The odd one will skip through.
Oh, blocks that. 2 full this time. What a terrific flipper.
Sodhi has been trying to do that for a while now. That's why the odd delivery was short or full. He's trying to bowl that flipper and eventually got it right. Yep, he's gone. What about this one? Going down, I think.
Don't have a review, do they?
No, they don't, but that review would have told them that that's going down leg.
And from round the wicket, has to be very full to get a decision. It does turn, it does come back. Ho ho ho. Not the best, but successful over. 277 for 8.
Look at those three.
Stern looking dressing room. Mr. Glenn looking away, he doesn't want to watch. Solidly forward, South Shakil in the meantime.
What was that? Explain me, Harry. What was that?
That wasn't it.
Is it the same guy who
It was a
got 6
tempest flipper, but I think he was trying to give Hamza 1.
Doesn't take the single. So now he's going to farm the strike. Now, he's also got to decide which bowler can he trust Hamza with. Can he give him Bracewell or can he give him Sodhi?
Oh, yes, Beastie. Yes, Beastie. Good in, boy. On, Beastie.
Here's that attempted flipper. It was sort of telegraph, wasn't it? It was out in the end of his fingers.
Gets a single into the offside. So a couple of deliveries now for Mir Hamza to face.
You can see there it's right out in the end of his fingers, which is sort of telegraphing it. And I guess he's thinking, tail ender, probably not going to be watching my hand anyway. But thought it was worth giving it another go. Bowled a beautiful one to dismiss Azim Jr. You can just see it slip out the front and just skid off the surface. That one stuck in his hands a wee bit though.
Graceful to the left-hander. You want delivery similar to the one he bowled to Noman. Just carry on with the arm or bowl it quite full. Try and target that front pad. Defend it pretty comfortably. So South Shakil, he's played a bit of cricket with Mir Hamza, so he trusts his defense with the off spinner. Danger man for Pakistan has been Sodhi. Defense survives. 278 for 8. Pakistan lead 104. Still plenty of time. 29 overs. Sodhi round the wicket now. There is the option of taking a single. I don't think that South Shakil will give Hamza too many deliveries to face against Sodhi, but also the tactics from Saudi. What does Saudi do? At the moment he's got a deep square and a point on the fence, so anything square can be worked for a single. Does he bring the field in? Does he allow South Shakil just to bat for 4 deliveries and take the single?
Good so far from Shakil, but it's that time now. There's a couple of deliveries left. And looking to pick up the single, in New Zealand tinkering with that field. Square as well has come up. He cuts it straight to the man.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Sodhi, really. If South Shakil decides that he wants a big shot, this is playing into Sodhi's hands. Maybe this will be that googly or that flipper. But all the field is in. The option for the boundary is present.
Oh, yes, T.
No run in the end. 278 for 8. New Zealand looking for this final 2 wickets. Pakistan have a lead of 104. So Shakil still out in the middle. Mir Hamza.
Oi, beastie!
Bracewell will want to bowl these 6 deliveries to Mir Hamza.
Come on, beast. Come on, boy.
4 men around the bat.
Yeah, 2 full from Bracewell. First couple of deliveries. Haven't seen left arm spin for a while.
The tail is just looking so comfortable out there compared to what we saw with the middle order. They were shuffling in and out. But the partnership that just happened between Wasim Jr. and Saud Shakil has just bailed them out of some jitters in the middle stage.
Bracewell needs to be quite a lot shorter than what he's bowled to Mir Hamza this over. He needs to pitch it in that rough or just short of a length. Allow the ball to react. It's just been too full.
That's better. That's better. You can see Mir Hamza going hard at it. And just for that, like Baz says, just pull the length back. A touch shorter from even the one that was now better. To 78 for 8.
They're very comfortable throughout that over, Mir Hamza. Maybe now Saudi will look at Ijaz Patel. Maybe left arm spin is the way to go. If you're not going to bowl pace, then maybe somebody turning the ball back in from the rough.
Hey, Sodhi gets a break and there's a left arm spin from Ijaz. It'll be the angle into the right-hander. Into the left-hander, apologies, Saud Shakil on strike. Driven. There is a sweeper out there and they look for 2 and pick it up as well.
I just feel that Sodhi's got a break for 6 deliveries. He'll probably be back on the other end. That's the end he's preferred bowling at. Ijaz Patel just starts off with 1-2 full. He needs to just land it outside off. About there. But so far, Saud Shakil batting down the order has looked very good in defense off the front foot or the back foot.
Still early on into his test career, but you know you can handle the pressure. Not long ago when he was out there again against England, the Multan test, with the catch down the leg side. Debatable whether the ball had touched the ground or not, but Saud was there, batting under pressure, and he's doing that once again. 31 from the 74. And trying to bat for as deep into this test match to take time out of the game. 26 overs now remain. Pakistan lead by 106. Gets a hand to that chance at the non-striker. Ejaz Patel has missed that opportunity. Mir Hamza gets a life.
Where was he going with that? Look at Saud Shakil's expression. He's like asking him with that look, what's going on? He had no intention of taking that run. There was a good stop, yes, but there's another one backing up. Oh, Ejaz didn't pick it up. Otherwise, no chance for Mir Hamza to get back.
Oi, Jay-Z, that's good.
A chance gone begging. 280 for 8.
Will this be the defining moment of the test match? He picks that up and Pakistan are 9 down. And it's a decent throw. Nothing wrong with the throw. Is that the moment New Zealand will rule?
Sometimes it just takes that much of a time for the bowler to get behind the stumps to collect it cleanly, but it just happens so quickly. Slight misfield, the other fielder backs up and just throws the ball in a zip. What a match Saudi is having. First, career best 65 with the bat. What a partnership along with Williams. And now 6 for 80. After 4 years, makes a comeback and a strong one.
And change of end for him. It's that rough that he wants to bowl into these two left-handers. It was a good setup from Sodhi to Wasim Jr. Varied his pace. Started off at 79, kept tossing the ball up, taking the pace off. And there was one fired in, the other one as well. And then the one that was really quick, 88 Ks. Just off the edge again. 88 Ks, that one to Wasim Jr., the one that was fired in. He's having a good game. 6 wickets now to his name.
Yeah, that's the point Basit was making a while ago, to toss it up just above the eye line, invite him to go for that big shot.
He's gone over the wicket, but he still has to bowl outside off. That's where he'll get most results. Just go into that rough outside off. We bowl straight. Even Mir Hamza is pretty confident defending.
That's too short. It's not far outside the off stump as well. Another man comes in. Close to the bat. 3 men on the leg side now catching. for the bat pad. Kept out by Mir Hamza, 280 for 8.
Lead now 106, 25 overs to go. It's that stage of the game where you just can go either way. Pakistan, if bats this way a little while more, then feel they'll secure. New Zealand would also start feeling that, oh, just go straight, that the chase is on or not.
Still game on. Still game on here. 25 overs to go. And New Zealand get 1 wicket here with Abrar to come in. Time running out for New Zealand to get those couple of wickets here, to then go for the chase in order to win, depending on how many Pakistan get in the end. Field comes back up. He goes for the big shot. Nicely timed over long on.
Yeah, that's good. South Shakil taking the option of hitting the boundary. And just waited for it and dragged it leg side. The length allowed him to do so, but he went straight rather than square. And he's nailed it. He still has the opportunity. Runs do matter.
Goes for the paddle. This is really clever batting by South Shakil. And has the legs to run into the boundary for another 4.
And the couple of boundaries take off one more over. It's now the lead's up to 114. A little paddle sweep. He could also take on this last delivery too, because we've seen how well Mir Hamza defended previously, at previous over.
Man placed for that paddle now. Nicely fended off. 288 for 8.
Sorry.
.114 ahead, Pakistan at this stage. And that paddle sweep is just a reflection of where these two feel in terms of confidence are in the game. 206 was the score when they lost their last recognized batter. It was just down to the tail. But now South Shakil feels that after Wasim Jr.'s help and support, and now what Mir Hamza has been doing, he's faced like 18 deliveries for nothing, but that's okay. It's just that now runs are coming. As soon as they got into 3 figures in terms of lead, it's a different pair.
And every over ticked off at this point, also important, just leaves New Zealand that many less overs. That's also once they do bowl Pakistan out. That's not looking easy at the moment. From the outside edge. Didn't carry.
Yeah, the googly, the outside edge, just dies away as we've seen throughout the test match. But importantly, Saud Shakil back on strike. And the danger man Sodi will have to bowl to a set Saud Shakil. This is what Pakistan would want. Saud Shakil taking more of the strike when Sodi's on.
So they're just opening up the field for him, and understandably so. And deep point, deep backward square. Mid on, mid off at the edge of the circle. Good adjustment in the end.
Even in such a situation, Sikandar, you happy with Hamza's strike rate? 1 of 20?
Sikandar's left that question go.
Meaning that he's not happy.
I've seen worse. That's fine. He's as long as he's there to support one end. That's what they want, don't they? But yeah, a little bit of fun for the crowd. Like Mohammad Wasim Jr. went after the bowling, hit a few. People have come a long way to watch this. Day 5.
Six men now close to the bat. Oh, has gone through. It has gone through. And except for Sodi, who went up briefly. Spun. Hit him outside. .290 for 8. A little bit of crowd has stuck around.
You must be happy to see the crowd, Basit. See them how they come in, families, kids, they're enjoying themselves. Look at that.
You want me to keep quiet or start talking again?
No, go on, go on.
Yeah, free entry today, and about 75 people have turned up.
Very easy for you to say. I mean, you and I never buy tickets.
Yeah, Rawalpindi, everybody buys tickets, come to the ground. Yeah, small ground, but it fills up quite nicely. Karachi is the city which follows cricket, I feel, a lot. But from the television screens, they just like to hear Sikandar commentate.
You're right about that. The number of people around here, they would probably overflow Pindi Stadium.
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. He's gone for the sweep and he pierces the field once again. He's taking Ijaz on here, Saud Shakil, as he moves to 44.
So Shakil now seems to be calling the shots. He's played 2-1 slog. This was more controlled than the paddle sweep. He's just liking what he's receiving.
Down the track with a mighty hit. So Shakil is having some fun here, and he's reached his 50. And raises his bat. This is well deserved, and it's been a very confident half century. First 6 in Test cricket. His 5th half century. Well played. That's a great delivery. That is a great delivery. But looking at the way Saud Shakil has played the previous over to Ijaz Patel. There's a wrong one out of the back of the hand.
Come on, Ace. Oh! Ace. Boy. She. Come on, mate.
Amir Hamza looking confident. It's not the runs that matter, it's the number of delivery he faces and stays out there with Saud Shakil, who's having absolutely no problems in scoring runs. Last over 5th ball, the ball spun in sharply, and had New Zealand a review and they reviewed that, that would have been out, but New Zealand did not have any reviews left. They burnt all their reviews, as did Babar in his first innings. A missed run-out chance to go with that as well.
Come on, Ace. Oh, yes, Ace.
300 for 8. Yeah, he had some fun a couple of overs ago. Looking very confident, swept one and then down the track to bring up his 5th half century. And with that, you just feel the control shifting back towards Pakistan. He's looked really good since he's come in. A 96 from Imam, 53 from Sarfraz, and Shakil has played a really good knock for 50. 43 from Wasim, well supported. 300 for 8. Pakistan at the moment, the lead now 126. with 21 overs remaining in this test match. You just get the feeling Pakistan have made a really good way back in. 6 wickets to Sodhi. He's been the highlight of this innings from New Zealand. A couple to Bracewell. And it was that moment when the 6th and the 7th wicket fell back-to-back, 204, 205 and 206. Pakistan felt they were in a spot of bother.
Great job done by the late order batsman, Pakistan South Shakil in particular. There's no man there. No man close to the bat. It came off the bat. It was in the air. Mohammad Wasim played really well, put up a really good partnership with South Shakil. And now Mir Hamza playing a major role in saving this game. So far it's not over, I wouldn't say that, but Pakistan probably comfortable.
Shakil's played superbly, absorbed the pressure early, and then opportunity to score later on in his innings. He's taken it with both hands, and a brilliant 50.
The number count and the money count has gone up for the Osaka boundary contest, and they proudly present 170,000 Pakistani rupees to the players who hit the boundaries when the Osaka lights were lit on.
Lovely delivery from Jas Patel, coming round the wicket and making the angle. South Shakil was hoping that this ball will spin, played on the back foot. Ball just went very quickly off the surface. In the air. Is there a wicket there? Is there a twist? No. Just a little bit away from Bracewell. Maybe this was the last chance for New Zealand. Fielders were way too close to the bat. It was in the air for a while, but chance gone begging. 301 for 8.
Oh, Bracewell in the end didn't even get there. He's got a great pair of hands, just didn't quite get there. Brilliant from Ajaz. Pakistan 301 for 8.
Disappointment from New Zealand's point of view, but this partnership has been good. It's thwarted most things that has come their way. Been saying all afternoon, Bakar Yunus, 15 overs, 130, 135. That was the one that was just out of the reach of Michael Bracewell. Just wonder whether it's out of reach already for New Zealand.
Yeah, I think it's slipping away because the runs are just a little bit too many, I think. But even if they get 2 wickets now, change over, 2 overs gone. But the way Saud is playing, it didn't seem like, unless he plays the rash shot which he played in the previous over, it'd be a different story. But he played such a good knock. He's faced 100 deliveries for his 51. Batted with the tail and beautifully.
Can't get the full toss away. One more ball from Isodi. It's just a circle field, trying to keep Hamza at the bowler's end. Gets that away, and he'll get it away for 4. So the result right. Runs probably not what New Zealand needed. 131 runs ahead now at 305 for 8.
Every time South Shakil got the opportunity, or the ball's a little short, he pounced it on it.
No run there, but Pakistan's lead 131, 305 for 8 here in Karachi. Time for drinks. ...131 runs Pakistan lead by, 19 overs remaining in the day, lose 2 for the change of innings if there is to be one. So, in theory, 17 overs remaining. Captains could decide 15 over mark if they wanted to. Shake hands and be friendly and look forward to the next test match. Time will tell when New Zealand feel that it's out of their reach. Partnership and a very good one of 71 between Mohammad Wasim, who picked up 43 off 57, and Sod Shakil. Just put New Zealand a little bit more on the back foot, and then this current partnership has continued on that good work. Imam played really nicely throughout the innings, was dismissed just short of his 4th test match century. And those 2 partnerships of 71 and 28 have been very good from Pakistan's middle to lower order. Oh my goodness me. It's turned quite a lot.
Not sure how that's missed. Ajaz Patel can't believe it either. that has turned considerably out of the rough.
Oh, that's turned back past the inside edge and beaten Tom Blundell, and have gone away for 4 byes.
There was something in the drink, I tell you, because I have not seen balls spinning this much from Ajaz Patel in this inning. With more flight, landed on the seam, and it just spun sharply and bounced. Maybe a little too late.
Good in defence though, Mir Hamza. Not his job, but he's doing terrific work. 31 deliveries now. Five full overs on his own, so he can take some real heart from this.
Well, although he hasn't picked up a wicket in this game, but he had a decent game, especially saving this game. If he's still out there and the game finishes and bowled quite nicely, he'll feel that I belong to this cricket, and if I get a little bit of support from the pitch, I might be a little bit more helpful with the ball in hand.
Should be 2. And will be 2 pretty comfortably. So Shakil will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. 311 for 8.
Yeah.
On 37 the lead. Saad Shakil has been outstanding. 55 from 103. It's his 8th innings in Test cricket. In every innings he's played, he's scored at least 20 runs. And he's the first Pakistan player to do that from the start of his career. The history of their game. At least 20 in his first 8 innings. So it just shows how good a start he's had to his career. He's a good prospect, a good player.
Isn't that amazing? 5th day of the game, almost what, 15 overs remaining, 16 overs remaining, and still this pitch very much battable. It's the slowness of the pitch which allows the batsman to sort of hang around. Lower order can also contribute. Even in the first inning, we saw Salman Agha putting up quite a few partnerships with the lower order batsmen, and then now this time around, Mohammad Wasim, Hamza, they're all chipping in. We saw a very similar sort of pitch against Australia earlier this year, when Babar Rizwan got 100. Babar got big 100, got 196 in that game, saved the game. Very similar game, very similar situation. Game could have gone to Australia's way, but they played defensively. They played the entire day. Most of the day was played by Babar and Rizwan later on.
I think Babar Azam is going to declare here. He's bringing his players in. He's saying we want a chance to try and win a test match. Going to dangle the carrot from New Zealand's point of view and see what happens. I think this is magnificent. To be applauded, Wakar. I didn't see this coming, and well done to Pakistan team and to Babar Azam for just dangling the carrot. Who knows? Who knows?
Bit of baseball. Bit of baseball, Dooley. Let's see what happens. It's going to be fun. It all depends how New Zealand start. There's 138 they will be requiring to chase down in 15 overs.
9.2 and over required.
Chaseable. It's T20. All these guys play T20 cricket.
They do, yeah. They all play. They all give it a go. Will New Zealand change that batting order? I've got to see Michael Bracewell higher up the top, whether it's at number 1 or 2 or possibly at 3. But Devon Conway opens the batting in T20 cricket. Kane Williamson has opened the batting a lot in T20 cricket. It might be Latham that drops down a touch. Ish Sodhi, well done. Very well bowled, Ish Sodhi. His first career test 5-wicket haul. He's ended up with 6 for 86, so his best figures. And still surprised, but very pleasantly surprised, Chris Harris, by this declaration.
This is really brave from Pakistan. I really like it, and Babar Azam. Well, my only concern from their point of view is you feel as though it's unlikely that they're going to bowl or get 10 New Zealand wickets in 15 overs. So you feel as though the only team that can win from this situation is New Zealand, and the likelihood is still possibly a draw on the table. But you've got to be applauded, because you have to say, still, going into the last hour of a test match and all results are still available. Brilliant.
I think Babar has given New Zealand an opportunity to win this game. I don't think, as you said, Eric, Pakistan can win this game. It's going to be some performance if Pakistan will win. But New Zealand can really throw their bats around and can really trouble Pakistan. A couple of big overs early on, 15 or 20. You never know. Things can change very quickly here. Then Babar will be under a lot of pressure.
Right, 311 for 8, should say. Shaquille not out to 55. Wasim did a great job with 43, and Imam ul Haq right at the top, 96. Sarfaraz backed up his first innings half-century with another in the second. New Zealand's bowlers, Ish Sodhi, the standout figure, 6 for 86. His first 5-wicket haul in a test match for New Zealand. Bracewell with a couple as well. So that is the situation. Pakistan 438, New Zealand 612 for 9 declared, and Pakistan have declared their second innings at 311 for 8. There will be 15 overs remaining in this first test match, and New Zealand will need 138 to win.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get 5 wickets, first 5 overs, New Zealand will lock out.
Whichever is later, 15 overs or 1 hour, whichever.
They won't.
Sorry, spinners.
7, 8, 7, 50 minutes before the last hour starts. Yep. When we start when? So we start at 54. So it's either back to the National Bank Cricket Arena here in Karachi. We're set for a very interesting last hour of this first test match. Pakistan have declared their second innings closed at 311 for 8. New Zealand need 138 runs. We'll start local time at 4:54 and there will be 1 hour's play or 15 overs, whichever comes first. Wickets to fall, and that was the first one to go. Glenn Phillips with a good catch. Sodhi then having Shan Masood just on the back foot, trapped plumb in front, and decision given. And then first thing this morning it was Numan Ali, Michael Bracewell trapping him in front. Alex Wharf gave that decision and it was spot on.
And this was a massive wicket. We all thought New Zealand they're winning this game. And Sarfraz just chasing the wide one, played quite nicely, but just after the interval, lost it. This was a beauty. He was looking to spin the ball. There was a natural variation. And what about this one? An outstanding stumping, a brilliant thinking by a bowler. And another beautiful delivery, nice and full. It was a flipper. And Mohammad Wasim couldn't really pick that. 6 wickets for Sodhi. And here we go. Dooley, Bracewell out there.
Yeah, the light is fading. The artificial lights are on. And Michael Bracewell, Devon Conway out in the middle. Only guessing, but I'm thinking they may have opened the batting together in a T20 domestic game before these two. If not, Bracewell has batted at 3 for Wellington at times. Both left-handers, and don't call Michael Bracewell the beast for nothing. Incredible innings in the domestic T20 competition last summer back in New Zealand. Some ridiculous numbers. New Zealand are certainly showing their cards right up front, and rightly so.
Dooley, one thing is for sure, you will not see too many fielders close to the bat. They will be pushed back. They'll be pushed back on the boundary very early in the game, unless Pakistan pick up a wicket or two in a very first couple of overs. Interesting, very interesting declaration. So that's last hour. That means 15 overs remaining. And a very interesting 15 overs.
Yeah, they could bowl more if they rush through their overs. So it's either 554 or a minimum of 15. Test career average of 20, a T20 strike rate of 170 and above. Michael Bracewell, domestic level. We've got 3-4 on the boundary, a slip and a short leg. And it's Abra.
Well, who's that brave man at short leg? I want to see that.
Well done, Abby.
A slower one, which is the one that goes away generally from the left-hander, that little wrong-in that he bowls.
Straight away, Sarfraz yelling, no flight at all. Just push it through.
Impressive numbers for Devon Conway early in his test career, an average of 53.16. And off the mark straight away, only be a single. Makes it a little bit easier for Pakistan with the 2 left-handers out there. There's a man at deep backward point. I guess more for the reverse sweep. And then 3 out on the leg side, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on, which is the areas that Bracewell likes to hit.
And he goes out towards the deep mid-wicket. Pitches and stops, it'll be a couple.
Well, it won't be easy chasing this sort of total on a very pitch. It's the 5th-day pitch. The spinner's on. You got to really get close to the ball to hit it over.
Pitching outside by quite a long way. I think with this line and this angle, that the slog sweep or the sweep is possibly a better option. Unless it's that floaty leg spinner, it's not going to pitch in line with the stumps. He's looking to fire it in. Most of these deliveries are pitching outside leg. Bowled him, beautifully bowled. I think he slowed that one up nicely, and Bracewell was caught in 2 minds. It's wonderful from Abra.
Yeah, it was the length. He exactly knew what Bracewell was looking to do. He knew that he's going to come out of his crease. He's bowled slowly, very slowly. That also kept a little low and hitting the off stump. Abra is pumped. And the crowd, a little crowd is pumped too. It's 4 for 1. New Zealand losing their first wicket.
Will never happen again.
आगा जरा बॉल फेंक आगा थ्रो फेंक देना इधर सामने कौन है मिड ऑन कोई नहीं है नहीं जा रहा ना ये ठीक है मिड ऑफ चलाया
The usual opening combination is now together. Tom Latham, Devon Conway. I don't think this signals New Zealand stopping the run chase by any stretch, because I just think that obviously Tom Latham plays spin very well.
Oh yes, Aga.
Well, Salman Aga
Nice, Aga.
will open up. 2 left-handers out there, so the off spinner in play. Coming up 1 a.m. New Zealand time. I wonder how many faithful have stayed up back in New Zealand to watch this Friday night. There's probably a few stumbling back in home. Scratching their eyes, looking at the television, wondering what's going on. Just caught in 2 minds, didn't read it at all. Michael Bracewell.
Aga.
Fine, very fine from Latham. Big chase, and I think he's just got a boot on it. Is that Nouman Ali?
Yeah, nice way for Latham to get under way. You'd be absolutely right. Any New Zealanders coming home at this time of night, turning the TV on, will be thinking New Zealand have bowled Pakistan out. I think they'll be very surprised to find out that Pakistan declared.
That is very fortunate or unfortunate. Depends on whichever way you look at it. They are having a laugh, but he's missed it completely with the hands, I think. got the boot. Overstretched the groin just a little, trying to get to that. Push for 2 here and take it on. Latham comes back. It is a good piece of running.
Yeah, they need a couple of big overs. Very unexpected seeing Salman Agha to bowl. Not seen him bowl in the first inning. Hardly seen him bowl in his Test career. Purely bowling because the 2 left-handers at the crease. Normally, either it would have been a pacer or Noman bowling.
Hasn't quite carried back to the bowler, but decent over. 11 for 1. $11 for 1. 2 overs gone. Abra seems okay after that little fielding mishap. And Devon Conway on strike. Still got 4 men on the boundary. 1 at deep backward point, then 3 on the leg side. Clever, very clever for at least 1. That's all it'll be, I think.
Yeah, clever batting from Conway. I think from these 2 we're going to see a diet of sweeping, reverse sweeping. And if they are going to use their feet, they'll be looking to target over long off, because that is one area at the moment that is not protected. Long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. So hard sweeps and looking to hit straight down the ground are the boundary options.
Well, very nice. Hurried on.
Well, this is also an opportunity for Babar to look Abrar how he's going to bowl if it comes to a white ball cricket. Fielder's back on the boundary. Can he just hold his nerves? So far, he's done well. A couple more. He's got mystery about him, so Pakistan will be looking in the one-days, opening with him maybe, or just playing him in the T20 cricket. He was in the team against England when they came for 7 T20 games. Didn't play. I'm sure they'll be looking at him as a very attacking move.
Again, terrific running from Latham. Very good. Yeah, he's got the variations, hasn't he? I love the way that he mixes up his pace. You know, on a surface that helps, he can definitely spin the ball both ways. And just the way he started in this run chase, I think he'll be very good in white ball cricket.
And give him some time as well, because there is a 50-over World Cup. Oh, it's hit the helmet. There's another 5 coming. That's dead ball and 5 runs, so those genuinely help.
A few of those would be good, wouldn't they?
Second time in the game.
Yeah, you don't see it often. I think Faraz was very surprised that it didn't bowl Latham, because it was very close to that leg stump. And you can see it's the top of the helmet. Someone probably needs to check to see if that helmet's okay.
New Zealand will take any help from anywhere, get those runs. Helmet off, leg guard off. Let's play T20.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say that 50-over World Cup in the subcontinent next year, so Abrar will certainly play a part in that, but he's got to get some white ball cricket between now and then if he's going to be a part of it. 21 for 1.
आगा ये पीछे चाहिए आगे
21 for 1. 12 overs remaining.
Yeah.
Right arm off spin of Salman continues.
Pakistan should not take this lightly.
Catch it! Only one.
Extra cover. That is brilliant from Imam. Really good.
Yeah, brilliant piece of fielding. These two have run very well. Got the ball cleanly and got rid of it so fast. Latham wanted to come, but because Imam got rid of the ball so quickly, watch this, down low, quickly to his feet and release.
Yes, Aga.
When do you think they'll feel that they need that big over or over or two maybe?
Swept hard into the gap for 4 now.
Oh, I saw a lot of that in the first innings from Tom Latham. Wonderful on the sweep shot. It's so sweetly. The two men on the boundary aren't that far apart. Neither of them had either chance. No chance. Wonderful timing.
That's looking to go over that wide extra cover region.
It was a groan of frustration that from Tom Latham because there's a big gap through cover. That's the area that he can target if he gets room.
Sweeps. It's gone aerial again. And excellent work. Another couple. He's 7 from that over as well. New Zealand going long at exactly 7s, 28 for 1. Heavy breathing going on at the moment. Out in the middle, there's plenty of running between the wickets between these two. This broadcast going all around the world. PTV Sports and Vidli live streaming is up in Papmad, Tamasha as well in Pakistan. Flow Sports, Sky Sports in New Zealand, Fox in Australia, radio broadcasters as well. That's hit very hard down the ground for 4 by Devon Conway. Can't get that one away. Good response from Abra, and for the last 10.4 overs, Wazid Khan, Uruj Mumtaz.
Or 44 minutes. The sweep, just a single. 105 needed. Realistically, these next couple of overs have to really go big. They need to go for maybe 12 each or 13 each, maybe even 15 each. Swept nicely, and that'll go to the fence. The sweep shots working like a treat for Latham.
Yeah, do you think so, Baz? I'm sort of the mind when New Zealand don't want to lose wickets. They won't take silly risks. They think they can get 12, 13 and over for the last 4, 5. So I think they want to get themselves to a position where they can get 50 off the last 4, even 5 overs. I don't think they need to take huge risks now.
You think that'll be possible? Last 4 overs, get 50. It's still the 5th day pitch, and is it a better chance of actually going hard right now, or just leaving that just one option?
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't think it's easy at all.
A reverse sweep, and he's timed that magnificently. No chance for Wasim. That goes to the fence. This is quality batting. 14 off the over, 42 for 1.
Without much risk as well, Aruj. This is a brilliant shot.
And the way he's timed it, it's raced to the boundary. He's got a good connection. He obviously knew exactly where the fielder was. And it's yielded 14. Coming back to the discussion the two of you are having, 14 and over, they'll take it, even if it's now.
A slightly concerned look now. Babar was very happy, declaring pretty secure when he declared, but right now Latham and Conway just putting pressure back on Pakistan. New Zealand need 96. 10 overs remaining now. Pace on the ball. Wasim into the attack. What sort of field will be set, and where will Wasim bowl? Will he attack the stumps or hide it outside off? Yeah, just a little bit more concern shown now by Babar.
One thing's for sure, you have to stay on one side of the wicket. Offside.
Into the stumps, clipped away, and nobody's picked that up. Nobody's picked that up, and that's gone to the fence. Both deep square leg and fine leg looking at each other as that ball's been flicked away. Yeah, head coach looks with concern and saying that nobody's seen it. But yeah, it's just Pakistan have declared, and maybe now they're regretting it.
He smiles, nervous ones for Pakistan right now.
Gets a single down the ground, so 5 off the first 2. Now we're looking at another over of 15. Last over went for 14.
I wonder if Numan will be slightly more difficult to hit out of the rough, bowling into that rough on the leg, so on the offside, outside the 2 left-handers. Whether both these players feel a little more comfortable with the pace on the ball.
The try is going down the ground. Just a single.
Oh.
Yeah, concern shown from the fielders. Remember, Pakistan have lost a test match in the dark here. But it wasn't where the artificial lights hadn't taken effect. That is magnificent. That is superb. He's just walked across, and the connection and the sound of the bat.
Nothing wrong with the light at the moment, Baz.
From Pakistan's point of view, everything wrong with this shot. Oh, wow. The sound of the bat, it is just pinged off the bat there, and Latham with his attacking stroke play. 50 now, the partnership. 28, and they need 84.
12 off the first 4 deliveries. Everybody out leg side. Hides it offside. Hides it offside. He's still got protection on the offside. There's a third and a deep point. And another deep point in front of square.
And Mir Hamza warming up, I think, as well. I think that's the right decision. Seamers can hide the ball wide of off stump. He can go wide, or he can bowl in at the pads and maybe just protect the leg side only as well.
Goes wide again. Single. Yes, it will be. So another good over. 13 off that one. 55 for 1.
They're up with the run rate now. Courtesy of those 2 overs, 14 and 13. Light meters come out.
Yeah, paces from both ends. Mir Hamza. He comes into the attack. Just saw Aleem Dar with that light meter, so Babar can just keep on bowling these fast bowlers and hope that they can control the run rate. If not, light worsens and Aleem Dar and Alex Wolff decide that it's time to go off. 83 needed. New Zealand giving it a go, courtesy Latham. Latham has been superb. He ran off when Pakistan declared. Ran off to take his pads or to pad up. And maybe just giving a statement here that why was I pushed down the order?
Now the option here for Latham, with the 4 men on the boundary on the leg side, third back on the boundary point as well, cover in mid off up in the ring. The Mir Hamza angling the ball in. Does he give himself room and goes over?
Inside edge. Single, he has a throw at the other end. Single is a good result for Pakistan.
Yeah, stayed a little bit low, that one. You know, think about Tom Latham's form internationally. His previous innings prior to coming to Pakistan was a one-day international innings against India. Back in New Zealand, the final ODI of 3-match series, a magnificent 145 at Eden Park.
It's a little chip. Another single.
Strike rate of mid-130s in that game. 139 it was, in fact. He was unbelievable in that innings at Eden Park to get New Zealand home in that game, and then 100 obviously here. 307 New Zealand chased in that game to win. And then he picked up 100 in the first innings here, a very good test match 100, his 13th, so he's been in some very, very good form.
Short inside edge. He's missed all that padding and he's hobbling away. Yeah, imagine having that inner thigh pad on, the pads on, but the inside edge finds a way where there's no padding at all.
I'm sure that's stinging. The ball always manages to find a way, doesn't it? He has obviously whacked it back on himself, probably on the outside of the knee roll. Oh, that's going to hurt. Oof. No boundaries yet, 2 to go.
A pace off. Trying to go leg side. It is difficult. It is a pitch where the ball's not going to come on. It's dying on you. Usual mindset of T20 cricket. You think this is very gettable, but different. Very, very different.
Yeah, New Zealand can't forget about the twos, though. It's what they did very well for the first 3 overs. Just picked up 2 big overs. All of a sudden, you get a couple of twos. You need 2 twos and 4 singles, and you're 8 and over. But don't forget about that, although they've batted really well so far.
Tries to go leg side again, beaten. It's a good over by Hamza, just the 4 off. 59 for 1.
Yeah, excellent. Really good from Mir Hamza. Light meters have come out again. So it is getting rather dark out there. The lights are on, but it is getting rather dark.
They're checking the lights. And it thinks as if it's going to carry on. Yeah, they're going to carry on. There's still light. There's fast bowlers from both ends, so there's been a check of lights every over, check of the light meter every over. Round the wicket was seen. It's straight to that deep fielder at long on, another single. Just seems as if it won't be long till the umpires take them off with the fast bowlers from both ends. There's a bit of conversation between overs where just Alim Dar asked Babar Azam who will bowl, and then they looked at the light again. So if Babar continues with these fast bowlers, which I think he will, I think will come off in the next couple, maybe an over or so.
We had one day, didn't we? Was it day number 2 where the overs were a bit slow and we went through to 5:30, and it was pretty dark when we got to 5:30. We're supposed to play through till 5:54 tonight, so I can't imagine play going much after 5:35, 5:40, if at all. So I'm with you, Buzz. I think probably 3 or 4 more overs of reasonable light, and even then it's probably not that good.
Hides it outside off. Conway wants a wide, but nothing doing. Alim Dar's coming again. He's coming again. He's called Alex Wolf. And there'll be a check with that light meter.
400.
Quick check. And this conversation doesn't look too promising. Now goes to the other end.
And of course, the right thing nowadays, it's not offered to the batters at all. If there's a reading, and if the reading is too high, too dark, the umpires will take the players from the field, and that's how it should be. And there's no issue in or around it either. I think that might be it. Too dark, and I think this test match, Buzzard Khan, Ruj Mumtaz, will end in a draw, and I think maybe that smile is back.
It seems that that'll be that. New Zealand gave it a go, 61 for 1. Still having a word. It's still thinking if light improves, we can come back. But do you see that happening? I don't think so.
Like saying your beard's going to stop growing, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not happening.
No, if I shave it off, it might. But yeah,
that'll do.
That's it. Handshakes all around. It's been a draw. New Zealand had their chances today, but Pakistan fended it off. It's been good performance for New Zealand throughout the test match. They have the better of the test match, but Pakistan will go, and New Zealand will go into that second test match all drawn. And that test match comes pretty quickly, but Babar Azam, well, he's now pretty happy. Few moments of concern after that declaration, but Pakistan have survived, have managed to eke out a draw. But it's been New Zealand who've had the better of them. But as we all know, it's all about the bottom line. The bottom line will say that Pakistan and New Zealand play out a draw, and it's all to play for in the second test match in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, it's a 7th test match at home for Pakistan this year without a win. So it will be a concern of some sort, but the way that they fought back, the way that they held on in the second innings today, I think was fantastic. Some lower order inspiration from Saad Shakil, the innings from Imam, the innings from Sarfaraz as well. So New Zealand had the better of the test match for maybe just over half of it, I think, after that first innings. And again, all to play for, as you said, Buzz. It's only 2 days rest as well. 2 days in between, back at the same venue.
And it's a quick turnover. Latham's had a good test match. A lot of New Zealand players have had a good test match, and they'll take that into that second test match. But Pakistan today, there were moments where New Zealand thought they were in, they were through, but resistance from the lower order has meant that match has, in the end, gone without a result, a drawn result. And Pakistan will take heart. Had a tough series against England, which they lost 3-0. I think a well-fought draw will hold them good come that second test match. This man has been brilliant. The 200 masterclass from him. And he made New Zealand get to a position where they tried and force a result in their favor, but Pakistan today will be satisfied. The coaching unit will be satisfied with the way that their lower order especially fought. Sarfaraz was good, Saad Shakil very good, Imam, and then Wasim and Mir Hamza made sure that Pakistan didn't get bowled out. Well, New Zealand, they got 60 to 61 for 1 in 7.3 overs, need another 77 runs to win when play was called off or bad light. Latham was really entertaining, 35 of 24, Conway with 18, Abrar with that sole wicket.
And the 4 bowlers used, Abrar and Salman with the new ball, and then Ahmed Wasim and Mir Hamza with that really tidy over. Just the one over for him. Bad light. It certainly stopped play. Relatively dark now as we speak. Players have shaken hands and enjoyed. Congratulations to either side and either players that have done well. New Zealand just mingling out in the middle of the ground at the moment.
A really exciting last session. Wasim came out and drilled a few through the covers. One massive hit down the ground. And then Sodhi with that flipper finally working. Hitting him in front. But it was down to Saad Shakil. Saad Shakil batted beautifully. He was very secure, had it down the outer, batted with the tail, made sure that he farmed the strike, and whenever there was an opportunity, got runs on the board and batted very confidently and competently as the innings went forward. There's a chance, a very difficult one. Bracewell never really got to it. And then just easing that through point for a boundary. Babar declared to quite a surprise for many people. Sodhi with 6 wickets to his name. He's had a terrific test match. New Zealand promoted Bracewell. He couldn't pick. Ibrar just stopped and hesitated and was cleaned up. And then a bit of fun. Latham swept the ball brilliantly. On way down the ground. And I just felt that New Zealand were up with the chase. But as it was going to happen, in the end, fast bowlers were introduced. That was probably the shot of the innings. Went across, smashed it over the top. Yeah, fast bowlers were introduced, and by light eventually stopped play. And that meant that the first test match of the series ends up in a draw. .438 Pakistan, courtesy Babar Azam 161, played 612 for 9, declared Williamson 200 not out. Pakistan then 311 for 8, Imam 96, Sodhi with 6 wicket. New Zealand got to 61 for 1 until bad light stopped play and the match was drawn. And we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the post-match presentation. after an entertaining final session, 5 days of hard-fought Test match cricket, Pakistan won the toss, selected to bat first, got to 438, Babar Azam 161, Saudi 3 for 69. They played 612 for 9. Kane Williamson 200 not out, not to forget 113 from Tom Latham. Abrar 5 for 205. Pakistan then got 311 for 8. Imam ul Haq 96 out. Shakil was seen with contributions, made sure that Pakistan didn't get bowled out. New Zealand then 61 for 1, trying to chase down the target. Latham 35 of 24, and it came off a bad light and match was drawn. Right now we're ready with the presentation. Sikandar Bach down there.
Thank you, Bazid. And here we are with the post-match presentation of the first Test match. Before we call upon the players and give away the individual prizes, let's announce the guests that were present over here. Starting from my left, Mr. Zakir Khan, Director International Cricket Operations, Pakistan Cricket Board. Next to him is Mr. Harjeevan Parmar, Chief Asset Protection Officer, KFC Pakistan. Then we have Mr. Harun Khalid, Group Head Compliance, Bank Al Falah, and Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman, Kingdom Valley. To start off with the individual awards, I'll first request Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid to please step forward. He'll be presenting the Kingdom Valley Best Bowler of the Match, cash award of 100,000 rupees, and goes to Ish Sodhi for his all-round 8 for 173 in the Test match and 6 for 86 in the second innings, and not to forget his 65 career best with the bat. Super partnership along with Kane Williamson helped the side to get 600 plus. Next up, I'll request Mr. Harun Khalid to please present the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance Cash Award of 100,000, and that goes to the man with a double 100, Kane Williamson. This is his 5th double 100 in Test match cricket, and a very important one in this Test match. Ken, don't go too far away, because I will now announce the KFC Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 100,000. I'll request Mr. Harjeevan Parmar, please, to present that to Kane Williamson. He is the KFC Player of the Match. Once again for his 200 not out when New Zealand declared in their first innings. Ken, we'll have a quick word with you, please. Let's talk about your 200. We had a chat earlier, but run us through when you came into bat. You were a bit, you could say, cautious to start off with, and then you went on and no looking back.
Yeah, it was a fantastic opening partnership, which really set the tone and was really important to our first innings, and then to come in and just try and get a feel for the pace of the surface. Obviously, quite different to back home, so and just try and be a part of as many partnerships as I could. And it was nice that we were able to build a lot of partnerships that varied in momentum, but ultimately got us a strong first innings total.
It was a good batting track time when you came in, but spin was a bit of a challenge. Yes, tell us a bit about how you had prepared to deal with Abrar, who was the talk of the town against the England series, and then now with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're very well equipped. They know these conditions really well, and very world-class bowlers. So for us it was just trying to stick to our plans, and I thought all the batters that came out did that really well, and we saw the surface deteriorate late on in the match, and I think there was very much a chance of a result. So a good surface, a good batting surface, but at the same time it was nice to see the rough come in and prove to be quite difficult, and someone like Imam, who played beautifully in the second innings for Pakistan in tough conditions, and got their team to ultimately a draw.
Taking the captain's cap off and playing it purely as a batter, did that further help you just concentrate on the bat?
Still a part of a number of chats with Tim, but I thought he did an outstanding job in his first match, and it was a great game of cricket, a little bit old school in the Test arena, but at the same time it was finely balanced for a lot of it. So yeah, a good game of cricket. It was a pretty quick turnaround, so a couple of days off and we'll be back into it.
Test match double hundreds, hundreds are always special. Where do you place this one? You got 5 of them.
Yeah, I don't sort of think too much about that, but you know, it's always about trying to put the team in a strong position as possible, and try and work together with my partner at the other end. And yeah, it was nice to spend some time out there and make a contribution like that. And you always want to be improving and trying to do a little bit more for the team. But I thought the batting effort was fantastic, and also the way the guys adjusted with the ball, and you got to do things a little bit differently over here to back home, as we know, and it was a nice team performance.
Well, wonderful watching you bat in that innings, and more power to you coming the next year.
Thank you. Cheers.
Kane Williamson, of course, the player of the match and the outstanding player for his 200. Now I'll request New Zealand captain Tim Southee to please come and have a few words with us. We had a wonderful test match. It could have gone either way, but New Zealand had more of a chance. Tim, of course, after that big first innings from your side, it was New Zealand who had an opportunity to win this. Pakistan was always trying to go for that draw. Where do you feel that winning part of it slipped away?
I wouldn't say it slipped away. I think the effort from the guys in the second innings with the ball sort of, we knew we had to hang in there for long periods and create the 10 chances. So yeah, I think for us to have lost the toss and be in a position to have won this test match was pleasing.
When you go to talk about the track out there was offering a lot to the spin, which is why it was doing well for both the sides. How do you see the tail was wagging and was just getting a bit of frustrating here in the last day?
Yeah, I think they played nicely. Obviously, yeah, it's taken its long 4 or 5 days, and yeah, there was a little bit of assistance there if you got in the right areas. But yeah, I think there was a couple of handy knocks there from Pakistan that sort of just, I guess, took the game that little bit too long in the end.
A few words about your players. Ish Sodhi coming back after 4 years, brilliant with the bat, and then getting 7 in the match.
Yeah, tremendous for Ish to come back, and hasn't played Test cricket for a long time, and yeah, to come back and not only contribute with the ball but with the bat as well. I think his partnership with Kane was outstanding and got us into a position where we could have pushed on for a win. So I think yeah, he can be extremely proud of his return to Test cricket, and Kane, we know Kane's class, and the way he played out there was great to watch, and yeah, he just really showed his class and what he's capable of in these conditions.
Tell us a bit about you individually wearing the captain's hat for the first time.
Yeah, it wasn't too dissimilar to what we normally do. We're a pretty tight sort of leadership group. Yeah, with Kane and Tom out there as well. So yeah, we've worked closely together over the last however many years, so it didn't feel too different. But yeah, it was nice to get out there and get into things.
Hard-fought game. We'll see you in 2023.
Thank you.
The captain of New Zealand, Tim Southee, and I'll request Babar Azam to please come and have a few words with us, please. We all wanted to know 138. You gave that target. That was a brave call.
Definitely. As you know, we have asking in the task, so we had a result. So that's why we had a declaration. But I think light is not our side. So.
If you look at this test match, of course, Salman being feeling under the weather, you are bowler short. Do you think that you want to go about with a 5th bowling option come in the next test match?
To be honest, our fifth bowler is Salman Ali Agha, but unfortunately, after the first inning, he is not feeling well, and he's come back after 2 days. He's sick a little bit. So, but we are missing him in the bowling time. But when he is recovered, then he's come back, and then using in the second inning. So no, I don't think so, because our bowling is only 5 bowlers and one with the Agha.
Good fight put up after Imam's wicket. Wasim Jr. and all these guys put in a hard fight.
Definitely, the way Saud and Wasim playing in last partnership, we built a partnership. They came back in the match for us, and I think all credit to Wasim. They will play his positive cricket, and after Saud Shakil is playing a mature inning, so they good for us, and looking forward to the match.
Well fought game. It's a draw, and good luck to you coming in 2023 for the next test match.
Thank you. Take it.
Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan. So the match ends in a draw, and that also sums up the presentation.
Hard-fought draw in the end. Couple of notable performances. Babar Azam 161, Williamson a double 100, Sodhi getting 6 first. So most of these players will take that into that next test match, which will also happen here at National Bank Cricket Arena. Yeah, games come thick and fast, very little in between these test matches, just a couple of days, and we'll be back with that second test match, day 1, next year, January 2nd, 9:50 AM, live from National Bank Cricket Arena. Until then, it's a happy good new year and goodbye from here.
4 days of intrigue, and we are now into day 5 of this first test match, Pakistan against New Zealand. Edged and away wide of the man. I think it's a very, very good decision.
It's got pace on it. That'll be a boundary.
Goes quickly fast ball and gets a wicket fast ball.
Absolutely lovely.
6th half-century in test match cricket. Another test match half-century for Sarfaraz. He goes back-to-back in this test.
Oh, it's gone right through him. Oh, it was playing in the back of his mind, trying to get to that 100.
Down the track with a mighty hit. Saud Shakil is having some fun here, and he's reached his 50.
That's gone to the fence.
hard-fought draw by Pakistan at a moment in the second session of the fifth day. Pakistan was under pressure when they lost wickets in quick succession, but then the tail along with Saud Shakir, of course, some performances in the middle order helped them to get to that draw. New Zealand got 61 for 1, batting second, but then light took over. Have a quick look at this test match. 5 days, Pakistan won the toss and posted 438. Big score from New Zealand in their first innings with Williamson's 200 not out, 612. Pakistan then replied with 311, got the lead, and then New Zealand, of course, was playing with light and with Pakistan. Match was drawn, and the series of 2 test matches remains 0-0. Hello and welcome. I'm Sikandar with you. This is Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio, and we will start our chat. We'll dissect the game, but before that, we've got Sarfaraz Ahmed along with us. We also have Waqar Yunus. Sarfaraz से थोड़ी बात करेंगे. Sarfaraz, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे पूछूंगा जो आपसे बहुत लोगों ने पूछ लिया होगा अभी तक. Your feeling coming back in the 11 as a batter, बिल्कुल at home लग रहे थे आप क्योंकि आपका वैसे भी home ground है. थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं.
सिकंदर भाई, सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करूँगा कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मेरे पास आई, चूँकि काफ़ी टाइम से वेट कर रहा था कि अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी तो उसको अवेल करने की कोशिश करूँगा. अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि अल्लाह ने बहुत अच्छे से अपॉर्चुनिटी अवेल कराई और एक अच्छे टाइम पर जो है जिस वक्त टीम को ज़रूरत थी इनिंग्स की, वहाँ पे अच्छी इनिंग खिलवाई.
यहाँ पे आपने काफ़ी क्रिकेट खेली हुई है, फर्स्ट क्लास बहुत खेला हुआ है. क्या यही कैरेक्टरिस्टिक है इस सरफेस का जब स्पिन को बहुत ही ज़्यादा हेल्प मिल रही होती है और जिसको आपने अपने जो आपका पेटेंट स्वीप शॉट से डील किया?
देखिए, नॉर्मली जब हम लोग फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेलते हैं तो इस टाइप की पिच नहीं होती, थोड़ा पिच पे जो है ना ग्रास मौजूद होता है. लेकिन अभी जो लास्ट जो मैंने फर्स्ट क्लास का अपना मैच खेला था, मैं लकी था कि मैंने यहाँ पे स्कोर किया था, तो वो इसी टाइप की कुछ थोड़ी पिचेस थी. तो ऑब्वियसली आप कराची में रहते हैं तो आपको पता है कि थोड़ा सा स्पिनर थोड़ा बेहतर खेलते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे कलर क्रिकेट हमने जो है वो बहुत ज़्यादा खेली और स्पिनर को बहुत ज़्यादा खेला है, तो शायद ये एक एडवांटेज है मुझे. और आपको पता है कीपर तो इसी टाइप के प्लेयर होते हैं, कोई लेट कट मार देते हैं, कोई स्वीप मार देते हैं, तो ये थोड़ा सा चुरी वाले जो शॉट होते हैं, आपको पता है अगर आप हमारे विकेट कीपर देखें, मोइन भाई को भी देखें, राशिद भाई को देखें, तो वो चुरी वाली बैटिंग करनी आती है, तो मैं भी वही कोशिश करता हूँ बैटिंग करने की.
स्ट्रीट स्मार्ट क्रिकेट जिसको हम कह रहे होते हैं. अच्छा, यहाँ ये मौजूद था, मैं आपको बताऊँ, यहाँ ही खड़ा था इत्तेफाक से जब आप बैटिंग करने आए, तो आपने जब पहला चौक का स्ट्रेट ड्राइव खेला तो आपने ऊपर देखा था. आई थिंक वो सारा प्रेशर जो था, अगर जो आपने मेंशन किया, वो उस एक शॉट पे जो बैट पे बिल्कुल आया तो उससे काफ़ी हद तक कम हो गया.
सिकंदर भाई, एक तो बिल्कुल वो पोजीशन ऐसी थी कि 3 बॉलें रह गई थी लंच से पहले ना, तो ऑब्वियसली उस वक्त 111 पे हमारे तकरीबन कोई 4 आउट भी हो गए थे. तो मैं अंदर गया था तो उस वक्त थोड़ा समझ नहीं आ रहा था, नर्व्स बहुत ज़्यादा तेज़ चल रही थी ना उस वक्त. एक नेचुरली ये क्रिकेटर के आप किसी से भी पूछेंगे जो काफ़ी टाइम बाद कम बैक कर रहा होगा, तो वो एक नेचुरल सी फीलिंग होती है, वो थी. तो बस यही था, तो मैं ये था कि बस जल्दी से रन बन जाए, तो वो यही एक फीलिंग थी कि रन बना, तो उसमें अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा किया.
सरफराज, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक, माशाल्लाह. एक तो कम बैक 4 साल के बाद, फिर ऊपर से परफॉर्मेंस करना, एक्सेलेंट परफॉर्मेंस. दोनों इनिंग्स में आप बहुत अच्छा खेले. कीपिंग में थोड़े से इशू ऐसा नज़र ज़रूर आए हैं, लेकिन आप क्या समझते हैं कि ये जो पिच है, आई नो कराची की पिच हमेशा स्लो होती है और 5 दिन में अगर इस तरह की पिच पे रिज़ल्ट नहीं आता, तो फिर आप क्या समझते हैं कि इस पिच को थोड़ा सा मुख्तलिफ होना चाहिए या दिस वाज द राइट पिच?
देखिए, थोड़ी सी बेहतरी की गुंजाइश ज़रूर है, थोड़ा सा अगर और ज़्यादा टर्न होना शुरू हो जाए तो मैं समझता हूँ बेहतर है. लेकिन ये कि कुछ चांसेस अवेल हो जाते हैं तो शायद मैं समझता हूँ कि चीज़ें और बेहतर हो जाती हैं. लेकिन नॉर्मली आपको पता है कराची का पिच इसी टाइप का होता है. थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे ये कि थोड़ी सी जो मिडिल की बैटिंग है उसमें थोड़ा सा ये होता है कि बैट्समैन को थोड़ा टाइम ज़्यादा मिल जाता है, थोड़ा बॉल जब पुराना होता है, क्योंकि आपको पता है स्क्वायर बहुत ज़्यादा रफ है.
तो जो स्लोनेस है पिच में, उसको किस तरीके से तेज़ किया जाएगा? आई मीन इवन पिछले साल भी ऑस्ट्रेलिया को भी देखा था, पिछला मैच भी देखा कि ऑल्दो बहुत ड्राई थी लेकिन मैनेजेबल था. चौथे पाँचवें दिन भी आज देखें शाम को बड़ा आराम से मैनेज हो रहा था. तो वो जो बाइट है वो नहीं दिख रही इस पिच में.
देखिए, वो आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है, बाइट नहीं देखी, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर थोड़ा सा स्पिनर जो है ना, अगर हमारे, चूँकि इन्होंने इतने क्रिकेट इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट जो है वो खेली नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सईद अजमल, अब्दुल रहमान के साथ खेला हूँ, यासिर शाह के पीक टाइम पे भी खेला हूँ, तो उनका जो पेस की मेंटेनेंस थी ना वो बहुत अच्छी थी, जिसकी वजह से स्पिनर को बहुत ज़्यादा बाइट मिलती है. मैं समझता हूँ कि जैसे अबरार है, अभी नए आए, नोमी थोड़े पुराने हैं, थोड़ा पुराने ही हैं बिल्कुल, लेकिन ये कि वो जो एक लेकिन वो जो एक मेंटेन है ना पेस की, जो बात करते हैं, अगर आपने भी देखा, मैंने भी टीवी पे देखा, सकीब भाई वगैरह एक जगह लाके बॉल बहुत तेज़ करते थे, तो वो थोड़ी सी अगर एनर्जी थोड़ी सी बॉलर में रहेगी तो मैं समझता हूँ चांसेस हैं आउट करने के यहाँ पर.
और विकेट जब आपने इतनी बैटिंग कर ली थी तो उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं नज़र आया कि हिप में भी थोड़े इश्यूज थे, तो उससे भी कोई विकेट कीपिंग इफेक्ट नजर हुई या या रफ बहुत ज़्यादा था या क्या इशू हुआ?
एक्चुअली देखिए विकी भाई, वो जो थी वो असल में एक्चुअली मेरा घुटना लग गया था, तो मेरे हिप फ्लैक्चर पे थोड़ा सा जो है वो जोर आ गया था। लेकिन बात ये कीपिंग का ये कि देखें, अभी जाहिर सी बात है, मैं काफ़ी टाइम बाद कम बैक कर रहा था। इस तरह के पिचेस थोड़ी डिफिकल्ट होती ज़रूर है, लेकिन ये कोई एक्सक्यूज़ नहीं है। तो इंशाल्लाह जैसे जैसे कॉन्फिडेंस बेहतर होता जाएगा तो चीज़ें भी इंशाल्लाह और बेहतर हो जाएंगी।
जब आपने एक सेशन में कप्तानी की वहाँ पर, जब बाबर बाहर थे, तो उसमें सरफराज अपने आप में नजर आए और आपने काफ़ी क्रिकेट, इन लड़कों ने काफ़ी क्रिकेट आपके साथ खेली है। मीर हमजा, अबरार को आप काबू में भी अच्छा रखते हैं, तो ये थोड़ा डिफरेंस नजर आया था। ये वजह यही है कि क्योंकि इन लड़कों ने आपके अंडर डोमेस्टिक बहुत ज़्यादा खेला हुआ है, फर्स्ट क्लास बहुत खेला हुआ है।
नहीं देखें, पहले तो सिकंदर भाई देखें, डिफरेंस कोई नहीं था। कैप्टन का प्लान था, कैप्टन ने मुझे कहा था कि आप थोड़ा जाके देखिएगा। तो बस कोशिश ये की कि थोड़ा सा फील्ड के साथ मैं खेलूँ। तो मेरी कोशिश ये थी कि जैसे लैथम जो है बार बार जो है वो स्वीप लेके जो है वो स्ट्राइक को अपनी चेंज कर रहा था। तो मैं ये चाह रहा था कि भाई अब ये सिंगल ना ले, ये यहाँ से चौका मार दे, ये मुझे चौका मार के यहाँ से चला जाए। तो बस यही था कि थोड़ा सा फील्ड के साथ खेला, और उसमें क्रेडिट पूरा बॉलर्स को जाता है कि उन्होंने उस फील्ड पे बॉलिंग की जिसकी वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुआ और फिर बाद में वो आउट हुआ।
हाँ, डिफरेंस से मेरी मुराद यही थी कि इन बॉलर्स की स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेसेस को आपने ज़्यादा
जी,
क्योंकि
बिल्कुल,
खेला हुआ
जी।
है, तो आपको अंदाजा है कि कहाँ पे ये क्या कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल।
तो ओवरऑल आपका 86 और 53 दोनों हार्ड फॉट इनिंग्स थी, और एज अ ऑफ कोर्स कम बैक एज अ क्रिकेटर अब सेटिस्फाइड है कि इस ट्रैक पे जहाँ पे मुश्किलात काफ़ी थी, वो आपने एक अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दी। आज की इस परफॉर्मेंस की बात करें, आज के मैच में आपको लगता है कि कहीं किसी किसी पॉइंट पे पाकिस्तान, क्योंकि खेल तो ड्रॉ के लिए रहा था, सेकंड सेशन में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा विकेट्स गिर गई आज?
जी, बिल्कुल, लंच के बाद जो है वो थोड़ी-सी परेशानी आई थी कि जब एकदम जो है वो 3 आउट हो गए थे, मैं, इमाम, जब इमाम आउट हुआ तो उस वक़्त काफ़ी टेंस माहौल हो गया था। लेकिन मैं क्रेडिट देना चाहूँगा सऊद शकील को, और उसके बाद जो वसीम ने जो इनिंग खेली, मैं समझता हूँ वो बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट इनिंग थी हमारी टीम के लिए। एक तो उसने वहाँ पे स्टे भी किया, और जो 43 रन्स बनाए वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थे, और सऊद की इनिंग जो है वो बहुत शानदार थी। वो पूरा लेके चला और उसने ऐसी पोज़ीशन पे पहुँचाया कि हम डिक्लेयर करने लगे टीम।
आई थिंक जो आपकी 86 रन की पहली इनिंग्स थी, वो तो खैर सबने एंजॉय की, और मैंने तो सबसे ज़्यादा एंजॉय की। लेकिन जो ये 50 रन की इनिंग, आई थिंक इसकी ज़्यादा वैल्यू नज़र आई।
जी, बिल्कुल वक़ात में बिल्कुल ऐसा ही था, क्योंकि आपको पता है कि थोड़ा-सा प्लान चेंज हुआ था टीम का, और हमारी टीम ने कोशिश ये किया था कि लेफ्ट हैंड को लेफ्ट हैंड से रिप्लेस करेंगे, राइट हैंड को राइट हैंड से रिप्लेस करेंगे। तो कोशिश यही की थी, वो जो कहते हैं ना कि अटैक इज़ द बेस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ डिफेंस। तो मैंने यही कोशिश की कि जाके अटैक करूँ, ताकि एजाज़ पटेल को, चूँकि एजाज़ पटेल जो उनकी लाइन बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी है और मिडिल में बॉल करते हैं, तो उनको सामने रन्स बनाना और इस तरह के कवर्स में रन बनाना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है। तो मेरी यही कोशिश थी कि उनको थोड़ा अटैक करके उनकी लाइन को चेंज करूँ, तो उसमें कामयाब हुआ और अल्लाह ताला ने इज़्ज़त दी।
चलिए सरफराज, आप जाएं, टीम को ज्वाइन करें, रेस्ट करें, एंड वेल डन इन द मैच।
थैंक यू, बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू।
Time for us to take a short break. When we come back, we'll look into the test match, the 5 days, and especially the last 2 sessions. Welcome back to Inverx Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. Here we are for the draw, 5 days of cricket, and we've got Simon Dole joining us. Welcome to you. I have a quick word or a quick question that I'd like to ask, and that is, what do you think of this particular match going down to the wire? What was New Zealand thinking with 138 in front of them and just around 15 overs?
They would have gone for it. They would have continued to go for it. I think it was pretty smart from Bubba in some ways, because he knew there was bad light coming. There's no way we could have played past 5:30. I think he knew that, and maybe it was just a bit of tongue-in-cheek declaration that he never thought they could win or New Zealand could win. So I think New Zealand's performance throughout the test was good. I thought they played, for the most part, the better cricket at times. They were just thwarted by what was a fairly docile surface in the end, but they'll take a lot of positives out of the first test match.
We'll quickly take you to our top performer. There were quite a few good performances. Ken Williams' 200, but someone who performed overall and helped the side get to a good position in the test match was Ish Sodhi. He's got best figures, he's got his highest score. He's got to be the top performer. Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
2 wickets in the first innings for Ish Sodhi. This one a little bit fortunate, not a great shot. It was 2 of the lower order batters in the first innings, but I think he took the confidence from that into the batting, and this was I think it was a really positive partnership, the one with Kane Williamson, but it also did him a lot of good when it came to the bowling side of things in the second innings. He's made 3 test match half centuries prior to this. This was his highest score though, and the partnership with Kane Williamson really allowed New Zealand to go ahead of Pakistan and then put a good first innings total on the board, and then that transferred to the bowling, I think, Waka.
Oh, he always does. I mean, he was outstanding. That wicket of Babar really brought a lot of energy to the team, and the picking surprise. He's got like the top orders in the bank. This was another excellent delivery right on that line where he was looking for. Great stumping there, and Ish Sodhi was just outstanding. And I think going forward in the next test match, this confidence will really do him world of good. I think all he needs to probably do is to try to bowl over the wicket a little bit long and practice maybe not tomorrow, day after, and try to get that length right. Once he bowl better to the left-hander from over the wicket, I think it'll be very threatening to Pakistan.
Career best 6 for 86 for Ish Sodhi. Not only that, he's also got his best highest score in an innings, 65. Top performer, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy. Not easy to come back and make a return after 4 years and give a performance like that, not just with the ball, with the bat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really impressed with him, actually. I thought we may have done him a little disservice. I may have even done him a little disservice in the first innings. I didn't think he was at his best, but after so long out and not playing a huge amount of red ball cricket, getting used to white ball cricket, he just got to feel like you belong. 4 years away from the team, and even when he has played, his games have been a little bit sporadic as well. So I'll cut him a little bit of slack, and I just thought what he took from that first innings and then into the batting, and I was really impressed with how he bowled, particularly last night. I thought that spell last night at the back end was really, really good, and that sort of transformed into today. So pleased for Ish Sodhi. He would love to have got his side across the line with a test match win, but wasn't to be.
It didn't have much of a luck, actually. The kind of bowling is the kind of spells he bowled. I thought he would have easily taken 8 or 9 wickets, because from that rough, inside edges, it was spinning a bit too much at times for him, but he was outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
All right, so here we are. Let's talk about the fall of wickets. We'll show you 6 Pakistan wickets that fell today, and of course that 1 wicket that fell in New Zealand. Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverx Solar Energy.
Yeah, it started off with Bracewell picking up Noman early on, bowling nice and straight. He was looking for a spin, but the good thing about that is just pitched in line and he's straight, a natural variation, what they call it, and he was just straight and missed it. This was the big one. This is where I thought, everyone got little worried, little scared in the camp also. Even Sarfraz was just here a little earlier. He said, this is the moment where we were just sort of got a little nervous, but then it was his inning. And then he got out, and then they lost 3 wickets straight after lunch.
Yeah, and I think the move to get Sarfraz up the order was a very, very good move after reaching a half century, so going back to back. He just got the toe end of the bat. Good catch again from Tom Blundell. And then the nerves just started to happen a little bit, I guess. This one straight through Salman, who made 100 in the first innings, not to be for him in the second innings. A little top spinner, or just a slight leg spinner. He played for turn that just wasn't quite there off the bowling of Ish Sodhi. So another good piece of bowling there. And then this one was brilliant. Around the wicket, a wrong in. Terrific stumping from Tom Blundell to dismiss a man in the 90s. And Imam looked so good. He did look really good throughout. But he played for the leg spinner there. It was the wrong and out of the rough, but it was brilliant work behind the stumps by Blundell. And then that was a good one. The first one that really worked for him wasn't the flipper. Yeah. The first time it had actually worked throughout the innings.
He was looking for this delivery for a long while, and it came a little too late because he allowed Mohammad Wasim to get all these runs. And this is when declaration came in the very first over. Abrar picking up Bracewell. It was a straightforward delivery. He just missed it. Kept a little low, maybe.
Fall of wickets, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Now, next up is Have Your Say. Hashtag Have Your Say. This is on Twitter handle, and they ask questions from our guests. We've got 2 questions, both similar. One for Simon and one for Bakar. Let's have your say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. Well, the question to Simon Dole regarding New Zealand is, do you feel that they would come in with a change in the next coming test? Maybe Wagner, they didn't really use him as a quality bowler, yes, but in the conditions, if they are similar, would they go with him?
I think if the conditions are similar, they won't go with Neil Wagner again. They'll give Matt Henry an opportunity. I'd really like to see them go with Glenn Phillips, strengthen the batting a little bit more. Not that you say they need it after this test match, but he offers a little bit of spin with the ball. It does mean you'd have to open the bowling with Daryl Mitchell if you wanted to open with Seam, with Mitchell and Southey, but I don't really see too much of a problem with that if that was the case. So I think they will go down the more conservative route, leave Wagner out and bring Matt Henry in, and that's probably the only change I would make.
And for you, Bakar, people want to know, do you feel Pakistan need a 5th bowling option, or that part-timer in Salman is fine and coming up in the next test?
Look, ideally you would like to have your 5th bowler in the side, but looking at the pitches, if the pitches are so dry and it's going to spin, and Sodhi is in good form now, so it is a tricky one. I don't think Pakistan will look to do that. They will still play Salman Agha, who's scored 100 also. You can't really drop him now. So in the bowling, I would say, you need pace. You can't really just go with just a medium pace there, because on similar sort of surface, seamers or medium pacers are literally no use.
You got Sajid, you got Zahid, nobody else, no 3.
Not at the moment. I thought the bowlers bowled well. The spinners did a decent job.
Okay, I guess, and I hope that you guys have got your answer and have your say. Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy. So 5 full days of Test cricket, and it's a draw, but there were flashes of brilliance from both sides. It went on a seesaw, and then New Zealand had an opportunity to win it. Pakistan were fighting for a draw. Eventually, it was a draw. Before we leave, and before we see you guys in 2023, this year has been pretty good. In terms of Test cricket, we were looking at 43 games for New Zealand. For Pakistan, not so good with the red ball, but white ball has been great. It's wonderful to see so much cricket happening. And so much, excitement going on. Pakistan has had a very, very, busy calendar this year. Just as we move away, what are the things that you feel Pakistan or New Zealand can, in terms of positives, pick from this test match and move into the next year?
Well, I think what you do realise very quickly is that not everybody is going to play Test cricket like England. And we can't expect that Test matches are going to be like that all the time. I know we'd love to see it, but not every side has the ability to do it or the freedom to do it. So we've had some contrasting Test matches in the last month and a half, haven't we? England have come here all swashbuckling and scoring at 6, 7, 8 and over at times. I think this has been a hard-fought draw. I don't think the surface was conducive to really great cricket, but we did see some very good cricket at different times. So don't expect that every Test match is going to be like England. And every team is going to try and play like England. At times you will get some games like this, but I'd like to see a little more in the pitch, even if it's not seaming. I don't care if it's not seaming, but just a little bit of pace and bounce. So when the seamer does bend his back, he gets an opportunity to get one through and up around the helmet.
Look, I don't know if the ground staff here at Karachi they can produce that sort of pitch. Back in the days, the pitches were good. There were grass on the pitch, and ball used to carry quite a bit. But right now, with all these foot marks around, with 2 days in between, I'm not really sure if they'll be able to sort of produce a green topper. But I'm with you on that. That pitch should be hard. It should just have a little more carry and a little bit sideways movement. I don't mind that early on, especially maybe first 2-3 hours. Have a little bit side movement, and then just flattens out. And the nature of the surface, the soil suggests that it is going to spin. And once you leave it, a little bit of grass, it'll spin sharply, I feel.
Well, Shahid Afridi has promised us a better pitch, so he doesn't want to start his tenure as chief selector on a bad note. He's promised us a better pitch, so it better happen.
Okay. All right. So that's that, I guess. Thanks to both of you. You have a good time with your family. We'll see you in about a couple of days, and probably we'll see the first sunrise together or have a first breakfast on the 1st of January. Guys, it's been fun. First test match, Pakistan and New Zealand. I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage. Remember, for the next test match, you can come here. It's free entry at the National Bank Cricket Arena, and you can see that KFC presents Dafa News Pakistan versus New Zealand Test Series. Second test starts on the 2nd of January. We'll join you at 9:20 in the morning from this ground. Don't forget, once again, entry is free, so let's fill it up. Until then, goodbye, good night, and see you in 2023.
4 days of intrigue, and we are now into day 5 of this first test match, Pakistan against New Zealand. Edged and away wide of the man. I think it's a very, very good decision.
It's got pace on it. That'll be a boundary.
Absolutely lovely.
6th half-century in test match cricket. Another test match half-century for Sarfaraz. He goes back-to-back in this test.
Oh, it's gone right through him. Oh, it was playing in the back of his mind, trying to get to that 100.
Down the track with a mighty hit. So Shakil is having some fun here, and he's reached his 50.